competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
The Master wins it! We win! Oh my god!
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
We got him! Let's go, Sam!
And that's it. He does the job,
Let's
James.
go, Sam!
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Oh my god.
It's
And this
made
is
on the
over.
other side!
What did we just see?
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone. The Pro Chess League is back. International Master Danny Wrench here alongside Grandmaster Robert Hess. We're back, Robert. It's been way too long. I can't wait to dive into today with you.
It's been so long that I can't find the shirt, the very shirt that you're wearing. I had one. We wore them together way back in the day, so I'm a little jealous that you're sporting yours.
For those who don't know, this is a shirt we got at the live Pro Chess League Finals in San Francisco 2019. We are so glad that it's back and, of course, hope to have many more of those live finals in the future. But, Robert, I mean, normally I try to have something funny to say to throw you off guard and get the resentment going early, you know, but I feel like I don't even need to do that today. I feel like you're already ready on the edge hosting with me.
I certainly am, because we have great matchups in store today, and you're you and I'm me, so it's going to be a fun day regardless.
It's going to be a blast. Let's dive into, first, before we talk about the matchups, we got 4 teams throwing down today. It's going to be epic. Let's remind everybody, as the season has really just kicked off in the last week or so here, what the most important dates are for them to pay attention to. The regular season taking place over February and March. That Arena Royale date is going to be a lot of fun. We'll talk about that format as it gets closer. And then, of course, as we get into the playoffs and the finals, Robert, what sticks out to you? I know you've got all these dates marked. You are really the guy hosting almost every show that's happening. So how pumped are you for the season?
It's going to be really exciting. I mean, we already saw some epic matchups in week 1. We're still in week 1. So I have the playoffs circled. 8 teams make their way through. And with the format that we have in place, I mean, you don't know who is going to make it until we see teams win 3 matches in the regular season.
Yeah, it's a format that really keeps everybody on the edge of their seat, regardless of how they're doing. And it's something for those who are mega fans of the PCL. You've been following this thing for all 5 years. You know that as the season goes on, some teams' fortunes are different than others, but we're really pumped about how everyone is going to be engaged and still have a lot to fight for as the season goes on. But regardless of the season format, let's talk about the actual match format before we get into the matchups. It's all play all. First to 8.5 points. Those are the 2 major takeaways. The 10-2 time control. I haven't jumped in this week and seen how the action is on the board, Robert. But your thoughts on anything else to highlight about the format here?
It's awesome because if teams are tied 8-8, you can see all 16 games played. Then you go into the tie breaks, which is just mayhem. The teams, they repeat their board round 4, order of pairings. They swap colors and they go at it. And we saw some epic matches just yesterday in that tiebreak.
Yeah. The fact that if it's tied, we get more chess is just, I feel like we have to design every format to do that. Whoever thought it was okay to end chess in a tie? Like, who had that idea?
It wasn't me.
It wasn't you.
I may put Hess in chess, but I do not put the draw in chess. Let me put that way.
You did not put the draw in chess, and you can't spell draw with I, and there's no I in team. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that checks out. Let's check out the results from Wednesday. We got big names throwing down in every matchup. We saw that the Wizards took down the Garden State Passers. Our heart goes out to our boy Danya, who I wish we could talk to him about that. Maybe at some point we could. And then the Gnomes, in epic and very hype fashion, took down the Maniac Shrimps, which I still can't get over every time I read Maniac Shrimps.
I can't get over the name. I can't get over the logo. That logo is just awesome. Same with all the logos, really, but that one sticks out to me, Danny. Maniac Shrimps, they deserve to be here. They qualified their way through.
Yeah, well, the reaction of Jan Ludwig Hammer as his team got the job done in kind of epic fashion, right? This is sort of what Pro Chess League dreams are made of, or how hearts are broken. We're going to let Hammer's enthusiasm take it away.
Take the knight. Take the knight. Yes, Laura's going to win it. It's 9.5. It's all decided with Gawain. It's all decided with Gawain. But Gawain is going to lose it. Gawain loses. Gawain loses up to... No, he wins it. The mouse slip wins it. Gawain was down the rook, but the mouse slip wins it. The mouse slip wins it. We're in the pawn end game. He wins the game. We win. We win. We win. Oh my God. We were down the rook. We were down...
This is going to be. I have a feeling that the way the league has been structured this year, Robert. We've got the main show here, and of course, we want everyone to stick with us. But every team has a captain in addition to a manager, and sort of our version of empowering the broader chess community and streamers to kind of provide their own coverage for fans of the team. And we're going to get more and more moments like that. I mean, Hammer, I think, lost his voice. I think he spit all over his camera. He literally lost his bleep in that call right there.
I don't think I've ever seen Hammer react like that in all the hours we've commentated together.
Yeah.
He's usually Mr. Calm, cool, and collected, but he lost his marbles. I mean, he was just all out for his team, and that's the kind of support you need to win an event like the Pro Chess League. Every single team is quite stacked.
I was gonna say, where's the stoic calm, the face of so many Norwegian chess shows in Norway, of course. Hammer. I think he has a home there on Twitch commentating for his gnome. So, all right, let's talk about the matchups today, Robert. We start things off with MGD1, the second team from India, very much a powerhouse. We're going to talk about that versus the Blitz. This is a team of mainly Frenchmen and French women, along with some other free agents. I'm pretty pumped for that one. And then, of course, we have the Berlin Bears taking on the Gotham Knights with the biggest chess creator on YouTube, Levi Rosman, the Gotham Chess, with the biggest streamer on Twitch for chess, Hikaru Nakamura. Which matchup are you most excited for? I mean, they're both coming up. Obviously, we start with MGD1 versus the Blitz.
I have to say, the MGD1 team, just the team from India, they are loaded. Both teams from India are just awesome, but the Blitz, I think they're kind of a wild card to me because it's a family team. This is a family show, and they've got two different husband-wife set of teammates, and they also have a father-son duo. What more could you ask for?
I love that you said it's a family show, as if you were reminding me of how appropriate I need to be today. Was that? I don't know what that was about. This is a good old-fashioned family fun. The jokes will only be awkward and subtle. All right, you're right. It is a family team, though. Let's talk about how these rosters are stacked up, because it's one of the reasons I think we have the family affair you talked about, Robert. Every team must include at least 2 women and at least 1 junior. The teams can add up to 8 players. Most teams, I think, already have their full rosters, but you can add up to 8 players by the middle of the season, and the players must stick with the team they play a single game for. That's to prevent kind of mid-season swapping. Not sure that would happen, but the roster for the, as you said, MGD1 and the Blitz are both stacked with a lot of people who know each other quite well. So your thoughts, though, on how the structures of these rosters come about?
Yeah, you just want to pick the best players possible. That's what this format does for every single team. Because when a 2,700 plus player is counted as 2,700, you want the highest rated players in the world on your squad. And while Arjun Erigaisi, he leads the way for MGD1. That's one of the biggest names in chess. He signed that $1.5 million deal with Quantbox and MGD1. They're an agency. They've helped him secure that kind of financial outcome. So great for them and great for the squad.
That was such a huge thing for chess that I wonder how I wonder how much it flew under the radar for people to really appreciate that Arjun Erigaisi, the reigning junior speed chess champion, by the way, and someone who's just making a name for himself every time he plays chess. He has signed, at least in my mind, the most lucrative public deal we've ever seen on record. I mean, it's incredible to have the sponsorship that he does. Obviously, as you said, MGD won the agency that helped him secure that. But we also have the beast, Adiban, on this team, right? You know how much I love watching him throw down in this format. Harika Dronavali, of course, someone who's been playing in the Pro Chess League, I feel like, since the beginning. She always performs in the rapid time controls. This is going to be epic. The only non-Indian flag there is Amin Tavatabai. Of course, we see there. Amin, a star and someone who we know does very well on Chess.com and just about any fast time control he can get his hands on. So this is going to be a team, but they're going up against the Blitz, and we mentioned it's a family affair. We told Danny subtly to keep it appropriate. What sticks out to you of the many family pairings on the Blitz roster?
It's got to be Alexander Grishuk, the face you see on screen there, with his wife, Katerina Lochno. Look at her rating, by the way, 2563. In this league, that counts 2350 against the cap. So they have 200-plus rating points to spare. So that husband-wife duo is as dangerous as it gets, perhaps the best in chess history. And so with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on board too, by the way, that's your boy, Danny. That's MVL, and he isn't even the highest-rated player on this team.
No, it's crazy. When you think of a team of top French chess players, you just assume MVL is number one most of the time. But getting Grishuk, that two-headed monster of MVL and Alexander Grishuk is going to be a force to reckon with for any team. Of course, Matthew Cornet and Desmonte Dulette Cornet, also a family duo there. And then we mentioned Etienne Bacro and his son, Alexandre Bacro. This is going to be fun. I feel like we almost need to have like excuse me, I'm losing my voice already. It's early. We need to have some sort of family show here to really give this team even more of an edge. But all right, Robert, we've talked about the rosters. I guess you mentioned quickly about how it works with the rating cap for top women players. So let's actually bring that up too and talk about the rules of how the lineup rules come into play week in and week out.
Yes, for sure. That each lineup, if there are 4 players on a team, you have to have at least one woman playing for your roster. You have a 2550 average rating. That said, if you have players over 2700, they count as 2700 against the cap. And the same deal for women over 2350. You want to have the strongest players in the world on your team. Magnus Carlsen, a great find, because while he's 2850 plus, he counts as 2700. Katerina Lochno, we saw her at 2563, but she clocks in at 2350 against the cap. You want the best players. The Blitz, they've secured themselves a monster lineup, as have most of the teams in the league. They're taking it seriously.
Yeah, and it shows that this is sort of the game within the game, right? Obviously, once the game starts, we know what we do. This is a chess show. It is a family-friendly chess show, and we'll be talking about the X's and O's. But for the managers and obviously the composition of these rosters is really a key part of victory, and you may not think about it once the chess starts, but if you tend to notice some teams getting more points on different boards, look for the gamesmanship of how they really recognize the potential to take advantage of the different rating caps. So, all right. Let's talk about the games that will go down and the matchups that will be in store right away. The board assignments directly before you. You see Arjun Erigaisi, Alexander Grishuk, all the way down to board 4. Robert, before we talk about who plays who in the first round, what particular matchup, just comparing board 1s to board 1s, board 2 to board 2, etc., sticks out to you here?
I think it's Savita Sri, board 4 for team MGD1. For the Indian Yogis, Vaishali scored 1.5 points out of 3 games because that team won early. That is critical. The success of your board 4, you may live or die by their performance. And I think Savita Sri, she's only 16 years old. She's over 2,400. She is up and coming, and she's already there. She may score some points, but this two-headed monster at the top for the Blitz, the 2,700 pluses, that's not really good when you're a board 4. You don't want to face those beasts on the top 2.
It's funny because you picked board 4, and I think it's a great choice. And I think it's a great storyline to remember. One of the things that makes the Pro Chess League great is it may come down to your board 4's performance, not your most recognizable name, Magnus Carlsen, for example, on board 1. But I really got to go with the board 2 breakdown there. I think Erigaisi and Grishuk, in some ways, is a bit of a coin toss. I might even give Erigaisi the nod, right? In faster time controls, he's such a great player up and coming. But I feel like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave over Naranyan is that's the one that kind of leans the blitz way.
Yeah, I feel that. I mean, SL Narayan, he plays a lot on Chess.com. He's a fantastic player in his own right. But we're talking about Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, a world blitz champion. I mean, he's a mainstay in the Speed Chess Championship, so I get you. I think that it's going to be tough sledding for Team MGD1. And even in the first round, right, we get to see those lopsided pairings because board 1 plays board 4. Danny, I'm really excited to get this one going because I think that every single matchup, every single round, there will be some great games.
I love that you said the board 4, board 1 matchup, because again, in the end of a match, you're obviously focused on whatever dramatic game is going down there. But a lot of these matches are won early on. Those upsets can happen for your team, right? If Savita can somehow, scathe Alexander Grishuk in the first game, like what does that do for MGD1's chances for the rest of the day, right? So pay attention, fans. We got more than 5,000 of you on Twitch. I'll pull up YouTube here as well. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm pumped. And I know the games are going to be starting any moment now. So here we go. All right, good.
I was going to say, I'm really excited because in board 4 versus board 1, you see that the board 4 players, they have the white pieces. So it's not an automatic win for those 2,700 plus players. I mentioned Vaishali. She beat Supi. He was playing for the Brazil Capybaras. He's beaten Magnus Carlsen in that famous fishing pole game. So we do see these upsets happen. So with the white pieces, you need to score some points. I mean, that would be huge for your team's chances if you're the board 4 for either Team MGD1 or Blitz.
It's a great point because, at the highest levels of chess, playing white with the first move, a huge advantage. And even if some of these names are not, the most recognizable right away, they are very strong chess players. And when you have that first move advantage in terms of preparation and being able to guide the game down a line that you want, that's how upsets happen. And an upset is just a draw, right? The lower rated player, all they need to do, they don't need to strike a deadly blow, even just getting a half point, kind of nicking away at the potential of the top board. So I love that the lower rated players start out with white in the first games. All right, you talked about Savita's chances. What kind of chances do we give Demonte against Arjun?
She's very experienced in the Pro Chess League. I know the time control this year, 10 minutes plus 2-second increment, but she has that experience. She's played all these top players before. I just think Arjun is too strong. I want to give her praise. She deserves praise. But Arjun Erigaisi, when it comes to the quickest time controls, he was an absolute beast in the World Rapid Chess Championship. Magnus Carlsen may have won the tournament, but Arjun Erigaisi, I think by performance rating, was number 2. He didn't finish with the silver medal, but he played an absolutely superb tournament. So when Arjun Erigaisi plays, you just have to look at him, that stoic, composure, and say he is likely going to be the better player. And even with the black pieces, I think he has this one.
We've gotten to know that room pretty well. I've also gotten my OCD to calm down as I look at that very disorganized shelf behind Arjun. Every time we see him on camera now, I'm like, is anyone going to dive in there and at least color code the thing? Like, what is going on, right? I mean, no?
Hey, Danny, you have 4 kids. He is not one of them. Yeah. Leave him alone. And he actually showed us a bunch of his stuffed animals and trophies on his shelves during the Champions Chess Tour. So maybe there is some organization to what seems like
the
a
madness
mess behind them. Yeah, exactly.
Method to the madness. Okay. Well, we'll be getting to know that room very well over the next coming years, of course. So I guess I'm going to have to let it go. Yeah. And the games have started. I believe we are off, Robert. E4 on board 1. This is the battle between board 2, obviously, for the MGD1 playing black, and board 3 for the Blitz.
Yeah, and look at the rating disparity here. Narayanan, he's 2673. He's a fantastic player. He is playing a modern. Danny, this shows us that he wants to win from the very first few moves.
Yeah, Narayanan is playing a hyper-aggressive approach with the modern being G6 and Bishop G7. Now A6, you're really trying to throw in there the potential to expand on the queen side. But okay, White already has an edge in these positions as long as White knows how to use the space advantage they get. I like these Tiger moderns with the move Bishop G5 here, but that's because dubious openings have always been my thing.
Bishop G5 is a perfectly good move. I'm going to be hard on you later in the show. Don't do it to yourself this early. Self-deprecation takes the fun out of it for me. Come on.
So Bishop G5, one of the things about it, just to talk, is you add a little bit of dysfunction to Black's development of the E-pawn, and if Black ever pushes an H-pawn around the king side, that's a weakness that can later be taken advantage of. So jokes aside, putting the bishop there can kind of be an odd line. You also have this idea of Bishop E3 after H6, Queen D2, and kind of a typical sort of Yugoslav attack. So, but we see that Boyer a little thrown off here by Narayanen's modern, or at least pretending to be, as he's now already down almost a minute and a half on the clock.
It's a shocking clock management here because
Yeah.
you have to just play. You know that it's early on in this game. He plays bishop c4, inviting b5 with tempo, but then just going to drop the bishop back to b3. That's going to be safe and secure there, and it does eye this f7 pawn. But I think that black typically wants to adopt a setup with pawn to e6, blunting this bishop's diagonal. So, Danny, I really just worry about the clock management. I know 8 minutes, 37 seconds sounds like a lifetime to all those bullet maniacs that are playing on Chess.com. But against a strong player like Narayanen, you need all the time you can have.
Yeah, and rapid as we know is the maybe it's the future of chess. The balance where you really see preparation still make a huge difference, but players not have 6 hours on the clock to solve a problem they might be faced with. So rapid means that Narayanen is going to have preparation, knowing what he know what to do in this line. You can't get yourself that far down on the clock if you're Boyer and expect to be happy about it. At least not in all 4 games today. We'll see how this one plays out. Okay, D6 played. Boyer has choices
For you.
Yeah.
Is this like the slowest moving Pro Chess League game ever?
Yeah, seriously, these guys, I don't know if they got the memo that this is I'm all jacked up. I've had 2 cups of coffee here in my get ready for Gotham Knights mug here today. Levy Rosman, shout out to you and the Wingardium Levy Rosman. But okay, yeah, these guys are really, really slowing down the pace here. Maybe I need to slow down.
Well, we see that White is developing. This looks like a great setup for Boyer here. All of the minor pieces out except for the dark square bishop. He can play to e3 or g5 later, and he's going to castle his king. That said, in a modern approach, we see a bishop staring down at the center. Here comes the knight. Eventually, b5, encountering the bishop is possible as well. And the pieces will stare at White's pawn. So White has the advantage in terms of control the center with the pawns, but Black will try to counter that with the pieces. But Danny, I mean, this is so early and they're spending so much time. I feel like both are unfamiliar with this opening.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's one side surprised one with the modern. Maybe then Boyer surprised him with the bishop c4 approach rather than some of these, the Austrian structures with f4 sometimes are a little more common. Black getting under pressure a little early there with e5. Here comes queen e2, which also has the c5 idea. So, all right, we'll come back to this as these guys wake up. Maybe we need to slip them some coffee. Let's check in with our bird's eye view and just remind everybody that every game in this matchup between MGD1 and the Blitz is underway. We don't see any moves there between Savitha and Grishuk, but okay, we'll check on that a little bit. What position has your fancy? I see a Scandinavian. Hi guys, it's me, John, over there in Irigaisi versus Demonte Cornet.
That's in the top left. That was a Scandinavian. John Bartholomew is somewhere. He is about to make a video on that game because Scandinavian is not seen at the highest level very often. We'll pull up that board as we wait for the final game to start between Grishuk and Savitha Sri. But Arjun Erigaisi, like Narayanen, his board too, they're making their intentions clear. They want to win this game. They want to pick up points. And he played a Scandinavian, something you only see from Ludwig Agren at these highest levels, right? He may be the top streamer in the world. Good for him. But you don't see it from the top chess players. Sorry, Ludwig. You're still great. Don't worry. We love you. But knight c3, the queen has to go. You've already moved your queen twice, getting kicked around. But in return for that, Danny, look at how quickly Arjun is playing. He's just going after pawns. He should not take this pawn. There's just no way you take this pawn on b2 with the rook sliding in front of the queen and then getting this pawn on b7. But Diamante, she is not afraid. That's the best news you can have if you're a Blitz fan. Well, it's funny to say that, by the way, a Blitz fan. Like, everyone loves Blitz chess, but the team is also called Blitz. Kevin Bordy, you're a genius.
It's almost like the branding was thought out. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's what I was saying. Kevin Bordy is brilliant.
Yeah. The Kevin Bordy, if you don't know him, Blitz Stream, one of the top streamers in France. I didn't say chess streamer, I said streamers in France. He's actually, I believe, streaming right now, his own team's point of view, being the captain for the Blitz. I want to go back to what you said about Demonte showing that she's not afraid. I agree, and one of the ways we can kind of judge that is the clock, right, Robert? You see that she's actually, or at least when I started this monologue, she was up about 45 seconds. She's also doing just fine on the board, and so I think one of the best early signs you can see for a potential upset is that the lower rated player doesn't come overthinking it, right? Doesn't come scared, if you will. And because no matter what, these games are going to come down to time pressure. They're going to come down to testing your nerves in the end. And if you have more time on the clock against a stronger player, much better chances. So, and by the way, I love the Scandinavian for white. Jokes aside, and I love my boy John Bartholomew, but I think White's position is pretty simple to play here. The queen's going to come to d2. You can castle actually to either side of the board. That pawn on f3 can sometimes accelerate g4 very quickly, depending on where you want to put that king. And if that pawn gets going, you might quickly be launching into a kingside sort of pawn storm. So it's interesting because the bishop that came to g4 earlier, Robert, inducing the pawn to f3, you would argue that made that knight go to a less active square on e2, but these positions are very easy to play for White, and I'm already liking De Monte's chances against Arjun Erigaisi here. Really, not kidding.
And Arjun, he may want De Monte to castle kingside, so he'll castle queenside, and then it's a matter of whose king will be safer. The White king looks very safe and tucked away there, and this black queen is just misplaced. You have to watch out for this d5 shot. Not now, because the bishop is loose on e3. That's part of the reason why Black induced the move f3 is if this pawn were on f2, the game would be over. You just push your pawn d5, you win material. But with this bishop loose, you cannot play d5 just yet. Queen d2, your suggestion, Danny, looks very natural to me because Black really does not want to take this pawn on b2 with rook b1 coming and take on b7. But she plays queen d2, and the eval bar doesn't like it. So, Danny, is there a way for Black to scoop up this pawn? I feel like it doesn't look good, but the eval bar is suggesting that Black is doing just fine.
I don't know the theory at this point. Queen d2 obviously brings d5, okay, as an option and a threat because it guarded the bishop. But no, Arjun already knows what to do. Plays knight to a5, and that looks like it's the problem. The bishop, if it goes to b3, Black will snatch up the bishop pair. And if you go to d3, I think Black will take b2 because the knight guards b7. Is that it?
I'll show that. The queen takes b2, rook b1, queen a3, and guess what? You're not taking on b7 because the knight defends it. And the eval bar saying Black is only slightly better, and that for a pawn, that's pretty good news for Whites because Black's king is still in the center, and you're not fully coordinated. That said, I don't think she wants to give up a pawn at this stage. I think she should slide her bishop back to b3, allow the knight to capture it. At least you get a capture towards the center. Your rook is developed on a starting square. That's some good news. But I think Arjun, he's getting the imbalance that he wants, Danny. It's all you can ask for versus a strong international master like De Monte, Elite, Cornet. So I think that Arjun, he's doing the right thing, but she's also playing quite well herself.
Agreed. And also, if we look at the clock, it's sort of shifting back the direction where the favorite is showing why he is one of the strongest and most aggressively rising stars from India. I think he's happy with the double-edged position he got. So, all right, let's back out and take a look at all four games quickly again. The bird's eye view, as we like to call it, reminds everybody that four games are still in action. One eval bar has my attention, which is Narayanan quickly turned that modern into an edge for Black over there against Boyer. I know we already talked about that game, Robert, but I mean, oh my gosh, 95 on the board. We got to go back to it. That game by far has our spiciest action. So let's go check that out. How did a pawn get on b2, and why is a knight hanging on e5? Robert, you're the grandmaster. Go.
All right, let's go back in time. b5 was played, b4 was played, and Boyer says, I am not a boy, I'm a man. And he goes e5, hitting this knight on f6. Take my knight on c3. Good for you. And after e takes, bishop takes, White could have just taken this pawn on c3, and we see the eval bar saying that White is actually slightly better with more development. But up to h6, the bishop goes. Pawn takes pawn, the rook slides over. But look at Black's a-pawn. Here it comes. Yeah. a4, a3 is the idea. I don't know why you can't just take this pawn. But instead, Boyer castles. And after a4, bishop c4, a3, you have a cemented pass pawn 1 square away from promotion. And White says, let me go. I am going after your king. And Black says, no. Pawn to e6. Your attack is on the verge of fizzling out. And White currently is down 2 pawns, Danny, in this position. And there's a protected pass pawn on b2. I think this has gone a little bit too far if you're Boyer.
Yeah, it's how often you see a protected pass pawn on b2 with this many pieces on the board. I mean, we are in rare territory here, everybody. And yeah, it shows that if White had played a move like maybe a4, Robert, if we want to back up a couple moves instead of castles to prevent Black from cementing that protected pawn, maybe this was the way to go, at least closer to equal. I don't know what else the computer liked besides stopping a4, but maybe just take the pawn. Okay, yeah. In fact, simple chess, win the pawn back. Okay, fascinating. I will say this, though, as we get back to the live position. Despite the eval bar greatly favoring black, and for good reason, that is a pawn on b2. This is not an easy position for black to play should time pressure commence, right? Because your king is stuck in the center. That bishop on h6 is preventing castles, at least for the time being. And so there's positions we talk about that are blunderable, right? Yes, the computer says black is winning, but humans make mistakes in positions when their king is stuck in the center and they don't have a lot of time on the clock. So let's keep our eye on this one. This is going to be fun, I think.
Yeah, actually, just to show a quick variation of how things can get spicy, like if white takes this bishop and the black knight takes back, d5, let's go. I'm trying to checkmate this king. And if you play e5, maybe there are permanent weakness in the light squares. Here comes f4. The position will be cracked open. This is not just a shell that you can hide behind. No, white has pawns. They're going to bring up the board, open some files. And you see the eval bar actually suggesting that it's hovering around the middle. That's not just a draw. That's just dynamic equality. Black up 2 pawns with a passer on b2, but white with the attack. So I'm with you, Danny. We can't just call off white's chances here. Black needs to be very, very careful.
Yeah. No, I love that line with knight takes d7 and d5. I mean, it is a position that is easier for white to play, and we talk about that a lot, right? Bold strategy, Cotton. First dodgeball reference of the day. Can we get that guy a diamond membership? Whoever that guy is, let's get him a 1-month diamond membership. I'm feeling generous today. A bold strategy, throwback to you, dodgeball. You can dodge a wrench today, Robert, but you can't dodge a ball.
And Danny, we don't have to wait to see if it pays off. It did just pay off. That person won a diamond membership. So good on you.
Bold strategy, Cotton. Okay. Speaking, you talk about dynamic imbalances. I think we got to go check out a game that is full of dynamic imbalances. I'm dying to go check out my boy MBL, the Frenchman with 3 names. He's playing black in a position where white has the bishop pair, but black has what seems to be the more coordinated pieces, with the queen coming to d6 and likely a quick doubling on the d file. So I'm liking MVL's position here as black, even though I do love the dark square bishop for white.
Oh, that's a menace in the position. It just slices across the entire board. The single best piece is this bishop. But look what MVL is doing. He is putting his own bishop on d5, protected by a pawn. It's kind of connect 4, where your bishop is actually a bishop, not just a pawn here. And this bishop on g2 is useless. So sure, queen c3 threatens checkmate in 1. Black can simply defend that square and say, what next? And maybe this knight that's on b6 is dominated by a pawn 3 squares away. This knight can go back to, nope, not there, to d7, and then maybe even up to e5. And don't count out pawn to f4 for black. Let's go for an attack because this pawn is on h3. Daddy, you were kind of highlighting this in the other game, in the Narayana game, in the modern, that you wish your pawn were back on h2 because f4 is not scary if you have another pawn defending the square. f4 is a lot scarier when this g3 pawn is loose. So kind of wish you could take it back.
No, and I love that that plan is sort of supported by the move that you highlighted. Bishop to d5 from Maxime wasn't just because he loves Connect 4, by the way. It's one of his favorite board games, second only to chess. But actually supporting e4, allowing the pawn to advance to start to pry open white's kingside. We often say the best pawn moves around a king's castle is to move them backward because you never are happy usually when you advance them in the middle game and your king side becomes weaker. So I like Maxime's chance. Okay, maybe we're being a little bit MBL bias here. Obviously, Grandmaster Guha knows what he's doing. That bishop on b2 is a menace. We should probably just highlight that queen to c3 could be played at any moment to threaten checkmate on g7. It doesn't do more than that at this time, but when you ever have those types of power moves on the board, you have to remember, because the phrase is it may not work now, but it might work on a future move. And if you do anything else wrong, you leave a piece undefended, some other threat, when those types of powerful threats are possible, that's how bad things happen. So let's watch out for that.
But I've heard anything is possible. So you're telling me just,
anything is possible,
But Danny, your point is well taken. I know I'm supposed to be the serious one, and yet I'm the one just distracting us. But I do think that another important line to show is that if white plays d3, trying to break down this pawn chain, you have to watch out for moves like e3 because this pawn is loose on g3. Like you really need this pawn back on h2 because if you think you're taking here, in comes the black queen, and that's why you want your pawn h2 so you protect the square. This would be devastating.
It's funny. I don't know how we got here, but speaking of the idea I was talking about in the modern, the Tiger modern for white, I am sure at some point Maxime put the bishop on g4 and deuced h3 and backed it up. Like without knowing exactly what the opening was, we don't have to, but that's an idea. There you go. That's an idea that's kind of advanced. And I think sometimes for our viewers, they look at that and question the loss of time, the loss of tempi. Time is critical in chess, but when you're thinking about the bigger picture, one of the factors we always try to instill in our students is the only pieces that can't undo their decisions are the pawns. So high-level chess is often about inducing weaknesses, creating open squares, moves that your opponent ultimately will wish they could take back. And so I just think that's a super instructive point if Maxime does eventually break through with an F4. By the way, though, look at Rook C3 by Guha. He's opening up that third rank, bro. He wants that Rook on G3 if F4 comes. I really like that move.
Yeah, and I saw a chat, by the way, a featured chat saying G6 connect 4. G6 would maybe be the worst move on the board that doesn't lose material because you're opening up this bishop for a checkmating attack. So I know I've been joking about connect 4. Do not just connect your pawns. That's a different board game.
I love it. No, it's funny. We rarely laugh at move suggestions just for the reference, but that wasn't a you chat, but it was like funny because the way Robert said, like G6 would quite literally be the worst move on the board. It would. Speaking of pawn moves, you'll wish you could take back. That would be one. So be careful. Does Connect 4 count if one's a bishop? That's a fair question. We will get the Connect 4 rulebook out at some point today, and get back to you on that. So. All right, on that note, there's only one game we haven't really gotten to if we want to get back to our bird's eye view, and that is the game between Savitha, board 4 for MGD1, and Alexander Grishuk. Actually, we haven't gotten to two games, but maybe let's go check on that board 4 versus board 1 battle and see how Sasha is faring with the black pieces there.
I think this is as good as it gets for a board 4. Look at this position, Danny. There's not an advantage that I can see for black. The queen for her is nicely centralized right now. How could you complain here? I think that Grishuk is hoping that in an endgame, or at least in a whittled down middle game with queen and rook on the board, because a pair of rooks is likely to get traded at some point, that he can maybe move b4 and chisel at white's queen side. And in the endgame, having the pawns in the center will be advantageous. But actually, the move queen e2, that looks like it was an imprecise one because the EVA bar just started sinking.
Well, and the other advantage here, I love the idea of b4. Of course, it pries open the bishop on the dark square diagonal. But the long-term advantage of the bishop versus the knight in a structure like this, as long as there's one other piece to help, like a rook on the board, is usually more than people realize. Because with pawns on both sides of the board, the bishop spying those pawns, if you combine a black rook on a second rank, the knight often feels frustrated, less of a knight, more of a donkey in terms of keeping up with a bishop that can pry and put pressure on the diagonal. So it's not as fancy. Oh my gosh, we already have a victory. Okay, I wanted to finish my point about bishop and knight before the mate happened, but darn it, Narayanan was too fast. Let's go to that board and see how checkmate has occurred.
What just?
Dude, I feel so bad. I wanted to make the instructive point, but I should have let the commentator and me come out instead of the teacher, because I was watching this game over here on my monitor. I'm like, holy crap, bishop takes h2 is coming. If you back up to bishop takes h2, this was when I saw it. The white queen was on c6, and Narayanan finds bishop takes h2 to start to pry open the white king, and things just get bad from here.
This is a beautiful sequence because most people think it's about winning the bishop. That gets you checkmated on d7. Yep. But knight comes to e5. The queen cannot protect the g4 square. It goes to its only safe square over there, and then bam, give me that bishop. The king just gets checkmated on h4. We're not laughing because about the players. It's just you have to laugh, otherwise you cry. This king made it on h4. Yep.
Beautiful. Give it to me. Give me that gushy stuff right there. That's an attack right there that we're going to remember for the rest of the day. That was a fun moment. And Narayanan showing that, hey, maybe I was wrong saying that MBL is the best board 2 between these two teams. Narayanan came to play, and he strikes first for MGD1.
But look at the top left and the bottom left. The bar is all the way down in black's favor. It looks like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's missing his G-pawn, but so is white. And the top left, Demonte, she is down to just a few seconds against Arjun Erigaisi, who is mopping it up. It looks like his king is very safe, and she's about to get checked. Which game should we tune in for the final move?
They're both instructive. We got opposite code bishop attacks for Erigaisi. Look at that bishop on that long diagonal, and the white bishop on c2 feeling useless. Or we go see MVL get it done because the G-pawn prophecy came to fruition. Let's go back to MVL's game. I mean, or you choose. This is so much pressure.
I put the MVL game up. It looks like he is just taking everything that's offered to him. If this bishop were on a1 and the queen could line up, there might be a checkmate. But black won on the position, black won on time, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has won Danny's heart a long time ago, and he is winning more chess games.
good to see him back where he belongs. Sitting
did
on a
you see that?
couch. What
Wait, is NBA wearing a Blitz jersey?
is that a jersey they've made?
I think
Dude,
he has a Blitz jersey on.
They've got it figured out there. I think the Blitz
Yeah,
are. Look at that,
look. That's a Blitz jersey.
Maxime. Hey, buddy. I love you. Okay, let's go back to Iragaiski's game because unfortunately, Demonte Dulit Cornet is resigning because it's going to be checkmate on H2. So a lot of these games finishing in rapid fire succession at this moment.
Yeah, and this was clear from the early stages that Arjun Iragaisi was playing for a win. He gets that W, a big one for MGD1, who goes up 2-1. And now the big question with one game remaining, Danny, is will Alexander Grishuk, the board 1, be able to take down Savita Shri, the board 4 for India? Because that game is still going, and it's not clear that he is going to get a win.
Yeah, I just saw that comment from Feature Chat. I was literally about to say that phrase. Black pieces dominating early on in this particular matchup. Black has won all 3 games. Just fun little fact. So good call out, Chat. You stole my thunder. I was just about to say that. All right. If Grishuk wins, we will have a 4-0 sweep for the second move. So much for playing the white pieces, huh?
Yeah, no, this is supposed to be a first move advantage, but the higher rated players for both teams have had black. But look at Savitha go here. She brings her knight to e4. This knight can capture the bishop at some moment. I just want to back up a second here. And a lot of people would say, give me this bishop. Your king has to take. But black doesn't just have to take over here. You can actually take on b2 first, hitting the rook, taking the knight next. And we already saw what happened when Narayanan got a pawn on b2. You don't want to give Grishuk that same pass pawn. So instead, b takes c3 is played. That bishop is still under threat. The queen slides into e5. But Danny, Savitha, with her knight on e4, yes, her pawn structure is worse with the split pawns over here, but she's hanging in there.
Yeah, we often talk about the only real way for a knight to compete with a bishop in an open board, in a position with pawns on both sides, is to be centralized, right? You have to have a knight that is more of an octopus and can kind of reach all different squares quickly. So Savitha knows that. She's going to use the queen and knight, the dynamic duo, as best she can. I still give Grishuk the long-term edge here, not just because of the positional problem on the c3 square, but look at the clock. Savitha is under a minute. Grishuk knows how to use a time advantage. We normally see him in a position down this much on time.
Yeah, and the big problem is a knight gets dominated by a bishop. It's already dominated by a pawn 3 squares away, but a bishop takes away even more squares, f6, d6, c5, and g5. That knight can't go anywhere, which means after f5, the knight would have to go back to g3. The knight goes there voluntarily, but that's even better for Grishuk because he doesn't have to push his pawn forward and expose his king. I think he can just swap one pair of rooks, Danny, and after the rook takes back, bring this rook down to
rook
b2.
Yeah,
just
I
slam
was actually
it
going
there.
to say he can probably play rook b2 right away even. The rook is defended on d8 by the bishop. If you want to kind of build the tension, rook b2 immediately. Capturing on d8 only reroutes that bishop to the b6 square with the rook on b2 and the bishop on b6. The only long-distance relationship that's been working as long as the rook and bishop is...
Ours.
That's right.
Oh!
We might be the only long-distance relationship.
You didn't expect that, Danny?
You did it. I mean, I just feel like very rarely do you make me blush. You just did it.
you know why?
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. No,
I was going to say, by the way, he went for this idea, and here comes the long-distance relationship everyone wants to see. Bishop's coming to b6. Go ahead.
I was going to say that you're always the one making those awkward jokes. So now you've unfortunately influenced me, and here I am. But how
the tables have turned. The tables have turned. King h1. It's an awkward move. I mean, the only thing more awkward than a king on h1 is a queen on h1. I'm speaking from experience.
Oh, don't bring up that reference because I was there with you. That hurt. I'm still in pain about it.
That was something that almost killed our long-distance relationship, my chess that day.
Yeah, you better cry. I mean, this king's also crying in the corner because if the bishop comes to c7 and black plays h5, h4, just to kick this knight away, there might be checkmate. This rook on a1 tied down to both the 8. Wow, what kind of super GM move is that? Like, you're on the attack, you just trade queens to liquidate into a winning rook and minor piece ending because f5 kicks this knight out of there, you win f2.
F2 falls.
Super GM and superhero.
Super GM by day, superhero by night, and right now he's making this look easy. Good old fashioned family fun. Just it's clean, it's technical, rated PG.
This knight on G3 is horrible. Right? It can't leap forward anywhere. The only square it has available is F1. So Grishuk is just going pawn grabbing now. I like what she's doing. Savita going after these 2 pawns here. But I just imagine that this bishop slides to this diagonal, keeps the king locked at home, and there's going to be a back rank check.
Yeah, and even rook takes c3 immediately probably possible to hit the knight if you want, because rook takes e6 met by king f7, I think. So there's a lot of options here for Grishuk. He's going to take his time and ensure that Black is going to get 4 victories to start off this match. The only thing more devastating for the white pieces is how Danya Naroditsky heard about our relationship. And that's awkward. That's like the modern day. You're watching a show and you find out that someone else is more important than you.
It feels like the modern day Cyrano de Bergerac. Did you see the new version of that?
I haven't actually. Is it good?
Okay, next time you go on a flight, just for the musical feels, just watch it.
Okay. All right. Well, Grishuk takes his time before playing e5. Wow, what a move though. Doesn't even play the obvious forcing moves. Makes a simple advance of the e pawn. And I saw chat calling me out for digging at Grishuk's time skills. If you've ever watched Alexander Grishuk play in one of his many candidates tournaments, by the way, the guy has played in the candidates more times than anybody at this point. He has a habit of getting himself under time pressure, but it's also one of the things that makes him great while in time pressure. And in time controls like this, rapid and blitz, Alexander Grishuk, of course, a world blitz champion at one point in his career. That's why he is a sought-after free. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice today. He's a sought-after free agent in the Pro Chess League. Those who've been following for since this all began know that Sasha is a guy that everybody wants on their team.
For sure, because he's played in 5 candidates tournaments, and he is a 3-time World Blitz champion. Of course you want that guy on your roster, and he's pinning this knight, but he has now done under a minute, Danny, and if he's not careful and allows the rook behind the passed pawn, that could be troublesome, but he can't push his pawn to e3 and bishop to f2. Yeah. That's, I think, going to be the winning strategy.
I think that'll be fun. If e3, king h2, f4 renews the threat of bishop to g3, it just gets nasty. He's calculating it as we speak. By the way, shout out to Savitha. She's been living off the increment here for quite a while, but it's not over yet.
Wow, you said it's not over yet. She's living in the increment. She literally loses on time. So, Danny,
Joshua Chamberlain strikes again.
Yeah. Now that is an old school Pro Chess League reference. But Alexander Grishuk, he may be old school, he may be a veteran, but he has helped his team tie the first round 2-2. So, Danny, those 4 games in the books, no big surprises with the heavy rating favorites winning their games.
Yeah, all 4 of the top seeds win, which is why Black goes 4-0, because all 4 of the top seeds were playing Black. It's honestly hard to pick out who was the most impressive, right? I think they all got the job done. Narayanen's game, though, how often are you going to checkmate someone on h4? I think that goes for the game of the round in my book.
Yeah, a little help from his opponent by allowing him to establish that pass pawn, but finding those crazy tactics, finishing with a flourish was Narayanen. I'm with you. I think that was game of the round. Both sides, both teams had their higher rated players winning, board 1 and board 2 with Black, but it's only going to get tougher as the matchups get more and more even.
And the matchups will continue. They will get more and more even, as Robert says, and we're going to take a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. The Pro Chess League, again, is underway. We're so excited to be here. When we come back, it's the round 2 matchups between MGD1 and the Blitz. Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Mitch on and on.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, it's But I believe when we're talking in the 60s and 70s, early 80s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment in the press conference where I was trying to do my job. Not get very excited, and also I had not had time to connect. In fact, I really wanted to calm down and think of the next game because I knew this was wounded and I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over, so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. I mean, you can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already. He must have been exhausted and waiting for me. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands because we're not going to come from it.
Welcome back, everybody. The Pro Chess League underway yet again today. We've already had the first round between the teams MGD1 and the Blitz in the books. No big surprises yet. All the favorites won. And your favorite, Robert Hess, is here. So everyone's getting what they want today. My favorite, your favorite. No Danya. Everyone's happy.
Well, I think now people are going to be mad at you. We know how many fans Danya has. But this format is excellent, right? Even if your commentary leaves a little bit to be desired on occasion, the format, the league is awesome.
The format is hot. The league is awesome. Let's remind everybody, we talked a lot about roster construction, the rules of the lineups, the game within the game there. Let's remind fans refamiliarizing themselves. Wow, I nailed that word, refamiliarizing. I said it without stumbling. Themselves with the format of the league. That it's kind of simple. It's a massive Swiss. It's an elimination Swiss over the next 3 weeks. After week 1, teams will face those with the same record. This process continues. Ultimately, what you need to know is this. 3 wins by a team secure them a spot in the playoffs. 3 losses secure elimination that they will not be competing in the playoffs that season, Robert.
It's pretty simple. Win 3 matches, you go through the playoffs. Lose 3 matches, you're gone. So I think that it's straightforward for these teams. And a lot of these teams are very neck and neck. I mean, there isn't much separation because of the rating cap. So even the teams that have Magnus Carlsen, we saw that they almost lost to the Cobras, who had a Wonder Liang, a great player, but rated 26-30, 26-40 on board 1. There will be a lot of parity in this league.
Yeah, and one of the best parts about that process is one of the things we've had historically. I just want to talk about this because I'm very excited about it. We've been doing this for years, Robert. One of the problems you have historically in any team league is at some point you have a team that's like 8-0 on the season playing a team that's 0-8, and the dynamics of that matchup can be imbalanced, right? The content might not be as good because one team just might be more dominant than the other. The way this works is throughout the season, fans, every single matchup is going to be based on how they're doing, which means by definition, if you're winning a lot, you're going to be playing a team that's also winning a lot. And so the stakes only get bigger. And even if you're losing, you're fighting against teams who are in a similar spot, literally fighting for their lives. And so you always have that pairing that draws your attention because there's something at stake and no real major imbalances there. So anyway, very excited about that. I'm also very excited about round 2. Which matchup do you have circled that we're about to jump into, Robert?
Wow. I mean, look at this. The powerhouses have the white pieces. I'm going to circle the matchup between Alexander Grishuk and Mitraba Guha. I think that Guha against MVL, it got out of hand. He was in time trouble. But I think when he's at his best, we saw him in the Chess.com Global Championship. He is capable of taking some points off these higher-rated Grandmasters. He is a GM himself. He's super strong. I think that's the best chance for any of the 4 low-rated players to score an upset.
I think you're right. That has to be the game that the MGD1 have circled coming in here. You got to get an upset at some point to have a chance to win the match, unless you assume your top work will always get it done. But I think that's an opportunity. Of course, having the black pieces for Guha is going to be hard against Grishuk, but we'll see what he can do. Here, having the black pieces against Arjun Iragaisi is going to be hard. We know that for Mihail Boyer.
Yeah, especially if Boyer plays the way he just did against Narayanan. That was wild stuff. And Arjun Iragaisi, I called him an agent of chaos during the Champions Chess Tour. He thrives in commotion. So we see it's at the start of Queen's Gambit decline. An early h6, just stopping this bishop from getting to g5, where it often pins this knight. So I think that for Boyer, it's good to get off the common opening threads. You're making a sideline variation happen, and that way you're forcing Arjun just to play at the board. Maybe Boyer escapes the opening with more preparation in his book rather than his opponents.
Well, I love that he's paying attention to his camera framing, too. Can we get Fabi to pay attention to that? Fabi, when you look at what Boyer just did, he paid attention to his camera frame because he appreciates the fans want to see his full face and not just his lovely curly hair. Fabi.
Wow, well, I think Boyer's going to need to play like Fabi to take down Iragaisi. But that is a good shout-out. Players too often go with the 5-head cam. They're like leaning over. They don't remember that they're on camera. But, it happens because they're so focused on the chess. And, well, Danny, this opening, it kind of became a Catalan from a Queen's Gambit decline. This bishop is out on d6 rather than its typical spot on e7. And I feel like this approach for black, what is this knight c6?
But before we can even talk about the approach that's already the awkward h6, bishop on d6, a bit more of a target in this structure than it is on e7. But the knight on c6 blocking the c-pawn, okay, it invites this move. Iragaisi says, all right, I'll call your bluff. I'm going to gain a tempo. I'm going to play b4. I'm going to put the black squared bishop on f4. I'm going to dominate the dark squares, and I'm going to crush you on the queen side with my pawn storm.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't like it. I'm going to be honest. That this pawn is often supposed to go to c5 to compete for the center. Now white has full central control. The only pawn break that black has is e5. b6 is another pawn break, but white just goes forward with b4. And Arjun Castle, quickly, I liked your idea of starting with b4. I'm just going to show that on the analysis board because if you play b4 to start with and black plays b6, you often have to contend with this move b5 because if your knight goes back to b8, well, that knight gets locked in after a move like c6. You're not going to be very happy about the piece being there. So you often have to go to the rim, and maybe you're okay because you're fighting to break down this pawn chain, but your bishop stinks. These pawns look really strong here. It's kind of a fighting chance for black, but if you don't make the most of it in the near future, you're just going to be strategically lost.
Well, I agree with you that b4 seemed like the more challenging approach for Arjun. And note that Boyer doesn't have to be asked twice to prevent it. Back to the live game, he played a5. Now, again, I still like white structure, and here comes bishop f4, making sure that e5 is not a breakthrough the black will get anytime soon. But But A5 is a good move, and you see that's why the computer's like, well, okay, it could have been worse, because now, to Robert's point, now B6 can come for black, and B6 can undermine that lead C pawn in the pawn chain, and white doesn't have the move B4 to reinforce it. So as awkward as it is in terms of how we got here, okay, and now, he just missed knight B5. He's just losing the pawn. Oh, my God.
Yeah, he can't believe it himself. He said the same thing. I think he said "Mon Dieu" in French, because that is, you got to pardon his French. He just dropped a pawn on C7. And the thing about this is your knight is off on F6 to go back to E8. You get defensive for a second to protect. Your knight just went up to E4. So he just drops a pawn in this position. It's all Arjun Erigaisi and MG D1.
It's so funny because, by the way, if he had played B6, your idea, now that B4 was prevented, I think the position is much more dynamically balanced. He plays knight E4. What an interesting blunder to learn about this structure, that suddenly that C7 pawn is undefendable. And we're about to get another mate on H4. I love you, Boyer. I don't necessarily know you that well yet. We're going to get to know each other real well this season, but you're about to go 0-2, buddy, and this is already in desperation town.
Yeah, because Black's king is now loose in addition to being down a pawn. Even if you win back your material, which you probably aren't, you are going to be in harm's way on the king side. So that's bad news for the Blitz. I mean, they're trusting him to put up a fight, but we do have other games going on here. So why don't we hop on over to our four-board scene, because 2 other games I see have begun. Whoa, what is going on in the top right?
I was just about to say, Narayanan versus Demonte Dulit Cornet. That's the game we got to go to. It wasn't a King's Gambit, but it might as well have been. What in the world is going on in that game? White has a huge center. Black has taken a pawn on F4 and claimed that she wants to keep it with the move G5 to follow. And Robert, we got to back up to the Batcave analysis board. We go, what in the world was this opening? In English? What?
Yeah, with B6, and then White just threw all the pawns forward. And what is this? C4, E4, A3, and then after A5 to stop B4, F4. I mean, what in the world are we looking at?
If this is the future of chess, though, I will say sign me up, because I love the positions we're getting on the board. I haven't looked at a single one. No Berlin 12-move draws here yet, although Wesley and Hikaru haven't been paired yet. So we'll hold out hope for the most exciting draw at some point in the season. But here we go. We've got G5. The dynamics of this battle here, Robert. Sex apiece! Yes! Narayanan! Yes!
Danny, is this the first time you've seen a peace sacrifice in your life? I literally had to come on the commentary to tell you that.
That voice!
Danny, didn't you
I thought it was Morgan Freeman.
Who invited you?
I invited myself. Nobody ever invites me. I have to find the
heard
parties I want to attend and just storm in.
I think he heard that we were having a good time, that we didn't miss him, so he invited himself.
No, I heard you were talking about your long-distance relationship, and I got mad.
Oh, it's true. It's true. No, I mean, your and Robert's relationship is at least East Coast based, so it's not a direct challenge to your current affair. But anyway, well, Danya, I'm glad you're here. We've got a lot of exciting chess on the board. No, it's not the first time I've seen a peace sacrifice, but I feel like every game has been delivering so far, and I'm just loving it, man.
Wait, Danya, before you speak, it's the first time he's seen a correct peace sacrifice.
That could be true. The chat loves Danya. True. They're already letting us know. And Danya, seriously though, what are you doing
I think
here?
White's winning. I think this is like a Muzio Gambit, in the King's Gambit where White just leaves the knight on F3 and there's a pawn on G4 and White just chills and castles. Except here, White's castled queenside, which is even better. I mean, Queen G3 and Knight B5. Yep. I feel like we might have like a 10-move game.
No, this is exactly the type of gambit that you're referring to with the King's Gambit. For those who don't know the line, there are very, very famous back in the romantic days of chess where every piece sacrifice was good. I was supposed to be born in that era, and not this era where dubious piece sacrifices are often refuted. But this is a game right up my alley. I mean, I feel like White can play almost any move here, Danya, and the attack gets better. Like even C5 to play the bishop to C4, Knight D5 is a threat. Anything that starts to expand on the center is going to be very difficult for Cornet.
Yeah, man. I mean, when your king has no safe haven, even hypothetically, you're in trouble. Like even if Black gets to the king side, White will have plenty of attacking opportunities, running the H pawn, bishop D3, E5. I mean, Narayanan is such a dangerous player. I've always struggled against him in every time control.
I'm just taking back to Madrid for a second. I'm just enjoying this. I miss our comfy chairs that we had.
I know.
From the studio there at the Candidates.
I know. This feels really good though at home. I mean, this is this feels really good. You know, I don't know what else to say. I just want to listen to you two guys talk. I'm a very generous partner in this three-way. So
okay. Well, I'm going to take us away from here for the moment, just because I like the way.
What are you talking about? I'm a generous partner. You know that. Okay, go ahead.
You're a great co-commentator. Thank you, Danny. But I wanted to take our attention to board 1, Alexander Grishuk against Mitraba Guha for MGD1. That's board 3. Because Danya, he has a lot of experience with Grishuk. They commentated the World Championship together. So when you see your buddy play, Sasha Grishuk, he's taken on this league. What do you make of his position and just sort of having him in the league and on a roster?
Well, it's not ideal that Queen across the board, but if we have end games, then we have end game, and you play it well. It looks like Sasha's in a good position here, and he's down on time, that means the world continues to spin, and the sun has gone out in the morning.
Yep.
But F6 is a good move there by Black. I'm so excited to see Sasha play. It's just fun.
By the way, MGD1 not sporting the jersey that MVL was to represent the Blitz, but look at that custom T-shirt. You got the Pro Chess League over the right breast pocket. You got the MGD1 logo over the left. That's looking pretty sexy. Danya, your team, the Passers, you guys getting any swag? Any custom jerseys anytime soon?
The Cobras. It's like on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry, the Cobras. Cobras.
How dare you?
How dare you? I blacked out. That was just to make sure that Peter still has something to yell at me about. So I just gave him more ammo. There you go.
Peter has something to yell at everyone about.
All right, back to Sasha. Go ahead.
In our first match. Yeah, back to Sasha.
This is hilarious because all three of us are used to hosting, and now we're just like passing it to each other. Then we got to say back to the action. But I do have a quick question for you, Danya. When you were commentating with Grishuk, did you like impersonate him to his face? Like, did you accidentally slip into Sasha accent?
I did not. So I've never done that with anybody, except that there have been a couple times when I've interviewed like Grishuk, Wesley. Even Vishy, when the chat was just going crazy, or Gary, obviously, when the chat was going crazy, like, why are you not doing an impression? But there were a couple of times when he was sharing stories, and I was sitting there thinking, like, this is the most Grishuk moment of all time. Like, there was this one time that he was talking about, like, learning how to drive, and he said that right after he had learned and got in a car for the first time, he decided to just go out on the road. He said, and I was driving on the main road, and I didn't know where I was going. So I just decided then to go, and obviously saying this in Russian, but I go straight in the line and I go for 2 hours, and I didn't know where I was going, but I figured I would eventually reach the main road, and I went for many hours, and eventually I did reach the main road. I could just imagine Grishuk just like keeping his composure completely. Anyways, he's awesome. But yes, I've had that temptation, but I've decided to abstain when commentating with them.
I feel like that's the next level. The next level for you is doing commentary in the voice of the person you're impersonating with them as your co-commentator. So next time we have a chance to challenge you, not like we've ever done silly things like tried to slip words into broadcasts or other types of innuendos. We don't do things like that. It's a very professional approach when the three of us are together, for sure.
Oh, without question. By the way, Cornet actually has reacted to that peace sacrifice pretty well, gotta say. We don't have to go to that game. I'm like 2 minutes in the broadcast, and I'm already telling you what to do.
Hey, we love it when you're here. Let's do the thing where Danya imparts some great wisdom about the structure. I don't know how long we have you for. So we've got this interesting position, some awkward pieces, both sides having a knight that are awkward. Oh, I guess we are going to flip over. We are going to keep you with us, and we're going to go over to the Cornet game to see how the PSAC is going. So there we go. Producers are really the ones in charge here, and I'm happy to get your opinion on the PSAC.
They wanted to wait for you to say what to do so that they could do something else. Sasha's slightly better there, and me and Wisdom don't really go well together. But I was just mesmerized by this position because it looks like White's winning the piece back, right? Because the queen seems to have to move, and then White takes on d4. But Perhaps black has knight b3 check here. And then after king c2, it's time to rouse Mikhail Tal from the grave and ask him to find black's move. Is there something crazy here? Pesevich, maybe the tactical minds of our generation can speak up?
What can I just go to an endgame? Like, can we just trade queens and maybe go somewhere like that?
Speaking of tactical minds, simplifying into an endgame. Classic.
It's an equal pawn count.
Yeah.
And it's black's pawn structure is healthier. We only have 2 pawn islands now.
I was just about to say that it's an equal pawn count, but probably you prefer black. The knight has a home maybe on f5, I guess, and you've got the h file. Plus, the bishop on f1 has a hard time developing as long as the bishop on b7 is spying the g2 pawn. So, wow, look at that! Look at that!
It's played.
Oh, it's on the board. Here we go.
Yeah.
Queen
Danya,
g6.
quick question for
Yeah.
for you, by the way. It's from the chat. It's not from me. I don't have any questions for you. I barely talk to you. But Devious Coconut wanted to know who is the most underrated player here, in your opinion. I don't know if that means in this match or in the entire Pro Chess League.
Or amongst the commentary team. I already know the answer to that. Who's the most underrated?
Yeah,
Come on.
I'll let the chat figure that out. Man, in terms of the match, the league will have to take a rain check on that because there's so many like 2600s who are, just ridiculous. Like Mikola Bortnik, for example, I think is playing for the Gotham Knights. Yeah. He's 24-30 or whatever, and he just like tears most GMs to shreds in blitz matches. And there's quite a few players like that. In terms of this match, looking around the horn, I mean. Actually, Mihail Boyer played him a few times in Title Tuesdays, and I think he scored a ton of upsets. I think he's beaten me, he's beaten Hikaru. He's definitely no one to mess with, even though he did say Monzio and blunder a pawn in the opening. So maybe he'll make me... No, actually, he's got a pretty good position against Aragaisi.
I was going to say, I don't know what happened over there. He somehow made that game a game. Yeah.
Yeah, so Narayanan and Mihail Boyer are probably 2 people to watch.
Okay. In this particular matchup, I was going to call you out for the Mihail Boyer, nod just because Mihail hasn't had his best chess today. But okay, it's only been a game and a half, and right as we say that, he seems to be holding his own against Uragaisi. So okay, good calls. Danya, what are you doing today? What's your plans besides watch me and Robert for the rest of the show?
I'm going to watch you and Robert, and then I'm going to rewind the show and watch you and Robert again. I've got
the right answer.
It's a nice day.
Danya,
might play some basketball. Yeah.
Are you watching Danny to figure out if you want to slot him as a free agent on the Cobras? Is that why you're watching Danny here?
Well, Yes. I was going to say, given that by the way, no team has ever come knocking on my door to play for their... Now that you say that, Robert.
I feel like this is where Danya has to go, so he doesn't,
Let's get rid of Danya here. I just realized I've never been asked to play for a single Pro Chess League team. Like, it literally just dawned on me. Like,
Danny, if you need to pause the cry, I'm always happy to step in.
Right? Okay. I mean, it's probably because they assumed I was busy with commentary. That's all. That's all it was. So,
yeah, that's why I got asked in 2021 and other years to be on teams, right? Because they just assume that we're busy.
Okay, well, this has been great, guys. Danya, have a great day.
Thanks, Danny. You guys are great. This is so fun to watch. I'm having a great time watching you. So just wanted to say, in all seriousness, you're awesome, and I'm definitely going to watch the rest of this match.
Thanks, man, and good luck to the Cobras the rest of the way, and I'll try not to forget which team you play for next time. Love you, Peter.
Okay. Bye.
All right. That was great.
Mr. Neraditsky, he's gone. All right, well, we've got exactly what you predicted with this queen trade, Robert, and Demonte Dulit Cornet showing that she's going to stave off the piece sacrifice and maybe be better in this endgame. And by the way, well, never mind. She is down on the clock. I was going to say she's not too far down on the clock, but she is.
Yeah, no, it's time trouble for 1 minute remaining for black in this position. But she actually has very good chances. It's king on b3. Even though there are no queens on the board, it's a bit out in the open. The bishop on b7 is just an excellent piece. The rook on e8, staring down at this pawn e5. You're already trying to win this pawn. So I feel like she has a great chance to score an upset in this game. And after rook e3, maybe there's d6. That pawn is just pinned.
And she plays it instantly, still maintaining that 1 minute on the clock. The thing is this. She doesn't have to win this game to feel good about what happened. She is the lower rated player. She also is playing the black pieces. And by the way, she was probably losing at some point in the middle game, right? So this is a game where a draw feels like a win, not just for Cornet, everyone, but for the Blitz. And if we back up to the bird's eye view, I think the Blitz might need that game. I'm just looking at the fact that Iragaisi did come back and looks like he's about to convert against Mahel Boyer in an interesting one there.
The top left that game with the pass pawns for white, and white's also up like 3 pawns. But look at the bottom right, Danny. I feel like I'm watching one of those games, those romantic games that you've been talking about. Take me back to Zurich, 1953, a peace sacrifice to get a knight into d5 into Sicilian. Is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing the Sicilian with the white pieces? The answer is absolutely. He loves these kind of adventurous games.
Yeah, we should go to that game. We haven't checked on MBL versus Savitha Tree, at least on this one. By the way, we see the finish is there. Iragaisi does take down Mahel Boyer, so the first result is in the books. But let's go over to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Savitha Tree and maybe back up a few moves, Robert, just to show everybody how that d5 square became available. Because that's a powerful pony, but it cost something in order to get there.
Yeah, white threw the pawns forward up to g5. The knight takes the bishop with check. The pawn takes back. And after knight d7, here it comes. After knight c5, knight f5, giving up one knight. Because once the pawn captures, and you better capture, otherwise you're going to be in some trouble here, at least in the dark squares. Knight came into d5, and this is what top players do, Danny. They give up pieces at the right time, not speculative sacrifices. This is objectively correct, because if you take on c5, as kind of had to be played, after pawn takes, bishop takes f5, there is a sickening series of events, and I think it starts, I'm going to show it, with queen f3. This bishop is under attack. This queen is loose. So if you just make a careless move, the knight comes to f6 with check, and you lose the queen because you have to react to this knight over here. So, Danny, I think you might even have to bring your bishop back to c8 or something like that, and the rook comes to e1. Yikes.
What a fascinating position here. Threatening any discovery will win the queen. If the queen just moves to a random square, you might still have discoveries because the rook on a8 is hanging. Of course, as you highlighted, white is just bringing another rook into the game with a rook to e1. So this is awesome. I mean, these are the kind of piece sacks. I'm sitting here. I heard how much you emphasized the word at the right time when you were talking to me to really highlight that it's not just okay to close your eyes and sack pieces anymore this day and age. I get it. Memo received.
And let's see if Maxime played it. Look at Maxime, though. He just scratched his head. And I can't tell if this is a super grandmaster saying, I see the end of this game, the conclusion is near, or like, wait a sec, can she get away with this?
Right. Well, bishop takes f5 probably was the only move for Savitha anyway, and as we see, she's played it. I like that she didn't take too much time, because sometimes a player who's worse, and by the way, we see a draw actually in the game between Grishuk and Guha. The first upset of the day is in the books, everyone. Just like Robert called, the one game that probably had the best chances would be Mitripa Guha is drawing with the black pieces against Alexander Grishuk.
And that means Demonte, Dolite, Cornet, her results even more important in the top right. She has 9 seconds remaining, but she has an equal endgame. So that is one where she has to hold. And Danny, I mean, with limited time against a strong opponent, that's dangerous territory, but she has great drawing chances. The position is level.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, we have our first upset in the books. Grandmaster Guha gets the half point against Alexander Grishuk and with the black pieces. But here we go. Will Cornet be able to hold this one against Narayanan? This is a tougher position to hold, I think, than it looks.
Yeah, because white can try to spring free this outside pass pawn. That's, I'm sure, what you were about to indicate. That may distract the black king, and the white king can then go on into the queen side, because we will see an exchange at some point, and the white king will try to march in to get those pawns.
Well, and usually to kind of take a page out of Robert Hess's book, to evaluate the long-term winning chances, you look at factors like bishop being the right color corner of a pawn, we always say, or in this case, the bishops being the same color means that all white really needs is to use the king side to distract black enough to win one pawn on that other side of the board, because the same color bishop ending, if white has a passed b pawn or a passed c pawn, that's an endgame that white can win. It's not always winning, but you can win those endgames. It's not like an opposite code bishop affair. So this is tough for black, especially when you don't have a lot of time on the clock.
Right, because now is it just h5 or is it g5 and king coming to e5? Like, you could try to pick up some ground here, but the issue is once the king comes to e5, there's nowhere else to go. Oh, whoa! Why'd you push the pawn? No,
Bishop
don't do
d5.
that.
King and pawn ending is lost now.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
Can't trade.
And now the pawn is cemented on the light square. This was the worst thing she could do.
Yeah, that's the only real way to give white those winning chances, because now you have two things to guard, the b5 pawn and the f7 pawn. Principle of two. Look at that move. You free the d5 square. Here comes king d5, king c5, and this is going to be over.
Yeah, the king can go right there, wasting a move. That way the bishop goes back and the king goes over. The king goes to d7. The king comes up to f6 and goes after this f7 pawn as well. Now it's winning. Bring the king over.
This is a really instructive lesson for the viewers. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. What?
No, I was just saying, oh no.
Yeah, it's good to note that the pawn on the opposite color square of the bishop not only is not a target, but it also helps your bishop. So while that pawn was on b6, it guarded the c5 square, and the light squared bishop guarded c6 and e6. So by pushing that pawn forward, not only did she give white a second weakness besides the f7 pawn, but she also created the path for the white king to come in that wasn't there otherwise. So that's actually a really instructive takeaway for fans looking how not to play this endgame.
Right, because the king can't get in. Like, it got as far as it could. It can't get to b5 either. All of these squares are under black's control. So that was a huge misstep in time trouble. b5, a losing decision. And that means the Blitz are in some trouble. So let's zoom back out to our other boards. Because, Danny, speaking of trouble, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he may be in trouble in the evaluation. But on the board, on the clock, he is doing quite well. And now, actually, she made a mistake in her time trouble.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not exactly sure how Savitha got out of that position that we saw. Did MBL find queen f3 or not? We'll back up and look maybe quickly when it's over. But right here, right now, she has less than 10 seconds. Maxime still has more than 2 minutes. And you've got this dark square problem. Oh, my gosh, here comes rook e8. It's happening on the board, and it's Rover.
Can't stop queen g7. Pre-move that.
Oh, queen h1 check. Okay, yes. But now pre-move it. Although queen a1 check.
Yeah, MVL is a monster. You distract the rook away and get queen g7 check and mate. But Denny, he did play queen f3, and after rook b8, he took this bishop, and it's apparently completely winning for white at this point. And you probably can just play simple chess because you're strategically won in addition to just being tactically dominant. But he went for it right away, and the eval bar tanked because suddenly you don't have a checkmate. And what she missed, she went king h8, which makes sense because you want to bring your rook to g8 to defend. But she had to play queen c6, it looks like. And the reason is that rook d6 does not work. The rook is hanging in the corner. It gives black just enough time to keep the queen tied down to the f6 pawn.
Yeah, and by keeping the queen tied down, the whole evaluation changes, right? Now black can challenge on the d file, can activate. You're not so worried about queen h6 ending the game on the spot. So obviously in time pressure, you could say that Maxime's knight f6 check decision was slightly practical, but in hindsight, it did give Savitha a small chance, even though she missed it. So, all right. Well, some players did get their chances. We saw an upset here for the first time today. The higher rated player does not get the dub, with Grandmaster Mitrava Guha getting the draw against Alexander Grishik, Robert.
We brought Danya on, but I prophesized that outcome. I did think that Mitrava Guha is a very strong player. He's a GM, and he held Grishik with black. Diamante Daolite Cornet, she had her opportunity. She let it slip. That is the margin. It's slim, but it's a lead for Team MGD1.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because this matchup could have still been tied, right, with that draw potentially for Cornet. But, of course, we instead had the instructive loss in that endgame. But, all right, plenty more instructive stuff ahead today as we see this match is still very close. MGD1 with the slight lead there, given the draw that they were able to scathe from Grishik. So, all right. Well, before we head to a break, we want to give a quick call out to a big event that's coming on February 20. No, sorry, I'm mixing up the lines here. My apologies, everyone. We want to remind everybody that if they're a title player, they can compete in the open qualifiers to try to be a part of the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. Maybe you didn't even know that was the case. Every Monday is kind of like another Title Tuesday. Title players are competing for an opportunity to get into the main events. Make sure you check it out. Every Monday they are underway. Your next chance, if you are a title player to join, is this Monday, February 20th. For all the details, use the command qualifiers in chat. So, all right. Robert, a lot more to come from chat. By the way, we have more than 11,000 viewers on Twitch, more than a few thousand over on YouTube. This day has just begun. The most exciting matches may still be ahead. So thanks for being with us. Don't go anywhere. The Pro Chess League continues with MGD1 and the Blitz moving to round 3 when we return. Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life. In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
The Muslim wins it! We win! Oh my god!
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
We got him! Let's go, Sam!
And that's it. He does the job,
Let's
James.
go, Sam!
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Oh my god.
It's
And this
me
is
on the
over.
other side.
What did we just see?
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone. Welcome back, everybody. We're moving to round 3 today in the first matchup of this set of Pro Chess League games. You have MGD1 right now with a slight lead over the Blitz. Grandmaster Robert Hess with us, missing his T-shirt. We're not going to hold it against him. But Robert, great chess so far, and you're doing okay with commentary.
Oh, I appreciate that. That's a huge compliment coming from you. Also, I wouldn't be missing a T-shirt if the swag bag I was promised actually arrived. So I'm not blaming you, but somebody on your team has not given me my shirts.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We got to get our stuff together. The team that needs to get their stuff together right now is the Blitz. They dropped a game in that last round with Alexander Grishuk giving up the half point, despite having the white pieces. But you called it, Robert. You said that Guha had chances and he delivered. Who do you think has played so far the best chess for MGD1 who's leading?
It feels like Narayanan has played some excellent chess. I know he should have just drawn that game against Cornet, but he had an advantage out of the opening. So I feel like he's playing enterprising chess, and that's good news. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Arjun Erigaisi have those perfect 2-0 scores as well.
Yeah.
We just saw Maxime. He had a dominant position. He had a lead in the clock. He is the superstar for the Blitz, and he's kind of the team hero. He is making it work. He's getting it done.
Well, now we start to move into those later rounds 3 and rounds 4. We're getting closer to matchups that are even on paper, at least anyway, right? You're gonna get battles as we get closer to board 1 versus board 1, board 2 versus board 2, and all the way down. So here with Erigaisi taking on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, we know that could basically be a board 1 versus board 1 matchup in many other respects. So that's a huge game for us to focus on. And then Narayanan taking on Alexander Grishuk. We'll see if Sasha rebounds after dropping the draw. I mean, I don't really, not to say the other two matchups don't matter, but I'm already focused on those heavyweights there on the top 2 boards.
And I get it, because Maxime and Sasha Grishuk with the white pieces, they can beat anybody, including Magnus Carlsen. But I'm actually focused on the bottom 2 boards. That even surprised myself, because Team MGD1 has white on both of those bottom 2 boards. I actually think that plays a bigger role when the players are a bit lower rated. I think at the top level, there's so many draws between highly rated players. I think it's advantage MGD1, at least when I look at the pairings.
Okay, it's interesting. And again, I think we make the mistake as commentators. We're used to commenting on the top players in the world, but in this battle that is team chess, the board 3 and board 4 have just as much of an effect on whether the team wins. And for the record, MGD1, they are likely not to go 4-0, but they are within striking distance of winning the match. Just for the record, remind you, it is 8.5 points for a match victory. So they're getting closer to the finish line. Here we go. MBL with the white pieces versus Arjun Erigaisi. This should be a fun one.
I just think it's funny to me that Maxime is board 2. Like, that just is ridiculous. Yeah. He's a board 1 in our hearts, and he, by rating, should be a board 1. He's higher rated than Arjun Erigaisi, but we have a Spanish or Italian. We get the Spanish here from Maxime. We know he loves himself a good Roy Lopez. And Arjun Erigaisi, he likes the open structures. He doesn't mind a clash, but Danya. Look what happened, Danny. You just
Danya.
brought Danya on, and now I'm talking to him. But I was going to ask you, if you are Arjun Aragaisi and Team MGD1, do you just play like Saldi in this board because you're ahead and you're playing Maxime? So kind of what's the mindset would you have if you were a team captain?
I think you are, especially because you're also playing the black pieces, right? Your real opportunity to strike and lead your team as board one is going to be in the next round when you have the first move. You know that Maxime is one of the best prepared players in the Spanish, in the world. It's not a Berlin here. Maxime loves the Berlin and also knows those lines very deeply. But I'll say this. I don't think that necessarily means you won't take your winning chances or be willing to mix it up if you're given that opportunity. But no reason to risk it. Just play solid theory and kind of make Maxime prove it, right? Because for his team, who, by the way, is trailing down a point, Maxime should be feeling a little more of the pressure here. He has white, and he wants to help his team get back on track.
For sure. And black is about to play and has played c5, taking control over the center. Both pawns staring at the d4 break, which may eventually happen. But Arjun Aragaisi is also one of the best prepared players on the planet. During the Champions Chess Tour, we were mentioning it time and time again when he impressed Vishy Anand, who was like, "Are you still in your prep?" And he goes, "I have 10 moves more to look into." It was a really mesmerizing display of preparation that he used against Nihal Saran in the Tata Steel India event. But in this one, Danny, it's a closed position. I feel like for Arjun Aragaisi, I mean, he should be happy about how this opening has gone. He's in zero risk, at least at the moment.
Yep. Yeah, it's all theory, if you will, right? The eval bar properly reflects both sides' chances. This is why the Spanish has been played for so many years by the best players in the world, because it gives chances to both sides. Arjun quite comfortable here, up a little bit on the clock. A nice queenside expansion. But all right, this game has yet to show the teeth that it potentially has for white. This knight coming to f1. White has some slow plans in these positions. You can relocate the knight to the king side, try to slowly manufacture a king side attack. You can also try to get to the d5 square, depending on where you want that knight to go. So Maxime has yet to show his cards yet, I guess, if you will, in terms of how aggressive he's going to be with the first move in this game.
He has indeed. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen next. He is down about a minute on the clock. And while he is, I do want to zoom out for a second because the second game has begun. Alexander Grishuk has white. And look at that position in the top right. It's a 4 knights with a knight hopping into d4, Danny. So a very different style of position than the one we were just looking at.
My girls are just learning chess, and I would never let them play a move like knight to d4. Moving a piece twice before all the rest of your pieces are developed. What are you doing? Narayana. No, but jokes aside, this is some tricky stuff, some tricky theory for black, and it does come with risks. But after the knight comes to d4, you threaten to win the bishop pair, so white retreats the bishop. Now black has to deal with the e5 pawn hanging, and there are more than a few ways to do that. Oh, and one of them is to just gambit it, c6 and d5. Here we go.
This stuff is spicy because you can grab a pawn on e5 here for white, and then black plays this move d5. And after pawn takes d5, we see a position where black will be at most down 1 pawn here. But you have quick development. You have bishop d6, castle, bring your rook to the center. And this king might get caught. And if this knight moves ever back to f3, this bishop comes out to g4 with a pin. So just to show something like that is if we make some careless moves, here comes the bishop to g4. That's not fun. I'm going to take on f3, ruin your kingside pawn structure. Your king will never find shelter. So that's why black plays this gambit. It's saying, I will quickly go after you. And Grishuk, now he's on the clock.
Knight d4 is such a cool kind of, I guess, modern display of where the concrete aspects of a position are more important than the old principles that used to guide us, right? Don't move a piece twice. But in these situations, as we may be about to see, here comes d5. We're not going to get the blunder, I think, of knight f3. But the point is that knight on d4, Robert, yes, it moved twice, but it stops white from playing d4. Right, it's on a very strong central square, kind of a thorn in white's side, and the key to black's initiative that is about to come very quickly here with moves like bishop d6 and getting castled. So I like it. It's fun, and black is playing, maybe not necessarily for a win, but definitely playing to put pressure here on Grishuk.
And Grishuk's thinking, which could be a bad sign for him as he's not in preparation and this gets hectic. But he may play instead of bishop b3, just dropping back and allowing black the time to kick the knight. He could play bishop b5 check. We're talking about how you want to keep the bishop pair. This gives away the bishop pair, but it also gets that knight out of this d4 square. So if I deliver a check and we swap knights over here, something like this, now white does have d4 to reinforce the knight and open up the bishop. And of course, if this knight doesn't get kicked, there's no bishop g4 pins and structural damage.
Yeah, I love that. And again, you gave up the bishop here, but remember, you want a pawn to get here. So removing that knight from d4 is probably White's top priority in this position. I'm sure Grishik is thinking about it. But even though I got roasted, oh, no, he goes back to e2. I got roasted for calling out Grishik's traditional time pressure that he welcomes earlier. Mark my words that as now we get to the more even matchups on paper and Grishik is facing some maybe even higher level preparation, he doesn't want to get himself under time pressure, but he just might against Narayanan and maybe Iragaisi in the next round. So we'll have to watch out for that. All right. Speaking of things we got to watch out for, Robert, it's time to back up once again. The bird's eye view is ready. All 4 games are officially underway, but we have to choose a flavor. Wow, that Iragaisi game, I know we were just there, excuse me, but Iragaisi already with an advantage as black versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But which other game do we want to pay off first?
I just want to make a few comments about the other 2 games, and we will go back to Maxime and Arjun. In the bottom left, we have Mitraba Guha with the white pieces against Diamante Dolite Cornet. And it says advantage black, but it's one of these positions that it gets messy quickly because it's not just a clear advantage where the moves are simple. It's look at white on the long diagonal. Black's pawn structure will be hanging pawns. So it's going to be one for the long haul. And in the bottom right, we're just getting started. So I do think we should go to Arjun and Maxime. It's a really critical matchup here for these 2 teams. And Danny, Black's pawn structure, a bit compromised after the bishop exchange, double pawns in the center. But we tend to like these double pawns because it keeps that knight out. The knight on e3 dominated by the pawn 3 squares away.
Yep. Well, and now Black can play a move like knight d4. Also, the b4 pawn is under fire. We should just point that out. Right now, White has to deal with that threat. Black also dominates the a file, which allows rook a3, which is poking at the d3 pawn, right? So White actually, despite Black having the optically bad-looking double e pawns, White actually has the pawns that are the most targetable here, right? The d3 pawn and the b4 pawn are both a bit of issues. Will you play a move like queen b1, okay, or queen c2? That dynamically defends b4 because it pins the knight on c6. But I'm liking Arjun's chances, and again, given the time we see, it shows that he comes well prepared. The kid knows what he's doing, despite his inability to keep his shelf organized.
Well, he has his life organized. He's a 2,700 plus player. He signed a $1.5 million contract with Quantbox, or it's spread out over 5 years. But he can now bring his queen over to b7. He can organize his pieces by bringing his queen to a8, defending the knight on c6, keeping the back rank so the king feels safer, and then taking over the a file completely. I feel like Arjun is playing a wonderful game of chess thus far, and Maxime better be careful. He's quick in terms of time, but he better be quick on the board because he may find himself losing a pawn at some point. Black is putting on the pressure.
In the immediate sense, Arjun has to deal with a threat. White will play rook to c1 if you give Maxime one more move and that knight running into problems. But we're sure Arjun's going to find a square for the queen. And then the question will be, okay, and he does indeed with d7. Now the question will be, how does White defend b4? And as we pointed out, knight to d4 is an option, because normally you may not like that trade, but if that trade happens and that e3 knight doesn't have a happy square, it can't go forward because that pawn on e6 keeps it at bay. So anyway, interesting stuff. I admit I would probably lose this position for either side. It's that imbalance, but I can't wait to see how these 2 gentlemen play it much better than I would.
Well, I do think your idea from earlier, bishop d8, bishop b6 is also in the cards. Let's just try to improve this piece that's staring into pawns. It's not needed on the f6 square. So that's the one problematic piece. I think it can be improved. I like Arjun's position, but this remains a game. So I feel like we'll leave these 2 super GMs to it, and maybe we'll zoom out for a second because all 4 boards are in full swing.
Yeah, Diamante Dolite Cornet versus Mitraba Guha is one we haven't checked on. It's getting weird with a queen on h4, a knight on e4. What's going on? You tell me.
Yeah, it is pretty weird because there is a queen trade offered, and White, instead of trading queens, brought this rook to d1, saying, please take me. This is a good instructive lesson that you trade on your own terms. And if Black takes this queen on h4, that welcomes this knight out to h4 with tempo against this bishop. And if you say, let's just trade pieces, you're not trading. You're, in fact, losing a piece on the spot. The knight takes this bishop. The other one's under attack. The knight on d2 is loose as well. White just wins. So let's say you don't trade queens on h4. Well, what's the idea? You're just going after these central pawns. Hanging pawns are probably the most difficult pawn structure to deal with, Danny. Maybe that's overstating the case, but I've always felt that way, even at my grandmaster level.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, why does the computer prefer black here? Because everything you said, even at my international master level, lower than you, I'm like, everything about this tells me white's about to be better. The pieces are going to be traded, which means those pawns, which are really a middle game advantage. In order to use a hanging pawn advantage, everyone, you want pieces. You want to have a reason to use that space. If black could play moves, queen d7 or queen c7 and put a couple rooks behind the pawns, you might have some big pressure. But I feel like with the pieces getting traded, white has an advantage here. So I don't quite understand.
Well, it's what you just said. Pieces getting traded. I think black and the last one should put the pawn f6. I know Ben Feingold says never play f6, but a move ago, if we can bring up the analysis board.
Yeah,
h6,
let's do that.
I get the idea. You're just trying to create space for your king, but f6 shuts down the queen trade, shuts down the bishop all at once. And if you ever take this knight on e4, well, in comes the rook, and the queen is in danger. So I feel like keeping the piece on the board was advantageous for black. You just have the activity and the bishop pair. But now that h6 was played, I think you could swap queens. And after the rook takes, maybe take this knight on e4, because if the bishop takes on e4 here, those hanging pawns, they're not going to be lost. But I can bring my knight back first, get out of here. You go back. I bring my bishop here. And like, it's every which way you're being threatened. And I just feel like it's uncomfortable for black, even though the eval bar says, you're fine, it's about equal. I think it's just an easier position to play for white, who's actually targeting the black pawns.
Yeah, very, very well said. And the instructive points remain for chat that when you have a hanging pawn structure, keeping the pieces on the board has to be the top priority. Otherwise, you don't really have a way to justify those pawns being loose. F6, as awkward as that was, the moment you suggested, I'm like, okay, that's the grandmaster move. And, you know, I'm not a grandmaster. It took Ben Feingold a long time to become a grandmaster. Maybe that's why we struggle with F-pawns.
Well, I don't know about that, Danny. You're a great chess
Just
player.
looking for ways to get Ben involved in the show, looking to roast him. Hi, Ben.
I know, but I'm not going to let you roast yourself. I told you the self-deprecation, that can't happen. I'm going to have to be the one roasting you. And it's
therapy,
just not that time.
therapy. Okay, therapy. You're right. Okay, therapy. Anyway, all right, but no, seriously, F6 is a really strong move. It also had that purpose, as you said, making that bishop on B2 kind of stare at granite. It's a really instructive idea. I love it. And now Black may be regretting it very soon. Black may not lose the endgame, but the pieces being traded surely favors white. Those pawns only get weaker with every miner that leaves the board. So, all right. Every miner piece gone, it makes those pawns harder to play with. All right, let's back up. What do we got? We got more chess, more games to look at. Only one board that we haven't checked in on. Do we go pay off Savitha versus Boyer? See what's going on?
I'm just going to note that in top left, Maxime Vachier-Lagrove has lost the b4 pawn to Arjun Erigaisi in the driver's seat. But in the bottom right, we just saw that Boyer stole the pawn on b2. So let's go into that one because Boyer, he is now up a pawn, at least temporarily. He's also up 3+ minutes. He is playing lightning quick chess. And, well, if the best that white can do is try to take this pawn on c6, that's not going to get it done. The bishop on b6 is a monster. The knight on b3 is not a very good piece. It's not the steed, it's a donkey. And I like Boyer's chances in this one.
Agreed. And the healthy pawn is already hard to argue with. What do you play here? If you take on c6 twice, black can regain the pawn by putting a rook on c8, and you win the c2 pawn right back. I assume that's the move. Yeah. But if you're not going to take your pawn back now, you may never have another chance because on the next. Oh, by the way, a trade on c6 did occur, and then c4 by Savitha. Interesting. Okay.
Wow, that's a really smart move. I wasn't even looking in that direction. But she's trying to shut down this bishop and disconnect the bishop from the A pawn. And that's actually a really nice try by her. I think queen takes c6 was easily winning for black after rook c8 and getting active. So c4 is a wonderful move by her. She's still worse, but she can play rook to b1 now. c5 is coming. c6 is loose. a7 may be a target. Good move.
I love it. And if c5 comes, even if you don't win the c6 pawn right away, much better chances you can kick the queen from b2 and relocate that knight at some point. So this is a way to play a position down a pawn is to make sure that your opponent's pawns can't really use their advantage. They can't get going. Oh, and by the way, so black plays c5, but the compromise of that is now you've made your bishop kind of a dull boy over there on b6. And I really like what you said. I think Savitha found the best way to keep the fight alive here with c4.
And if she could bring her knight to d5, she might just be better, even though she's down a pawn. So this bishop is really just acting as a pawn. And the inherent limitation of a bishop, it only controls the color complex it's on. So I actually like the move knight a5, because if we get liquidation, I know I'm talking about bringing the knight to a good square, but just to step back a move and bring up the analysis board, that if knight a5 and you take it, well, this should
Yeah.
help White's chances. The second rook comes to A1. We're going to hit A7. We're going to hit C5. We're going to see liquidation, and that should help the chances to hold the game. But instead, she decided to bring the rook over. The queen went back to F6. And, well, what about this endgame, Danny? We could take on F6.
Yeah.
Black saying, my double isolated pawn's not a big deal. I have an outside passer, and it's an extra pawn.
I think you highlighted it well. If only the knight could move diagonally and through its own pawn, right? If that knight lands on D5, completely different evaluation of this position, but a long way to get there. And what can Black do in the meantime? And if I was to give one other evaluation about this this matchup from 30,000 feet, I would say the only other problem I've noticed with Savitha throughout the day is she's been consistently down on time, right? And that's hard. Obviously, she's been playing super strong players, but looking at that clock before we leave it, Black doubles White's time on the clock, and that may end up being her undoing.
I'm with you. I mean, the double pawns aren't that big of a deal. Look at Boyer going to the open file, stopping knight e4, and at some moment, once this bishop moves, the A pawn will be released. But that's far away because the rook is on the B file. It's creating some pressure. So she has chances, but the clock is not doing her any favors. So I'm with you. We can hop around to another game just because this one will go for a bit with the end game.
Oh.
What catches your eye?
We got to go back to the Iragaisi game. He's continuing to flex a small advantage against MVL, but it's a small advantage that I think could become a bigger one in a hurry. He's up a pawn on B5, and now he's using it, I think, wisely, which is more of a, let me just forget about that guy and put pressure on White's pieces, prevent Maxime from improving his kingside. Look at this. He's tactically holding on to the pawn.
Oh,
White
knight d4! Knight d4! I'm going to show that. Give me that pawn. Oh, have fun with it. Because knight d4 says, please, take my free knight. It's free. Go for it. But after queen takes f2 check, the king is just hunted down. The king would have to go over to a square like h2. You take this pawn.
Yeah.
The king comes back. And I don't know where the checkmate is, but I'm guessing it's somewhere here.
It's got to be there. E5 maybe, but then there's queen c4 check. I actually don't know. What?
Maybe just back. Queen here. Simple chess.
Okay.
You can't protect
queen
it.
f6. Simple chess. I was grimacing when you first started showing this line because just shaking my head for my boy Maxime. This is super tough, and he is down a little bit on the clock. So, okay, he has already played queen b3, rook a5, but his chances to hold this are based on whether Iragaisi can coordinate the pieces and just use the extra pawn. And I don't know how many tricks Maxime can come up with before that happens.
Wow, this is just a clean extra pawn, especially if you play b4. Now it's protected by all your minor pieces. The rook can slap to a3 to go after this knight on e3. That's been the problematic piece. We mentioned it a while back. This knight on e3 dominated by this pawn on e6. It never got anywhere, and all it's doing is blockading the bishop. That's an important task, but I think that you can dislodge it with b4 and rook a3.
Yeah, I feel you, dog. I feel your dog. I feel your dog. I feel your dog. Is that a thing people still say?
I feel like you just aged yourself a lot.
I just aged myself. Well, I do. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yep. What sandwich do you want me to finish?
Okay, hold on. D6 is traded for F2. I don't know that's a simplification Maxime wants. Arjun. Go ahead.
I feel like there have to be so many tactics here, but Arjun is doing the right thing. He could take on f2 with check and then move his queen. He has that as an option, but he probably has a game-ending tactic. We see it on the... Oh! He doesn't even take f2. He takes it with the h2 square. It's mate.
Rook takes c5 is met by rook a1 check, and it's Rover.
He's so good.
Yeah.
He just took away the escape square.
Dude, this is crazy. And Maxime is shaking his head. Seriously, his tactics are just bananas. He wins games. I mean, you could have played a number of moves there as Black, but he pauses. His sense of danger, right? That's one thing that he has. He spots those tactics because I feel like he has a sense when there's a blunder that was made and always seems to capitalize.
Yeah, maybe he's like Austin Powers. His middle name is Danger. And he can just go rook takes f2, queen g3. This is just mate, right?
Oh, queen to g3. Please play queen to g3. No, not right away because the a2 rook hangs.
Right.
But
we take
rook
on
takes
f2.
f2.
That looks good, right?
It looks fun. Rook takes f2, rook takes c5, queen to g3. There is knight e1.
Oh, I didn't see that, honestly.
Okay, so maybe that's the problem.
Oh, he's out under a
Maybe-
minute.
Yeah, Queen B1 was a resourceful move by Maxime. It's funny because we have the luxury of the eval bar, but Arjun doesn't have that, and so it's a little tricky.
Yeah, we were looking at rook f2, and if rook takes c5, queen g3, I thought it was just leading to checkmate, but there is knight e1, and maybe black's still winning because you can bring this knight up into d4 and just go into the game. Oh, I blundered somehow. Oh, it's check, and it's e5 check. Okay, this is just getting wild. I can't see it like Arjun can. I'm just going to trust him.
Arjun only has 30 seconds, though, to a minute and a half from MVL. By the way, the other games in this round are also still going, but we're probably going to stick right here. Because this is a game with so much on the line with two of the biggest names playing in this matchup.
He gives away his rook because the c1 rook is loose, but rook c8 check, king h7. You can get this rook, but he's going for a mate. There's just got to be a checkmate over here because he is giving up a rook. Where is
Stone Cold Killer. Focused.
Wait, where's the checkmate, Danny? After knight takes f3, there's queen takes f2.
Wait, there's queen h2 mate if you take f2.
Oh, I missed mate in one, and MVL did too. Look at him; he's hiding his face like I did.
Duh. What I don't know what he just said to himself, but gave himself a good slap in the cheek, and unfortunately, Arjun gets it done in style. If you're a Blitz fan,
just want to show the conclusion here that queen takes f2. There's queen h2 checkmate. Maybe that's the line that MVL missed like I did. And if you take this knight on f3 directly, you get checkmated by force. Queen takes pawn. Your king is in the corner. Keep pushing it back. And then there's two checkmates. Either queen h3 or queen g1 is mate. The bishop covers the square. And of course, queen g1 is the same mate. So Arjun
we see Maxime is... he hasn't gotten up. Arjun gets up in a hurry. Maxime is already hitting that game review button. Let me see my game report. Where did this go wrong? We'll leave him to analyzing as we back up. Alexander Grishuk and Narayanan look like they're getting closer to a draw, but Narayanan the only one with chances. So the chances for the Blitz not looking great right now, with Iragaisi having already taken down MBL, and Narayanan is the only one who can win this game, even though it is likely a draw.
Yeah, and Alexander Grishuk has played in the Bullet Chess Championship. He's a great bullet player, in addition to his classical and rapid and blitz skills. So this one actually is quite easy for white. You just sit. You do nothing. You move your rook back and forth. There's not an easy way for black to make progress except for g5, g4, except when you give up your g-pawn on the spot.
He was laughing. He's like, well, that's not going to do a lot for my winning chances. We'll take a draw.
Okay, well, that makes our lives easier, and the Blitz can be a bit happier. That game is a draw. 2 games remain. Danny, in the bottom right, it looks like Mahal Boyer completely winning.
Savitha versus Boyer, a huge victory this would be for the Blitz. Remember, they were down a point coming into this round 3, so they need everything they can get. And right as we join, Boyer does get the job done, winning a piece on e2 after the move bishop e1. Very, very nice. Savitha's time pressure, unfortunately, remains her Achilles heel.
It does, and just to quickly show that black just infiltrated with the pieces. Rooks to the center, bishop kicking the knight away. The bishop slides up, helping the pawn go forward, and then the rooks come into the game, and it was a devastating win for black. Pin, and then win. That's game over. So win for Boyer, win for the Blitz, and that leaves 1 game remaining here, Danny.
Yep.
And it's between Mitraba Guha and Demonte Dolite Cornet. This is a huge one, because if the Blitz somehow take this game with the black pieces, they will be tied.
Yeah, this would be a reversal of the last round if Cornet can get the job done. Unfortunately, probably only white has winning chances in this rook ending, but time pressure does crazy things to people, so we'll see.
Yes, and playing for a result also does crazy things. If you're playing for a win, that can backfire, but here white is too stable. The pawn structure is nice and protected. 1 pawn island here where d5 is isolated. Here goes Mitraba Guha's rooks going after a7, and white's king. Even though the black king is out on e6, you could check it backwards, and maybe the white king could play a part here.
I'm with you. I was just trying to imagine, is there any real winning chances here? Now, okay, if that king gets to e5, watch out. The rook can come to a6. But that makes h6 weak. Yeah, so the rook can come to the 6th rank. You can't play rook d6 because the a7 pawn falls. So, by the way, why wasn't rook a6? Just...
No,
F6,
really
I guess, for black. It wasn't losing yet. F6 was possible.
But she walked in and you see her go back in her chair. She blundered it. Is it checkmate? The king goes up to e4. It's almost checkmate here if you can get f4 to work.
Yeah, so G5, this is a really, again, instructive example for viewers that pushing those pawns in the endgame, we saw, unfortunately, Fortemont, she played a B pawn advance and it lost her a game earlier, and now she moved the G pawn, which, again, usually the right way to hold these rook endings is to just sit tight or really, really think about whether you need to change your defensive setup. In this case, she did so too early, and it made a bunch of weaknesses on the king side.
That's checkmate in one move. Yep, that's game over.
That's a problem.
I think we should show that just one more time as Mitraba Guha, he's maybe the hero for MGD1 because he drew Grishuk and now won his game here. But back when she played the move G5, Danny, it created a weakness, a permanent weakness, a backwards pawn, and it allowed for rook A6.
Yeah. Again, it's understandable because I was just asking the question myself, do I need to stop king e5? So no judgment, it makes sense, right? You're worried about this king f4, king e5. When you're under time pressure, sometimes things look scarier than they actually are, and she kind of panics. That actually opens up the door for much bigger problems. Now you have two weaknesses, as they say, principle of two weaknesses. Both the H and the A pawn are ultimately why Guha is able to get it done. And yeah, you're right. Dude's the hero right now. He is helping MGD1 extend their lead. As we continue to go forward, they win another round here by a score of 2.5 to 1.5 total. Biggest takeaway here, though, despite Guha's win, to me, is Iragaisi getting the job done with black over Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, that's a monster performance for Arjun Iragaisi. We know what he's capable of, and he just put it on full display, taking down the Frenchman with 3 names. He kind of slaughtered him in that one, and it looked like Arjun was in the driver's seat the whole time. So it's a lead for MGD1. It's first to 8.5 points. They have 7. Team Blitz only has 5. Denny, I don't know what the Blitz have to do, but they're getting blitzed.
Right now, the MGD1 team is only 1.5 points away. Let's bring up the standings in this matchup. That means they could even lose this round, 2.5, 1.5, and they still get the job done. So that's kind of a scary position to be in if you're the Blitz. You have to win by a minimum score of 3-1 to tie this thing at 8 games apiece. So, you know, if you're storyboarding this thing, #scripted. Some fans think all sports are scripted. I think that's an insane conspiracy theory, but we'll talk about that later. If you're drawing up the 3-1 victory, it has to start, I think, at the top with Grishuk taking down the unstoppable to this point Arjun Iragaisi.
Yeah, good luck to anybody needing a win against Arjun, but if anyone can do it, Alexander Grishuk, the 3-time World Blitz champion, can. He'll have his work cut out for him, but he needs to lead the Blitz back as they're down by 2 points.
Yep. And he'll have to do it against the only person still perfect on the day, 3-0 Arjun Iragaisi. So, all right, what will happen? Will we have a storybook comeback, or will MGD1 get the job done? Don't go anywhere. We got 12,000 of you on Twitch, more than 3,000 on YouTube. The day is only just beginning, too. Much more chess ahead. So we will come back with round 4 of our first matchup of the day. The Pro Chess League continues in just a few.
I remember people saying, "No, you got to sandbag, keep your rating low, go play in the World Open and win $6,000. You know, just don't keep your rating up." And I'd be like, "What are you talking about? I'm trying to become a GM. That's ridiculous." So that mentality was something I had to escape. This was not the Black Bear School mentality, but the park ecosystem that for me was Prospect Park in Brooklyn definitely fostered this idea, because a little bit of a hustle mentality. You keep your rating low and you try to win some money.
We are back here. The Pro Chess League continues. Alexander Grishuk, right there, continues to try to get the job done, and he'll have to get the job done, Robert, if the Blitz have any chance in pulling off a comeback.
Well, Simon and Garfunkel calling because they're saying, hello, darkness, my old friend. Look at Grishuk there. The lights are dimming, not just on him, but on the Blitz's chances because they are down 7-5. But Alexander Grishuk, he gets those black pieces against none other than Arjun Erigaisi. A lot will be resting on the 3-time World Blitz Champion's shoulder.
Well, and that's why you go get yourself a free agent like Alexander Grishuk. Right now, we know he has a tough task. And again, Arjun Erigaisi is the only perfect score on the day. He just beat Maxime Bachier-Lagrave with the black pieces. So we're not saying it's a task that we should expect that he can get done. But that's why you go sign free agents, right? If you are the Blitz, you bring in a guy like Grishuk for moments like these in hopes that he can give your team a fighting chance. So let me ask you for the storyboard. Let's say Grishuk pulls off the maybe improbable winning with black over Arjun Erigaisi. What are the other 2 games that you have circled where the Blitz maybe have a chance to do the 3-1 score that they need?
You know me. I've been talking about the bottom 2 boards, board 3 and 4. I know Mitrava Guha has performed well for MGD1, but for the Blitz, Michal Boyer just had a great result against Savita Shri. Yep. He won that game with black. He needs to use the biggest advantage with the white pieces against Guha, and so does Imate Derlite Cornet. She has 0 points, but she's earned herself some very good positions. She probably should have about 1 out of 3 on the day. A couple draws have slipped out of her fingertips, but those 2 matchups with the white pieces, they have to make the most of it on the bottom 2 boards.
I agree, and the more I look at it, the more I think there's a chance here because I know Maxime just lost a tough game. In newsflash, he was playing Arjun Erigaisi, a guy who's just seems to beat everyone right now. So if he somehow gets the job done, right? If MBL gets the job done, the bottom 2 boards have white. As you said, right? Both Cornet and Boyer have an opportunity with the first move to maybe flex some aggressive chess, and so I don't think that the Blitz are done just yet. And of course, we started off the top saying Grishuk is brought on for moments like this. So let's see what happens. The first moves are about to be underway. Alexander Grishuk probably finishing checking his prep. Don't worry, we got 2 cameras on everybody, but you are allowed to check prep before the game. So either that or he's giving his kid a snack because often he's kind of double dutying. I've been there, working and dadding at the same time. So what exactly is Grishuk doing? Who knows?
I think you need a new name for that. Double dutying sounds like something different, so
Double dutying is also something I've done as a dad that we don't like to talk about anymore. My youngest kid is no longer in diapers, and thank you. Okay?
She still is very cute if you're watching. Hi, Talia. But we see that this is a French defense. You know how I feel about that, but it's an homage to the team. It's Team Blitz, led by Kevin Bordy, Blitzstream. They are from France, so, I actually kind of like it. I have to say, I dislike the opening, but I have to appreciate it for the moment. You don't see the French at the highest level very often, so Arjun doesn't get that much over-the-board experience against this line.
Right. And it's funny, you don't see it at the highest levels for a reason, because with the right prep, with your A game, the French is good for white at the highest levels, but sometimes we see that gambit pay off, right? Where the fact that you don't play it as often because it's not good for your opponent means that when faced with those practical decisions, Robert, you can misstep, right? So why do you see players at the top level occasionally bust out a French, or like a Sicilian Dragon kind of falls in the same category? Because you're kind of saying, hey, look, I know if you've got all your prep that this is a gamble, but if you don't, I'm giving myself double-edged chances and I need to get a victory.
And this variation can often peter out into a draw. We've seen many games in this line with repetitions. The rook will eventually land on the b7 square, like right now, and the queen often goes to d8. First throwing in the check. If the move g3 happens, the queen can slide back still. Bishop f2. Again, the queen comes back, and the bishop can go to b6. So we have seen draws in this line, and I wonder, if you're MGD1, if you're Arjun Erigaisi, are you okay making a quick draw that might make your teammates feel a little bit better? The pressure is off them, because even though a draw is not the desired result with the white pieces, you get to 7.5. You only need a half point to ensure a tiebreaker and 1 full point to win the match.
I would say yes. I think that also from Grishuk's perspective, he's kind of like, well, look, I don't have my absolute best chess today. Erigaisi's a monster. I went for a gamble here. I'm black. I'm willing for a draw, guys. So I don't know. I don't really know how that plays. It would be anticlimactic for us because we just said, hey, you bring on a guy like Grishuk to get the job done. All right, but Iragaisi answers the question. He says, all right, I'm going to let this game play out. I'm not necessarily taking the repetition at this time.
Good news for Alexander Grishuk, because right now you see he has the bishop pair. That's good for black, so let me make that green. You have a healthier pawn structure. White has split pawns on the queen side. The good thing going on for Arjun is his active rook on b7. You can double rooks in the b file. You can also play f5 at the right moment. White's king is safe and sound on g1. Black's king in the center, or even castle kingside, can fall victim to an attack, especially if this bishop jumps out to the d4 square. So I think that there are chances for both here. And by the way, Danny, I see the second game has started as well. But I believe that the Blitz should be happy to have a combative game between Grishuk and Iragaisi.
Agreed. The gamble paid off, kind of playing to the fact that maybe Iragaisi wouldn't take the repetition, and now Grishuk is going to get some chess to fight for. Let's back up to the bird's eye view and see what the other players are fighting for. I think we have a London almost as painful as a Scandinavian in that Narayanan versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave board. But all right, e5 is on the board early. This is going to be a fight for sure.
Yeah, and actually it was a Torre attack instead of a London, but very similar with the pawn structure being the triangle. You bring your knights to these squares, the bishop comes out, but e5 played. Now, that's not threatening. It's not winning any material, anything of the sort, but it does gain black important space, and maybe black will play e4. That's something that you always say, Danny, is that you tend to attack in the direction of your pawns. I think that's confusing in the London and in the Torre, because white's pawn chains are going in both directions. So are we playing towards the king side? Are we playing towards the queen side? Which way do we operate?
Well, often that's kind of the idea of those super solid structures. You think of the same thing when you look at a Botvinnik English, right? The fact that you have a central structure that bodes well. White can play for b4, whatever. Black, sometimes white can expand on the king side, not in this particular case. But I think Maxime is happy because if black gets e4 and d5 and can somehow reorganize the pieces to start expanding, at least you have a double-edged position that you can fight for an attack. Although that's also a huge commitment, right? Because when you play e4 and d5, you fully commit to the dark squares also being a problem. That bishop can come back to g3. White will eventually play c4 and kind of go for a different type of structure once the pawn's on d5. So, all right, h6 is flexible. Maybe you're going to play g5. Maxime is trying to toy with this moment a little bit.
And I think black's intentions are very clear. Using your words of wisdom, you play towards the direction that your pawns are facing. Black is trying to move this knight and play f5 as well. Let's get an attack going. Look at how solid black's position is. The queen on e8 looks awkward because it makes the rook stuck on f8, but it's doing an important role, and the rook will be active if the pawn gets to f5. So g5 may be next. In a must-win game, Danny, this is exactly what you need for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
I love this position for black, and it is a bit of a clinic in regards to when you advise students how to play against a Tory or a London-style structure like this. Challenging the dark square grip that white has with this lead pawn on d4 is key. Whether it's e5 or c5, both moves are often key to the aggressive and effective black repertoires against the structure. But when you combine it with this h6, the knight can go to h7, you're going to play f5. You're expanding on the king side before you've even committed e4, because you might trap the bishop. Exactly. g5 and f4, right? Exactly, Jen. Exactly. There you go. Sorry, Yasser came in. The moment I said exactly, Yasser came in and now he's gone.
Yep, Yasser knows. He talks about squares. He talks about piece placement. And here, a4. That's that expansion that you were talking about potentially for white. I just feel like that's not the important part of the board, at least not for the time being. So I like this position for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He can play g5. It's not overextending. Your king is perfectly safe back here. He can go with that, or, as you were indicating, move this knight, maybe to d7 or h7. He goes with g5. He's playing for the results. He's playing for the win. And watch out, because f5, f4 may hit you, and it will trap your bishop on g3.
Are there I was going to say, are there tactics on e5 with the knight being loose? Possibly not.
Yeah, you have to take here first, I think, because of that. I think Denny's, you're pointing out that in the event of d takes e5, white does have bishop e5, because once we see this trade, this is a loose piece dropping off scenario. The knight on h5 is a goner. So after d takes e5, we almost certainly... oh, wait, what?
Wait, he took?
Wait,
he took?
He took it. He went e4. Couldn't you just take this pawn? Or was there g4? Is that the point? Some kind of attack on this knight. But the answer is clearly not. Bishop g7.
Bishop takes g7.
Oh my gosh.
Doing great here.
No, but this looks bad for black because if bishop takes... for white, excuse me, because knight takes g7. But you take here... And after it takes, queen takes,
at
this
the end,
knight is loose. Oh, you got to see these things if you're Narayana.
Seriously, that's an opportunity you might not get back against MVL. So Maxime could have just gotten away with one. I'm glad I asked the dumb question about whether E5 was hanging, because turns out it could have been a critical tactic. Maxime doesn't have to be asked twice to move that knight on H5 to safety, plants it on F4, and I'm back to liking Black's chances in this game. All right, let's back up. There are 2 other games we haven't looked at yet. All 4 of these games matter just as much on the scoreboard in the end. We've got a dynamic affair happening in that French between Iragaisi and Grishuk. We'll come back to that in a minute. But we've also got, 2 other games down below. The Blitz need dubs, potentially in both of them. Boyer in a French also against Guha. And then Cornet in a what looked to be a weird kind of rouser Sicilian, probably with the 6 bishop d7 line. I know that line well. I kind of like White's chances in that game.
I like White's chances at both of the bottom 2 boards. And these are critical matchups. Every single game is of equal importance. A win is a win for your team. Let's go to the Boyer game against Guha, just because that pawn structure looks terrible for Black, but it's something that is known, right? We've seen the double isolated H-pawns many times. This is an endgame, right? And Boyer, he's going away from the screen. He does not want to be on camera right now. But
he's slowly shifting.
Yeah, he is, and but he's also shifting his pieces towards the king side at some point. Queen d2 can go to f4, and in the future, this knight, if you're not careful, that knight goes into d6 with check. The game might just be over. So for now, I think that Black has everything under control. But a6 is maybe the move you have to play. But Denny, if you play a6, we can bring up an analysis board. You're covering the knight b5 jump, but I'm looking at this position and I'm thinking, well, can I play a c4 push at some point? Can I bring my rooks to the center? And I guess Guha's not afraid. He just castles kingside, and the knight goes back to c2 rather than up to b5.
Immediately, Boyer not taking a lot of time to consider it. Maybe already a little nervous that he's down a minute and a half on the clock. I don't know. I kind of liked your goal of getting a pony to d6. Maybe it tactically just didn't work anymore because of things like knight takes e5, maybe. But all right. He brings the knight to c2. He's also headed to e3, to g4, and if he can reroute himself to the king side, Guha might regret how cavalier he was about putting the king on g8.
Usually Black plays f6 to try to break down this pawn chain, but it's not good here because you'll be saddled with this backwards pawn on e6, and your king side will be even more open. But knight e3 to g4 is automatic. I don't see an easy way to stop it, and don't play queen takes b2. It looks like a free pawn. Good for you. Rook f to b1 traps the queen on the spot. Your queen can't get out of here. The knight is covering the a3 square, so your queen is lost on b2. I love this for the blitz. I think that Boyer is playing a great game, and it's an easy game for him to play. Who cares about the queen side? It's going to be all about this king side over here.
Yeah, and by the way, I think he's also sporting a blitz jersey with that camera adjustment. I kind of looked at it. I think he's got the same jersey on that Maxime does. So shout out to the blitz for bringing the team spirit, and maybe it helps them rally here with a comeback, right? There's a reason we have a score. You got to get to 8.5. So while it may seem like a tough task, it's not over yet. And
it's not over
I
at all.
love Boyer's chances. Yeah,
me too. He should throw this b pawn up. It was a target. Now he can use it to his advantage. Kick this knight out. The e5 square will be carved for the white knight, and that's a bad news for Black's pieces. I feel like White just has a spatial advantage, a better pawn structure. If Black brings a second rook to f8, what are you doing? I have my pieces blocking your path. It's not accomplishing all that much. So I think it's time to throw the pawns up the queen side.
Agreed. b4, b5. If that knight has to leave c6, you might just put your knight on e5. And that's usually a problem in these French structures. So I'm looking at it, and I'm liking it. Now, a little bit of a time advantage for Guha, so Boyer should not overthink the situation at this time. That could backfire later. But let's back up and take a look at the only game we haven't yet. In the other blitz battle, again, they need a 3-1 score minimum to make a comeback. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and check out the other game, because I think we want to check on Demonte Dulit Cornet's game. Her battle versus Savitha. Let's take a look over there.
Let's do it. By the way, Boyer did push the pawn up to b4, a move later. He's trying to expand on the queen side. Let's go to the bottom right, because this is up Danny Wrench's wheelhouse. We have a kind of a rouser system, Black with the double pawns, and then pushing this pawn up to b5 as well, trying to go after the white king. But Danny, to my eyes, the white king is perfectly safe with all these pieces here.
And you're already spying at ideas like knight d5 here. Like, this is I don't know whether you can play it, but this is this is how the magic happens in these Rouser Sicilians. Knight d5 takes, the queen moves. The bishop moves, and you move the knight from Okay, that's a little crazy, but like 94. But even just to show like 94. I was going to say knight f3, and the point is that you're bringing the knight to f5 in some of these positions, and it's actually just really, really hard to play black despite the extra piece. Anyway, we'll see.
Yeah, I think
where this goes.
It's one of these positions where knight d5 is extremely tempting, but it's not necessary because after knight d5, let's say black, instead of you can just go back and play like this and say, prove it. Now you need to win the game, so you feel good that you have winning chances, but white is already better. There's no rush in this position because these are cemented in place, not going anywhere. So I feel like instead of knight d5, f5 is thematic.
Yep.
You just say, those pawns really not going anywhere. Please push this pawn up, because once the queen slides back, the d5 square is white's for taking. This is not even a bishop anymore. It's just a piece in the dark squares. White is strategically won. Franken pawn, white is strategically won.
White has knight f1, knight e3. You bring the other knight into d5. You end up with one of them still standing at the end and just absolutely dominating that pawn of a bishop on e7. So I love it. I love, again, the subtle lessons for me. Danny, play positionally. Oh, and look at that. But Demonte agrees with me. It's time to go all in here. And unfortunately for both myself and Cornette, if I'm honest, maybe we should learn a thing or two about playing chess a little slower like Robert Hess, because this sacrifice may not have been necessary for white.
I kind of don't mind it, because look at the clock situation. You've called this out game after game. Savita's biggest kryptonite has been her playing quite well throughout the day, but she gets in time trouble. And when you're in time trouble and this rook is barreling down the e-file, this queen can steal a second pawn. You may get 2 pawns and an attack for a sacrificed knight. I'm feeling it. I see the evaluation bar. I'm biased by it a little bit, but I think that it's scary. And when you kind of put that fear in your opponent's heart, it's hard to play when you're in a rapid time.
Yeah, playing a king in the center with your opponent all in on the attack is, no one loves playing those positions, and nobody loves playing them when you don't have a lot of time. So, all right. Obviously, it was the first move I called attention to when we got here, so I'm glad she played it. But I do agree with you that f5, a slightly more positional grind of an approach, was perfectly playable as well. So let's just show one more critical line again. So if e takes d5, e takes d5 here, bishop moves. Let's look at your queen takes f6. I was, the bishop is pinned. The rook has to move to f8, right? I think
one of these squares.
Or g8. Okay.
And maybe just bring the rook up somewhere.
By the way, can we just show please knight e4? Just to make me happy. now that the rook is on f8, just for the kids.
What do you want me to show?
Wait, knight takes f6 and rook e8 is mate. It's double check.
There's a rook on f8.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Never mind. Delete it and back up so no one saw what I did.
I'll help Danny's point. If this rook were here, maybe, and then but it still doesn't work because the king goes to f8. We'll go king here, and this is what Danny was hoping for.
Oh my gosh. I've been up since 5:30. I'm tired. Okay. Anyway, do your puzzle rush so you don't miss tactics like that. All right. Okay, she took with the bishop.
It worked. She scared her, right? She played knight d5. She took with the bishop, keeps the king safer in the center thanks to this wall of pawns. That's a phalanx. Unfortunately, the light square domination is just devastating.
Yeah.
5 sticking out, queen f5, knight e4. You mentioned this knight getting to f5. This is strategically already won for white.
I completely agree, and you called it. Knight d5, it worked. I love what you said, and what he was saying is the bluff worked, right? Knight d5, black's best chances are to call the bluff. In variations we were kind of just looking at with e takes d5, she doesn't, and this is a very hard position for white not to win. So let's take a 30,000 foot view here, Robert. Look at this. If Demonte wins this game, back to the bird's eye view, the Blitz are already in much better shape here. The chances of a comeback are very, very real if Demonte can win this game.
Yeah, no, then she is going to win this game. There's just no risk in her position. She's up a couple minutes. So it was a sacrifice that panned out. I think in classical chess, it still might have been a good one just because, practically speaking, difficult for black to defend. So black has no activity. A white can hop around. Look at this. Your idea is about to happen. It's just devastating.
Knight pops in on f5. Black is busted. So, all right. Now back to the bird's eye view. where are we at in the other games? Maxime Vachier-Lagrave looking pretty good as black versus Noronyan.
Mm-hmm. So MVL in the driver's seat in that one. Maybe we should pull that. Well, what's going on in the Grishuk game, by the way? Arjun has a pawn on e7. All these games are pretty wild, but I'll pull up the game. We'll go to the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and SL Narayanan.
Let's do it. So Narayanan is trying to hold on. He's worse in that position, as we can see in the upper right. There we go. I know this is a position where the eval bar only a little bit favors black, but it feels much better for Maxime. He's also up a minute and a half on the clock.
I mean, look at the time, look at the position. The queen's trade is on the table. This pawn on f5, it sticks out. These pawns on b4 and a4, the rook and the queen are lined up against them. You couldn't ask for a better winning chance for Max. I think he's just winning. Not even a chance. I think he's certainly going to win this game. He's up a pawn in the starting position as well.
I mean, so storyboard, not going to jinx it, but Demonte potentially getting a dub on board 4. If Maxime gets a win here on board 2, all the Blitz need is one more full point on one of the 2 other remaining games. So, by the way, now after b5, a4 pawn is hanging in these variations. It's understandable because you're trying to highlight that the bishop on g3 can win the c7 pawn, but your own b5 pawn might also be falling pretty quickly here.
Just take everything.
Rook b4 is played instantly.
And f3 tries to take advantage of the fact that rook on e8 is loose, but you can drive that pawn forward to e3. I'm going to show you quickly. If you take this pawn, you lose the game on the spot because that is a pin to the king. You just lose all your material. So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave loses with white to Arjun Erigaisi. This is a huge win that he's about to get for the Blitz. I just don't think there are any chances for Narayanan here down on the clock, down a couple pawns on the board. Whoa. But if we go to the bird's eye view, look what's happening on the top board, Danny. This is a big transition.
Dude, we're suddenly in an endgame where only black can win. I mean, I know it probably should be a draw, or at least the eval bar says, hey, don't freak out. This is roughly equal, but really only black can win a 2-rook versus queen position here. Those pawns can be picked off one by one. Rook to c8, the other rook to c6, you win the c pawn. Then you can sort of do the same thing with the a pawn. So some of the times these positions look like, oh, how can the queen be that much worse? 2 pieces can do things that 1 piece can't, even if that 1 piece is a queen.
And the rooks are going to slide up. I think that was an inaccuracy by Grishuk. He does not have much time. h6, a little bit sloppy. He wants to get off the back rank, but he's allowing white activity that was not deserved. c5 now, and you can't line both of your rooks up in a row. That was a mistake by Grishuk.
I thought it was still black to move in that position. I literally took h6 for granted.
Dude,
He
made that move 0.3 seconds. Look at his clock. He barely made that move in time.
Now he raises his eyebrows. This is why Grishuk gets the time pressure meme, everybody, because of moments like this, he played with 0.5 on the clock. By the way, he may just only end up with a draw here. I think h6 was a huge mistake. As you said, not letting those pawns advance was key for black.
But the thing is, it's easy for Grishuk now because the pawns can't move, so his rooks just stay put. His king can go up, and this rook can go back and forth, back and forth. There's no stopping.
I was going to say, but how does he win the pawns? I was thinking he had winning chances if he picked off the pawns.
Oh, he was winning. I agree with you. I'm just saying that at least he's not going to lose the game, and he can look at Maxime's game. This game is a draw. Let's quickly go back here. h6, we understand it. You make Luft, not war. Create space for the king. But if instead he played rook c6, there's no back rank problem. The queen comes up, the rook slides over. Give me this pawn. Then we're going to do the same thing on the a file. We're just going to go pawn picking. It may not be a Halloween, but bobbing for pawns is still a good thing to do for black, and you just win the game.
No, and this is exactly, again, another instructive point for fans tuning in. This is an endgame that you can actually remember for your own game. Sometimes you're like, how do I evaluate queen versus 2 rooks? This should show you that these split pawns are just sitting ducks there for the black rooks. 2 pieces are better than 1 in situations like this. And imagine if the A and C pawns are gone, now you can free your back rank. The rooks can double on the second rank. And it's actually, I don't want to say clinical, but pretty straightforward for the rooks to dominate the queen in these types of endgames. So, again, a huge missed opportunity for Grishuk, but at least he didn't lose.
Right. That's big for the team. So let's go back and see what's happening on the other boards. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I mean, he is just winning his game right now in the top right. I think we can trust him for the moment, at least. What's going on in the other two, Danny? It looks like Guha for MGD1. If he wins that game, the match will be over in MGD1's favor.
Yeah, that draw like Grishik, unfortunately, that missed opportunity with the 2 rooks may be what haunts the blitz in the end of the day, because I like that position for Guha. Let's go check out that game. Obviously, Boyer still has chances. It's double-edged enough to say it's not over. The Black King is open. You're already looking at moves like Queen G6 check. But Guha says, not anymore, you are. I stop it with Queen E4.
But
What?
now this queen is in line with the rook. This rook's under attack over here. If rook F3, maybe that works as you pin the knight, but this bishop is also kind of loose. This is kind of anyone's game with this queen sliding into the position. The E6 pawn's also a target.
Yeah, Boyer is really the biggest problem he has is not on the board, but on the clock. He is also threatening moves like knight G2 now, a discovery on the queen. The knight doubles up, attacking the rook on F4. There's a lot for Guha to think about. This is probably the one we should stick with. By the way, it looks like Cornet should get the win as white against Savitha. And as we said, if MBL converts, the Blitz's chances are still alive. It's all going to come down to whether Boyer can make something magical happen here against Guha.
Yes, Maxime completely winning, and Diamante, Deolite, Cornet also in the driver's seat. But look at Boyer. You can't even see his face. It's all hair at this point. And the position is a bit hairy because he is down a pawn. But Black's king is wide open. This queen went to the dark squares. That's a light square bishop. The rook is under attack. And Guha has a minute 20 seconds. He's just under a minute ahead on the clock. But his position is not easy. White's king is safer. That's better in bullet scrambles.
Yeah, I mean, and the closer they get to being equal on the timer, the more I like Boyer's chances to help the Blitz comeback here, because I would argue it's harder to play Black in a time scramble in this game. We know how tricky knights can be, Robert. We talk about it a lot. Knight tactics are missed. The king is open for Black. Here comes Queen D6. This is awkward. It's getting awkward. By the way,
Maxime
wait.
won.
I thought that was the Savitha game where I saw the result. I thought that Black came back and won. Okay, no. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has won against Narayanan, and so the Blitz still have chances at this point.
But why is Boyer pulling Grishuk? You got to go. You have 3 seconds.
Move! 2 seconds!
No.
Does he know?
Oh, my gosh. What's going on?
He just lost on time!
No, I don't see. No, he made the move with. I guess he had the move in time somehow.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. That is a moment where we were fooled. Chess.com. We can't afford that.
Oh my gosh. Barely got the move off.
Okay, 2.8. He gets the move off. The increment added back to his clock. Some timer issues there. Now there's a threat of queen takes e6 check. There's also awkward threats of moving the knight from e3 at any moment with a discovery on the queen. You got to watch out.
Ooh.
This is a blunderable position as we... Oh, love that. H3, knight g4. Oh, my God. The way you highlight...
Knight g4!
Here he goes.
He
Knight
walks
g4.
right into it? Oh, my goodness. Maybe there was something better, apparently, but knight g4, you're going to have to give up an exchange.
What was better, by the way? Anyway, okay, knight g4 looks great.
This is looking really good for the Blitz. All of a sudden, they have a chance. And by the way, Guha down to 5 seconds left. He's got to move.
Yeah, and Cornet, by the way, going to win her game. Okay, so queen d4. Here comes knight f6 check.
And you have to take it. Oh!
Wait. Knight takes e8.
Rook g3.
Rook takes g3.
Rook g3. Are we seeing a draw?
Rook takes g3. Did he allow it? Oh my God, he's got perpetual. He sacks it. He's got a draw, and they're going to win.
Oh my gosh. No,
Oh my God, he blundered a perpetual check.
But with the draw, Danny, it means we're going to have a tied matchup because the Blitz, they already won one game, and this is a forced draw here. There's no escaping it, just back and forth.
Ah, that's right. Okay, I'm sorry. For some reason, I thought the draw took it, but no, it's only 8, and all Cornet has to do is get the dub, and the Blitz are moving to tie breaks.
Yes, and all she needs to do is get the dub. She's up how many pawns right here? 4 extra pawns for Diamante, Deolite, Court. Make that 5 extra pawns. I can't count that high. And about to be 6. A resignation happened. Danny, 8-8. We have tie breaks.
Have tie breaks. I love when moments like this happen so that the fans aren't like, oh, you guys are always just saying there's a chance because it's your job. We said there was still a chance. The Blitz had to go 3-1 in the last round to pull it off, and they did it. Without Grishuk getting a win over Iragaisi, they managed to complete the comeback, and we are moving to overtime chess, the most exciting event since sudden death dodgeball.
Well, we're not watching the Cobras, but we are seeing exciting stuff. Patches O'Houlihan would be enthused by this matchup. It is 8-8. We are going to tie breaks. Danny, look at the bottom 2 boards. 1.5 in favor of the Blitz, same as the top 2. But Diamante, Deolite, Cornet, she comes through huge when the team needed her most.
She absolutely did. She was 0-3, but she won when it mattered, Robert. She's helping her team move to overtime chess. And I wanted to highlight just something hilarious as I was looking at each one of those scores. My brain was replaying what happened on the board. And if Grishuk wins that game, the Blitz are actually winning the match with a 3.5 half comeback. And they were this close to doing the absolutely improbable, not coming back to tie it, but actually coming back to win it. So, okay, it didn't happen. We're headed to tiebreakers. Let's talk about what the tiebreaker rules are, Robert. For those who haven't seen themselves a Pro Chess League tiebreaker match yet this season, this is the format. Round 4 pairings happen once again, but we swap colors while moving to a faster time control. It's first to 2.5 points. Obviously, 2.5 points is a best of 4 score that will win you the day. If we are still tied, we're going to rinse and repeat this thing to an even faster time control with the players once again swapping colors. Robert, did I nail that? Anything you want to add about this tiebreaker format before we get carried away?
Free chess. That's the only thing I would add, that we get overtime. We are thrilled about that. And when this match concludes, the chess does not stop. We will have Hikaru Nakamura and the Gotham Knights playing in the second half of the double header. So the chess will continue today, even though this match still has tie breaks to come.
I believe we're going to take a quick break before we head to tie breaks. I think that's the plan. It's my first Pro Chess League show this year. So, don't hold it against Dan over here. But all right, we're gonna take a very quick break. When we come back, it is tiebreaker chess, as Robert said, just around the corner. Hikaru Nakamura making his debut for the Gotham Knights. So much underway still ahead in this day. Don't go anywhere. The Pro Chess League returns in just a few minutes.
I remember people saying, "No, you got to sandbag, keep your rating low, go play in the World Open and win $6,000. Just don't keep your rating up." And I'd be like, "What are you talking about? I'm trying to become a GM. That's ridiculous." So that mentality was something I had to escape. This was not the Black Bear School mentality, but the park ecosystem for me was Prospect Park in Brooklyn. Definitely foster this idea because it's kind of a little bit of a hustle mentality that you keep your rating low and you try to win some money in tournaments.
We have liftoff. We have tiebreaker chess. Ladies and gentlemen, it happened. You thought we were just hyping it up. You blamed us of being over dramatic. You've done it before, and you've been wrong before, chat. Blitz complete a 3-1 comeback in the last round to send us to OT, Robert.
Yeah, it was an epic comeback. And in fact, the Blitz looked like they were about to steal this match victory away from Team MGD1. But it's an 8-8 tie. We get tie breaks. And if you look at the rosters, Arjun Erigaisi in a Blitz game, do you trust him? He's a superstar, but he's facing off a World Blitz champion in Alexander Grishuk, a 3-time former World Blitz
I was going to say, like, as crazy as it is to pick against Erigaisi, I actually feel like he was more a favorite in the last game, not just because he had the white pieces, but because the momentum was favoring him. The rapid time control was just, he was in a zone, right? Zone 2, when you're feeling the flow of life. Now, the gloves are off, right? Grishuk gets another chance. He gets the white pieces. The Blitz time control, we know how great he is at 3+2. That's the time control where he won 3 of those World Blitz titles, by the way, that Robert just said. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave also gets white. So I asked chat, I don't know if we actually did a poll or not. If not, maybe we can. Who do you think is gonna come back here? I mean, at this point, momentum greatly favoring the Blitz.
It certainly is. And, we've talked about how the bottom boards, they're equally important as those superstars, super grandmasters at the top. I feel like the Blitz, they have the upper hand right now. You think about what just happened. This is a rematch of round 4. And what happened in round 4? The Blitz won 3-1. So those opponents are probably looking like, if you're an MGD1 player, I need to right the ship somehow, even though it was an excellent first 3. The last one, that sticks in your mind.
Yep. Recency bias is a real thing. Momentum is a real thing. If you're just getting here, where have you been? We see Hikaru Nakamura just went online. He'll be playing chess here in the Pro Chess League, probably starting in about a half an hour. But right now, we have Blitz, we have tie breaks, and we're going to have awesome chess. All right, we talked a little bit about the fact Grishuk and MBL, now they get the white pieces against boards 1 and 2 from MGD1 respectively. But Guha gets the white pieces, right? For MGD1, that's critical. Savitha gets the white pieces, right? So it's going to be an interesting shift here to see what fortune that changes. I have a feeling that given the momentum favoring the Blitz, that I would be worried right now if I'm MGD1 fans.
Okay, well, we have liftoff. We have the game underway. Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces taking on Alexander Grishuk. And, well, this looks like a very calm start to this game. No pawn tension just yet. Danny, I was about to say the big question is white plays C4. Arjun says, no, I'll go first. I'll play C5. Yeah,
it's an awkward, I guess it was another kind of Tory system, but the early 94 for black gets us a really tricky affair. Now black has the 2 central pawns, potentially the E and D pawns. It's like a Queen's Gambit reversed almost. But white immediately playing C4, and tactics will be on the board early and often in this one.
The bishop on H4 is such a thorn in black's side. You can't push the E pawn and develop your dark square bishop because the bishop pins that pawn to the queen. And we're just seeing a lot of knight moves for black. The knight went F6, E4, back to take a pawn C5. This knight went up to C6 and over to E5. And the eval bar likes white by quite a large margin because white's ahead in development. There was a check on D3. Here, have the bishop here. I just want to show something very quickly. You can blunder with knight D6 check. Yes,
I love it when you show things. I was getting excited. I saw it and I knew you were going to show it.
I had to.
It's not out of the question. Look at this move. Rook C1 gains a tempo because the knight on C5 is loose. Maybe bishop takes F7 check is in the air, right? Discovered attacks. So you got to watch out for that. And you can't force your way out of this because, as you just pointed out, obvious captures actually improve white's position and bring that knight on D2 into the game. So this is tough. And again, it's Erigaisi having to hold on. Is B4 coming next?
B4, I think that's definitely available for white. What other moves come to mind? I like B4. Yeah, he played it. I was trying to come up with another
B4
one.
A lot.
Yeah, why not? Kick the knight. Where's it going, actually?
Yeah. It's unclear where that knight has safety. E6, I would maybe even just take twice and double the pawns. A6, I'm guessing I'll play like queen to B3 or something and kind of continue to just develop aggressively, begging black to take my bishop on C4 so that my knight on D2 can recapture, and I've got that nice threat on D6.
goodness, if that happens and white wins a queen, that would be devastating for black here. And I kind of forgot that Alexander Grishuk had the white pieces in this game. I'm looking at the dynamic chess. I'm like, oh, Arjun, he's got white here. He's playing excellently. But no, it's all Grishuk this hard. Look at this knight. Is it trapped in there? Like, if you take it, the second knight replace it, like it's almost trapped.
Yeah, but it's actually kind of a funny move. Obviously, white must have something. The engine really loving white based on the eval bar, but I didn't easily see a move for white. The point is, Robert, to show, like, if the rook moves off of c1, then the c4 bishop is hanging, right? If you take d3, the knight is forking the rook on c1 and the pawn on b4 right now. So it's whatever it is for white, Grishuk has to find it because it's not super obvious. Is it just take c8 and queen b3, maybe, and that knight is gone too far?
I think that looks great. Just trade, get after this knight. The knight has to go back. Black's down like 5 tempi. And while this is happening, we do have liftoff in another game. The matches are staggered, given the blitz time control. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and SL Narayanan, they're off.
Another Lopez, it looks like, for MBL as white, unless it was an Italian awkward move order. But I think I'm right that it was a Lopez. White establishes the knight on d5. A roughly equal position. Maxime did lose with the white pieces when he played the Spanish against Iragaisi, but I don't think Narayanan has the same level of prep that Iragaisi does. All right, we've got the Grishuk game back here. We're working on getting the other game up between MVL and Narayanan. But all right, Grishuk on the clock takes d3.
Yeah, but did you see that? He went knight c4, giving up his rook. Because if knight c1, there was knight d6. This check is available, winning the queen. And so instead, he takes this here, because if white takes, there's knight b2 with a fork. So both sides are very vigilant of the tactics here, and that's why white just takes. And now we see a position where white is likely winning a pawn because black can't even castle as e7 is threatened twice.
Yeah, and we like Grishuk's position a lot. Attacking b7, attacking e7. This is looking tough, by the way. Iragaisi about to go under a minute on the clock to go with it. So, all right, we'll quickly come back and try to catch the ending of this. Can we check over on the MVL Narayanan game, even though we will want to keep our eye on this one because it did start first and will likely reach its conclusion first as well. Here's our bird's eye view. We see that the Guha-Boyer battle is also now underway. But let's quickly check on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's battle versus Narayanan and see what's going on in that board.
Okay, here we have it. We see that this knight on d4, pawn on d5. White has good control here. Yeah. There's also a threat of bishop takes h6. The last move play was queen f3, trying to go for this kind of tactical sequence. But now black has doubled and isolated white's pawns. Danny, I like the open c file. I like the bishop pair. There's a tactic on bishop takes h6. That's why the knight came back to c8.
Yep.
Feels like black's going in the wrong direction.
It's interesting to see the centralized doubled pawns being such an issue for black. They actually hold the knights at bay, right? The whips are keeping the lions back. Very irritating to maneuver your knights when all your central squares are denied by those ugly d pawns. Here comes a bishop maybe to c6 at some point. The a6 pawn is weak for black, by the way. And again, I love your tactical eye that bishop takes h6 is always on the agenda over there. You have to watch out for kingside blunders.
Yeah, the queen needs to stay put defending. Black just is passive here. And look at Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's clock. He is ahead on time. He is the former World Blitz champion. Oh, gosh, taking over another file. That bishop will sink its teeth into c6. Yep. a6 is weak. I really don't like this position for black.
And again, the World Blitz champions... The World Blitz champions are getting it done. I know we just checked on this, but we stagger the games for a reason. So let's go back to the bird's eye view because Grishuk, his game with Arjun Iragaisi started first. And Robert, the rook just entered the 7th rank, bro. This is not looking good for Iragaisi. And Kevin Bourdie, kind of the manager captain of this Blitz team, looking like a genius right now. He picked a couple of guys, Robert, who would be able to get the job done in Blitz tiebreakers with these two World Blitz champions.
And how many pawns is white out? It's supposed to be 3 pawns to the good after queen takes d4. So Arjun Iragaisi, unfortunately for Team MGD1, he could just resign here. There is no hope in his position. He can't resign. This is a team event. You don't want to let your teammates down and see them facing a deficit. But any sort of queen move should be enough to keep the win. The bishop on g3 makes sure the king is always safe to run to h2. Wow, what a game by Grishuk.
Yeah, this is clinical. This is where Grishuk is at his best. Here comes the b pawn. A4 and A5 might fall. Okay, this is the right idea. If you're looking for any sort of practical chance, hurry and make something spicy happen on the king side. But accurate play is going to get the job done here. He's also up on the clock, that being Grishuk, which, kind of rare for those words to come out of my mouth.
Rook D8 trades everything, by the way, because if you play Queen A1 check, the queen can come back to F1 and trade off queens, but Grishuk is 0% scared. He realized his queen can always slide back to defend a first-rank check, and all right, the pawn is stopped for now, but Rook D8 does trade off pieces if you want them off the board, and likely picks up the G4 pawn. Oh!
Queen B3, what a move. Double attacking, the queen trade in F7. Wait, he's yelling.
Wait, why is he yelling?
I don't know. He just got nervous. I don't know. He was yelling something. Maybe he was yelling at his kids. Go to sleep. Daddy's working.
And he is working it right now, but don't get a 3-time repetition.
I was going to say, one more time is not good. Bishop comes back to G3. What a move. It threatens B7 because the bishop was hanging on C7. And here comes the A-pawn.
Yeah, the little engine that could. You can't stop them both. A5 you take. There goes the pawn to B7.
Yep.
You can only deal with one at a time.
Arjun doing his best. Again, you got to give him credit.
Ooh.
At least.
Wait, Bishop D6? That's a game ender.
The game ender. And after the bishop moves, the queen will reprotect the rook on D1. Okay, so this is just a throwaway move. And shouldn't be enough. Arjun Hiragaisi falls to the 3-time World Blitz champion. That's why you bring guys like this onto your team. Now he's going to go take care of the kids. I'm telling you, he was yelling at his kids. I know you think I'm making that up, but one dad to another, that's exactly who he was yelling at.
And he's might not be yelling at Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who got a draw in that game. And he's certainly not yelling at his board 3, Mihail Boyer. Because,
look at that.
Look at Boyer. Chef Boyardee, let's go right into that game because he is cooking up an attack right now. He just stole a pawn on G2. Black is actually down a piece at the moment. Count the minors. Black only has 3, white has 4. But Bishop F4 is coming in. I don't know where this king expects to go. Bishop F4, doesn't that just...
It's just nasty. Bishop F4 is... Yes. Those SpaghettiOs are spelling out victory right now for the Blitz, man. Chef Boyardee gets some. And by the way, I used to love spelling out words with my... I just want to say that.
Wait.
Okay. Where is it? Give me some kind of discovered check. Give me something nasty. Bishop F4.
Gosh. Queen C3, probably the only try here.
But 7 seconds, by the way.
Oh my gosh, just a calm move F6, shutting down the diagonal. We've talked about this earlier in the day. And Boyer, he has it going on right now. This king, if you take on G2, the bishop takes, and once the king takes the second minor piece,
E2
down
falls.
goes E2, down goes C1, and all of white's pieces are hanging.
By the way, the immediate threat is knight H4 check with the discovery, because when the king goes to E1, the bishop is pinned, knight takes F3, wins on the spot, and if the king goes to F2, of course, as you highlighted, queen E3 check is devastating. OMGs or snaps. The Blitz, if you're just tuning in, where have you been? They were down 7-5 heading into the last round. They pulled off a 3-1 score to send us into overtime, and they are about to get the job done. If Boyer wins, it's over. The Blitz have won in overtime chess.
A queen B4 play that's escaping some checks.
There it is.
You pointed out.
Knight H4. It's over.
King, queen E3.
Queen E3 check, and knight takes F3, and the Blitz are going to win in comeback style. This is why the Pro Chess League is played, right here. What a crazy victory.
And I can only imagine what Kevin Bordy is doing. We saw Jan Ludwig Hammer's reaction yesterday. Bordy is probably next level.
If I spoke French and I wasn't busy doing commentary, I'm going to check. He's got his arm around Fabian. Go to twitch.tv/blitzstream right now. They are having a party in France. I love the French faithful, by the way. I hate the opening. Love the chat.
Hey, Alexander Grishuk used it to perfection in his fourth game
I eat my words.
against Arjun Hiragaisi, and I played for the French team, and that's it. If the Blitz have won, you see a little fist pump from Boyer. He's the hero. He's the hero they needed, even if he's not the one they deserve, Danny.
And Danya called it, as chat says. He said, watch out for Boyer. He didn't start out well. He comes back. They're spamming Boyer faces in the twitch.tv/blitzstream chat right now, and they are pumped. This young man is going to help them get to a victory. And shout out and congratulations to the Blitz on this comeback day.
It's kind of sad that these players, they have to keep going in this one. They don't know what happened, perhaps, it's hard to look at other games where you're still in
Yeah.
the midst of your own. Look at this king on h1, king on h8, this knight coming into f4, the g2 pawn. But ultimately, this result is meaningless. And that's the sad news for Savita Sri. I mean, was playing a nice game here, but it doesn't matter. Her result is not going to change the match score.
Not a meaningless result in the sense that Demonte Dulit Cornet, she will be playing again for the Blitz. She didn't start out well today, but she won her last game against Savita, and if she wins the Blitz, she's not going to win the Blitz game anymore. What's going on? Okay.
What?
It's a confidence builder. That's what I was trying to say, but it looks like it's not going to be a confidence builder if it goes Savita's way.
Go back. There's a cool moment here. I can't go back fast enough. Queen takes c1. You sacrifice your queen to win the other queen.
Oh my gosh. I love when you struggle with the mouse. It warms my heart when you're freaking out.
Yeah, but there was a temporary queen sack to win in exchange there. Now she's just losing all her pawns, and this is Savita Sri's game. So the Blitz are going to take the match. Savita Sri, she's going to take this final game here. Just trade off all the pieces and win a free
But I think she just found out her team's result. I think her emotional reaction did not match the chess on the board, which means to me, I think she probably just found out that her team has already lost. She's going to get the dub here. In fact, it's checkmate on the board, but she already shook her head. Frustrated with how this one ended. You got to feel the pain for MGD1. They were dominating this match for most of the day. And again, if you're just tuning in, I already said it. They were up 7-5. But the Blitz come back and now have gotten the job done in tie breaks, Robert.
Yes, and we just saw Savita Sri win board 4 for the team MGD1. It just a little bit too little because the top 3 boards for the Blitz, they dominated. Mihail Boyer, the hero, Danya Naroditsky, he is the prophet for a reason. He called it out. He said that would be the underrated player in this matchup, and he takes down my underrated player in Mitraba Guha.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I mean, this was incredible. And there were so many moments in the last set of Rapid games where it was moments away, you thought, from MGD1 wrapping it up. But no, the Blitz complete the comeback, and Alexander Grishuk, the World Blitz champion, he gets the job done in Blitz with the white pieces over Arjun Iragaisi. Again, I have so many great memories recently of Iragaisi, especially in his Rapid chess. He's a rising star, but I have some memories of the Blitz chess not going his way, the SCC battle versus Fabiano Caruana, this game here versus Grishuk. I'm saying it out loud to say that I think that Iragaisi's Blitz, maybe that's where you want to get this guy, because you can't seem to beat him in Rapid. Get him in Blitz, maybe.
Yeah, because the Speed Chess Championship, that matchup was won by Fabiano Caruana. He did win the Junior Speed Chess Championship ahead of Mihail Sarin.
Yes.
But Alexander Grishuk, former World Blitz champion, 3-time World Blitz champion, and when it came down to the wire, he was dominant from start to finish of that tiebreak game. The Blitz, they deserved it in the tiebreak. The momentum was on their side, as you were forecasting. So a good win for Kevin Bordy and his team.
10.5, 9.5. It took overtime chess to get there. Will we have overtime chess in the next match is the question. Let's preview it right up, because here we go. The Berlin Bears stepping in to take on the Gotham Knights. If you missed the memo, this is a team started and founded by the manager captain, Levi Rosman, Gotham Chess, the biggest chess YouTuber. And on his team, as fate would have it, it was meant to be the biggest chess streamer on Twitch, Hikaru Nakamura. He'll be trying to lead the Gotham Knights to their first victory, but the Berlin Bears will have more than a thing or two to say about that. So, Robert, before we head to a break, your quick preview on what the people should be buckled up for. Click, right? Always safety first as we head to this next match.
Well, there will be turbulence, so you should buckle up, because the Berlin Bears, they may not have the highest rated players on the planet, but they have people who can punch up, and they will need to, because Hikaru Nakamura is board 1 for Gotham Knights. Levi and Hikaru team up once more. We'll see if the Bears will bring the bite and not just the scary posturing. They will need to bring their best to take down the Gotham Knights.
I can't wait to see what we have next. We've already had overtime chess today. Don't go anywhere, everybody. It's our second matchup when we return in just a few. Pro Chess League continues here as we move to our second matchup of the day. If you've been with us for the whole show, thank you. If you're just joining, don't worry. So much great chess ahead. Alongside me, Grandmaster Robert Hess. I'm not going to recap the amazing things we've already seen. I'm going to move forward and talk about what's coming up. But before we do, Robert, let me remind everybody, we reset the table. We all take a breath before the amazing second course meal begins. And let's talk about what the format is for the Pro Chess League. You know it, you love it. It's an all-play-all deal with a time control of 10+2, which puts us right into the action. It is fast, it is furious, it is fun. It's the first team to reach 8.5 points. That's what gets you the dub. If we are tied, we will go to a replay of round 4 tiebreaker, of course, with the colors being switched. Robert, sorry for dominating the top of the show here as we preview Berlin Bears versus Gotham Knights. I'm going to now throw it to you, let you talk about the matchups that we are about to see in this second match.
Well, you use the word dominating, and I see a player on the lineup, Hikaru Nakamura. He dominated Title Tuesday yesterday. He won both of those. He dominates pretty much every tournament he plays in. Made it to the finals of the Air Things Masters, the Champions Chess Tour. He took on Magnus Carlsen. Magnus won that one. But Hikaru Nakamura, you see him, you have to say his name. But what I've talked about, Denny, the Berlin Bears, they are a tough squad. They have brothers, the brothers Svane, in their lineup, and they're full of these 2600s who can't punch up. Rasmus has been on Chess.com for so many years. He's played in the German Olympiad team. They have some great players in that lineup.
Rasmus or Frederick, who got the better deal of the name lottery between the parents? We're gonna unpack that later in the show. It is a family affair there. I'm just kidding. Rasmus Frederick. Okay, great name. But you mentioned Hikaru. You didn't mention the other guy who's a World Blitz champion, Liam Lay. We just saw 2 World Blitz champions help the Blitz make a comeback victory against MGD1, of course, in Grishuk and MDL. Watch out for Liam Lay to also be a star for this Gotham Knights team, maybe not just today, but for their entire season. So I'm super pumped to see what's about to go down here. Now let's talk about the pairings. Those are the lineups. Those are the players for each team as you see them. But who plays who first? The way this thing works is we kind of go in reverse order. We start with board 1s taking on the board 4s for each respective team. Robert, of those matchups, circle the one for me. Maybe it's a board 2 or a board 3 battle that maybe has the most potential for an upset.
Dmitry Kolar's Andy Woodward. Andy Woodward is board 3 for the Gotham Knights, but that's a 12-year-old superstar. He's an international master. His rating is nearing Grandmaster territory. He gave Hikaru Nakamura all he could handle in the Fischer Random World Championship qualifiers. That was a close one. Hikaru ended up becoming the world champion in the Fischer Random variant, but he barely made it in, honestly, because that was a tough matchup. So Andy Woodward, that's the name to watch. He's just 12 years old.
I love how confident and ready you were for that. Andy Woodward, the junior rising star in the U.S., but he is playing Dmitry Kolarz. Let's not forget, Dmitry was a hero for the Baden-Baden Snowballs when they actually went all the way to the live finals in San Francisco in 2019. So he is an experienced Pro Chess League Grandmaster. So, all right, it's time to go to the games. The action is about to kick off. We've got Natalia Buxa versus Rasmus Svane. Svane, tell me how to pronounce the last name so I just don't. I'm just going to acknowledge and you're just going to tell me in front of everyone. How do I pronounce their last name? Svane?
I go with Svane, but it could be all of the above. I feel like it's a Swan song at this point.
You're so Svane. You probably think this song is about you. You're so Svane.
Wow, I was not expecting that reference right here, but I'm proud of you. I have to say, I'm very proud of you.
Okay. Anyway, Rasmus is, as you said, one of the maybe better Blitz players on the site that you haven't heard of. Household names like Hikaru Nakamura, of course, are at the top of that list. But Svane, I'm going to go with your pronunciation. A great player, taking on the board 4 for the Gotham Knights. Can Natalia Buxa pull off an upset? We're going to find out.
And Natalia Buxa, she's a mainstay of the Ukrainian women's team. They won the gold medal in the Olympiad in Chennai. And here with the white pieces, a very solid start. We have an Italian game. We have a quiet variation. Instead of pawn going up to c3, she brings her knight out. And I think that's a good decision against a higher rated player. Just play a solid opening. Force him to take the risks.
Yeah. By the way, we gave love where love was due to the Blitz, who had jerseys. MBL was sporting it proudly. Ultimately, that team spirit maybe helped them in a comeback victory. Look at the Berlin Bears. That's a nice looking hoodie. I could look good in a hoodie like that. I'm gonna give a shout out to the Berlin Bears. I would wear it if you sent it to me. Looks comfy. It's cold outside where I live.
Yeah, I kind of want one. Truly, like they have a great logo.
Yeah.
They also have great team chemistry. They have brothers on their squad. So you know that these players are working together. And right now, Rasmus, it's the opening stage. He played a6. His bishop often drops back to a7, but it usually does that when there's a pawn on c3. So I'm wondering what the dynamics of this position are, what's unique about it. And Natalia, she brings her bishop out. If h6, Danny, is she going to play bishop h4 and allow g5? She answered it before.
No, she takes it.
Yeah.
This is interesting stuff. It was looking, some of these four nights are funny because obviously at this level, these players are very well prepared. There's advanced stuff going on in their head, but it's also a position that's very beginner friendly, right? Everyone's developed their pieces. They're fighting for control over the center. There's not really a lot about this position that's hard to follow. And I love this move c3. White is flexibly preparing both b4 potentially, a b4, a4 advance, as well as maybe a strike in d4, depending on what Rasmus does here.
Yeah, white just is first to the action. We have a very strong knight on d5. The pawn on c3, it takes away the 4 jumps from this knight on c6. This is all good news, but black is extremely solid and has the bishop pair. At some point, this bishop may slide back to a7, and for the long term, the bishop is going to cause white problems as it slices across the board. So with our second game getting underway as well, I think that this is just a very level start. I think both sides have not shown what their intentions are.
Agreed, Town. Population us. It's also time for us to head over to the bird's eye view as our third game gets underway. Remember, if you're just watching for the first time, the games are staggered a little bit by design. That allows us to give every game some love at the start and potentially, if we're lucky, catch the finishing moments of every game. Of course, it is chess, and we're not always in control of that. But looking at board 2, Dmitry Kolarz versus Andy Woodward. That's a fun one with a couple of pawns dancing in the center. And then you have the other Svane, the other Van. Sorry, I got to get away from this name thing. It's gonna kill us today. You have Frederick taking on Liam Lay down there in the left corner. Where to, Robert?
I'll take us to Andy Woodward versus Dmitry Kolarz, just because the Frederick Svane Liam Lay position is a bit more closed, and this one is opening up. We just saw black a moment ago take on d4 and then play e5. So Dmitry Kolarz, he is extending his pawns in the center. But then we know what happens sometimes. You push your pawns too far, you leave squares behind. And Kolarz has zero. He is giving up the bishop because he's claiming that his spatial advantage with these 2 pawns is more than enough to offset this great bishop on g2.
Yeah, agreed. And I'm excited to see what that bishop can do on the long diagonal. I'm also excited to see a bookshelf I can get behind, right? Now, there's an organized bookshelf. Also looks like, he is 12, so I think some of those books I'm familiar with. I have an 11-year-old, so, the library is full of chess books, Robert, and maybe some good family fiction.
Well, it's good to be a reader. I've always enjoyed myself a good book. Not so much chess books, but I was exposed on the Champions Chess Tour coverage. David Howell called me out on it because I told him in confidence that I didn't read many chess books. And by the way, we need to go back to our bird's eye view. It looks like a certain has not read many chess books, but he is a superstar. We usually trust him. So Hikaru Nakamura, he's taking on Josephine Heinemann. And look at this opening, Danny. The F pawn is missing. That's the golden pawn.
I literally was going to ask, what happened to the F pawn? Hikaru does like himself a Dutch, right? Goes for d4, f5 from time to time, and maybe Hikaru was into throwing off his opponent Josephine Heinemann today with the pieces, but objectively, if you look at that board in the lower right corner, everybody, it's a decent position for white. You've got the open E file for the rook coming. The light squares are potentially weak, even if it is Hikaru Nakamura playing black. So whether it was planned or not in terms of prep, I don't dislike Josephine's position at this point.
F5 on move 2. That is just, you're asking for trouble. But Hikaru says, hey, I'm the best in online chess right now, and I'm just going to try to kind of shore up these weak light squares. And Danny, this is a very risky decision. We see that white objectively is better. I think it's fairly obvious. Maybe c4, try to push d5 at some point. You can just play knight c3 for the same purpose and slide this knight into d4. But I don't know about this. I just feel like it sets the tenor for this game where she is going to be playing solidly because she's afraid of Hikaru's might.
I tend to agree, and I don't ever like that, not just because everyone knows I'm an aggressive player looking to mix it up, but it's just usually not the right mindset, right? You want to play principled but aggressive chess against your higher rated opponent and challenge them. And having been in those shoes, rarely, Robert, I am the higher rated player, rarely, but having been in those shoes, I will say no one likes that, right? No one likes when you sit down and a young master's coming after you and you're like, whoa, big fella, right? You don't want to play against that. So I tend to agree that I think an aggressive approach is what you need. Everyone, of course, knows that the format we have managers, we have captains, we have teams, and every once in a while you have a player who also will want to stream their own point of view. It is legal as long as there is a stream delay and they abide by all other fair play rules. So you can watch Hikaru stream if you want, but it will be on delay because there is a restriction to ensure that we're avoiding any tomfoolery, any second gunman on the grassy knoll, if you will, to assist, which is why our games are on a private server. And why they're hard to find. So I had to say that to some fans the other day. They're hard to find on Chess.com by design. You should stick here with me and Robert and watch the show. So there you go.
For sure, and it is a show indeed because an open F file, if the Black King decides to castle kingside, or very likely the queen side, kings and opposite sides of the board, whose king is safer? Not a big fan of the king on G1. E4 is coming. That will open up the bishop, open up attacking chances all across the board. I really like Hikaru's position, despite the fact that he played F5 on move 2.
If you give me a Greek gift, I will get you a euro. We could go for a nice euro after this with some falafel. Oh, man.
When you said a euro, I thought you were giving me money, but you haven't paid me for shows in like
like it's been like 7 years. We don't talk about that. Okay. All right. Well, I agree with you. Robert seems to have Hikaru seems to have righted the ship. I tend to agree that a C4 D5 dynamic by Josephine earlier was the way to maybe cramp the light squares, cramp Hikaru's style. That didn't happen. And now I'm liking Hikaru's chances more and more. So, okay. Hikaru looking up. Also got his chess dress on today. Nice shirt he's wearing there.
He's just cruising, Danny. Like everything is working out for him. He plays E4, kicks the knight away. Once the knight moves, the queen comes to E5, lines up for checkmate. You're going to have to play G3, but then all of your kingside squares are compromised, and black can always slide a rook to defend this pawn. It feels like black has had like 5 free turns.
Yeah, I agree. Like, what happened to developing the queen side? And now you're wondering if there's a concrete tactic. Hikaru puts the knight on E5. The D3 squares calling his name. You know what I want here? I want to play H5, Robert, and then just put a knight on G4. That's what I want to do. I just want to, like, literally brute force my way through the king side.
Why not? It's the fishing pole method, but this knight is going to D3. You wish, the pawn doesn't move backwards, but you need the pawn to cover the square. The knight jumps in. F2 is the target. This is going to be on the docket with bishop takes H2, but knight D3 is automatic. And then this knight can come to D5. And we might see a knight go to F4 at some moment. You can't even get away with a queen trade. I'm just going to show this, that if you try to go like queen G4 over here, you're going to lose the B2 pawn. And you might just lose everything because in a situation like this, I'll gladly trade off all the pieces and take the pawn over here. Black's just completely winning.
Yeah, and the position unravels super, super quickly. So Hikaru's kind of slightly dubious opening gambit paying off. By the way, here comes my H5. You know I want it. Put the knight on G4, Hikaru, or go home. Oh, wait, you're already home. Come on, man. But no, if you're just tuning in, Hikaru played D6 and then F5 on move 2. That is not something you should try at home, kids. But it has led to a pretty good position. And now what? Now the eval is announcing victories.
Oh. I mean, yeah, you could probably have just snapped off this knight and created a bad pawn structure, but you could tell Hikaru just wants to crush down the king side. There's not even a knight b5 move because the queen covers the square. So any forward jumps that white may have in mind, perhaps knight c4, don't look too threatening, especially with some kind of take on h2, g4, and all that. This is really, really bad for Josephine here, Danny. And she played a little bit too timidly out of the opening.
Yep. And it's tough, right? Everyone who's played Hikaru has been there. His reputation precedes him. But okay, let's move back to our bird's eye view and check in on the one board that we haven't looked at all. And that is the game between the other Svane. And I don't mean that in any way against Frederick. Rasmus is, I think, just the slightly more well-known player. That's the truth. Frederick Svane playing board 3 for the Berlin Bears, is taking on Liam Lay, the World Blitz champion for the Gotham Knights. It's funny because we say that, again, this is not disparaging Hikaru in any way. Everyone knows what a monster he is, but he's actually never won a World Blitz championship title, one of the few accomplishments that has evaded him, whereas Liam Lay has, and it just makes them even more of a 1-2 dynamic punch to lead the Gotham Knights this year. I am not excited to play this team if I'm anybody else.
No, you're not. And this position is actually quite exciting because the last couple moves, let's go back in time. The move G4 was played by Frederick. Bishop takes C3, probably an unexpected shot from the German player's perspective, because after pawn takes, knight takes, you have 2 pawns for your sacrificed bishop, and you're forking the queen and the rook. So once this queen slides somewhere, the rook on D1 will be captured. That means it's going to be a rook and 2 pawns for 2 minor pieces. If we do a quick count, do some math there. 2 minor pieces, 6 points. Rook and 2 pawns is 7, plus weaknesses abound in White's position, the D3 and A4 pawns.
I love how you said bishop takes c3 was kind of a surprise, and it is true, right? Sometimes psychologically, you don't expect the bishop to capture on that square, but here we see that Liam Lay has seen the future, and it's one where he's up a pawn with some interest. Black is Actually, wait, now he's up the exchange. No, it's 2 minors for the exchange, and I am blacking out because. But sorry, I have some information coming my way. We may or may not have a special guest joining me. Those who will see what's in store for them in a minute will no longer blame me for my slip there. So.
Yeah, no, I see where your mistake came from. It is a rook and 2 pawns for 2 minor pieces, but I get why you're excited, Danny.
I was excited because I was getting messages from the producer, and not every day you have Levy Rosman join you. That's Gotham Chess, for those who don't speak YouTube good. Hey, Levy, how you doing, man?
Hey, sorry, it's tough because there's so many cameras and there's a lot of scenes right now, so I didn't know when I was going to get up on screen. You guys are doing a great job. Loving it so far.
Thank you, sir. Are you commenting on your own channel right now? Are we also live on your channel?
Yeah, they don't see you, but they can hear you. Yes.
Okay.
That's the best possible outcome for them.
That's the best possible outcome. Well, I was asking permission first before I would say hi, Gotham Chess fans, and hope you guys are excited for the season of the Gotham Knights. Levy, I'm going to ask you questions like I don't know you very well because it's more fun to pretend. And tell me what it was that made you want to be a manager of a pro chess league team, and also give the fans whatever behind the scenes you can reveal about what it took to recruit Hikaru to play for you.
Yeah, the recruitment for Hikaru was crazy. Like, remember LeBron James and the whole Miami thing the first time around when he went on TV? Yeah. Like, I wouldn't go that far, but listen, man, it took a lot of conversations. I mean, it kind of started with, hey, you want to join the team? And he said, yeah.
Oh. Okay, wow.
That? It wasn't like
yeah, no, I don't know. I thought it was going to be very tough, but then he was like, yeah, I'm in, because he played for New York before. And the toughest part after that, though, was figuring out what kind of a lineup we wanted, because there's like these different rules and ratings, and we didn't know if we wanted to go for like triple stack, death lineup, and then then we saw that the Chess Bros got Magnus, and it basically became an arms race. So we actually we went to the mountains of Kazakhstan to recruit like a board 4, like a borderline flying into the country and like going like to sit down and recruit. So we have a really strong young board 4. We have like very quickly rising talent from Bulgaria, Nurgul Salimova for board 4. So I mean, it's been a lot of fun. And these matchups have been super close. Well, except one of them, which ended in round 3. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Well, Levy, did you have any scouts? Because, of course, you know most of the top players. But when you're looking for an up-and-comer or a board 4, you're talking about across the world. So did you have people help you compose the lineup, or was it just all your choice?
No. Listen, I would love to sit here and say it was all me. But a really, really big amount, if not like all of the conversations for recruitment directly with the players themselves were Robert, I'm sure you know, Alex Ostrovsky, international master, best chess coach in the Western Hemisphere. I think that's where New York is in the United States. If not, then I'm really sorry. Northern Hemisphere. So listen, I'm a chess player. I don't do geography. But no, he because he has a lot of students who like play competitive events, so he knows a lot of talented juniors all over the world, and he's like very good at strategizing. He's very good at like double checking all the details for the rating lists and the calculations. So I was going back and forth with him a lot, but he's like the brains behind our roster. So, and available for chess lessons, Chess.com. So
there you go.
Wait, Danny, sorry. Can we just look at Hikaru's game? Because something's going very wrong.
I was just going to say the same thing, that before we ask Levy to talk about the chess, let's switch to the chessboard that is is going very, very strangely. Hikaru blundered against Josephine Heinemann, but we don't know where.
Okay, it looks dominating.
His last move, I guess, Queen F6.
Where was it?
Just rover. Queen F6.
He wanted mate, but he walked right into Bishop G5.
I mean, I'm going to assume he did that on purpose, but he must have missed some sort of follow-up. Right? Like he must think
because
he's just
the queen winning the E4 pawn. The queen winning the E4 pawn is the key, right? When the queen comes to E4, if you show Robert, that guards the H4 square, preventing Queen H4 for black. So the exchange sack isn't just a way to win. And obviously, we know Hikaru is going to get the job done for you this year, Levy. But obviously, this is a position that has kind of gotten away from the man. But let's see, what kind of chances does he have? Actually, C4 is coming. What is going on here? This is not looking great at all.
And maybe this is what he missed. The knight just comes back to F1 and stops the mate.
Yeah. You guys might be ahead of me. I have the events page open, so I don't.
Then
see,
we are.
I might
then
not
we
see
are.
the moves, but yeah.
Well, if you look at okay, well, we apologize for that. And again, that is by design, everybody, for fair play reasons. But Hikaru in a bit of trouble here, and in live fashion, kind of shaking his head a little bit. So this would be, talk about a crazy turnaround and a shocker, as we left this one what we thought was for good. But all right.
Sorry,
the job done.
Sorry, guys. I totally forgot that it's been a while since I joined the broadcast. I forgot you guys have a board here. I don't have to look at the one on my screen. Knight E3, Knight F1 seems to have been. But I think part of it is also he might have started the match just a bit relaxed, right? Like he played a very, very offbeat opening, but he still got a completely winning position, and he just thought, okay, I'm just going to deliver checkmate, and that will be the end. And this is a worst nightmare situation, but there's 8 points still to be gained as a team, and I think we're pretty good on the other boards, but I haven't looked, so now I'm kind of terrified.
Well, it's true. Lam Lei is getting the job done against Frederick Swane at this time, and Natalia Buxa also looking. She's down on the clock, but the position is interesting against Rasmus Swane. So, but still, we hate to have you be here and to have things go so weirdly wrong, Levy. But weird start for the Gotham Knights, and we'll see where it goes in the rest of the day.
No, listen, as Hikaru has said before, he's a streamer first, so he's got to do things in the most dramatic fashion, So now we got to get
the content.
Now all the storylines and the narratives are going to be out there. But I'll stay positive. I'll be happy with a 2-2 round one. We are a rating favorite, I think, on 3 of these boards. They're a very, very good team, but obviously we'll hope for the best. That's all I can
Levy,
do.
before
Everybody
I let you go,
asks me if I'm playing,
question.
and I'm like, no.
Last question, because I saw fans asking in chat. We've seen some teams sporting some pretty sexy swag. The Blitz had jerseys. You've got the Berlin Bears with the hoodies. The fans want to know how long until the Levy Rosman Gotham chess merch, and will Gotham Knights merch be a part of that? I can't just use this same Wingardium Levy Rosman mug forever, bro.
Yeah, that was before I even had facial hair. That's like the old Gotham, you know what I mean? I think there is a result, so Liam did get the job done. So we actually have a wait list. We have GothamMerch.com. I've been working with Fourth Wall. We're going to probably get a nice hoodie design. It's just, I really want it to be super nice. There's an M in the evaluation in Hikaru's game on the board, which is absolutely unreal. That knight on F1 is an absolute goat. Speaking of, it's a knight that's the goat, but it's not playing for our team. So we will have some merch, and I hope to do a big Gotham merch drop like in 23 for myself. But I want it to be super nice. I don't want there to be threading and for it to be poor quality. So like a typical creator merch drop. So yep.
Well, good stuff, man. The fans will eagerly await that. Let's get some Gotham Knights merch in it too, and good luck to the team the rest of the way. Maybe this is the drama that the people wanted. Hikaru, as you said, he's a streamer first, content first, and we are going to have drama now. with this board one upset. So good luck, man, and we'll talk to you later.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Yeah. See you soon, Levy. Wow, Danny. I mean, I can't believe it.
I'm shocked. It was so funny because like that script was supposed to go very differently. We were supposed to have International Master Levy Rosman talk about recruiting Hikaru, celebrate Hikaru's first victory here, and instead the gloves came absolutely off. The wheels came off. Wow.
And look at her. She is jubilant here. She was trying not to celebrate, but you could tell that this may be the happiest moment of her chess life. She's a very strong player, but she just took down Hikaru Nakamura. There it is. There the smile.
That's the smile. Wow. Well, self-inflicted wounds for Hikaru, losing his focus a little bit there. Okay, the day is young, and we'll see what happens. But Liam Lay did get the job done on board two. You can just see it there in the lower left corner. It was a pretty dominant victory over Frederick Svane. But okay, let's go to the game between Dmitry Kolarz and Andy Woodward. We've got time scrambles on the board. Unfortunately, Andy Woodward is also...
Oh, no, Danny. There's a queen on H1.
Oh, no, never play like Danny. Never play like Dan. Never go full Dan. Okay, Andy Woodward gets a little bit of a lesson. I did say that Dmitry Kolarz, for those who don't know, is a very experienced Pro Chess League veteran, very good at this time control. Look for him to be a name that you get to know well by the end of the season if you don't already. Now we got to go to the only other board still in action.
No, they're all done.
And, what?
They're all done.
Oh, wait. It wrapped up as well. There we go. All 4 games are done.
Wow, that was like a quick sprint there at the finish. And it looks like Rasmus Svane, he's up a clean knight against Natalia Buxa. So he gets the win. And that means the Berlin Bears,
yeah,
if I'm counting correctly, they won 3 out of 4.
What a surprising start for this one. If you're the Gotham Knights, you've been put on your heels, put on notice by the Berlin Bears. The brothers Svane helping to lead the way. And just like that, it's a 3-1 score for the team from Germany.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, it all came down to board 4 for Berlin, taking down board 1 for the Gotham. You thought Hikaru would not lose all season. He lost the first game of the entire PCL that he has played for the Gotham Knights. Now, he is going to be roaring back, but look at his next 3 opponents, Danny. Those are 3 strong, underrated grandmasters. You need to be very careful if you're the Gotham Knights, and in particular, Hikaru Nakamura. Playing for the results can often backfire.
100%, especially when you let the demons of the past. We always say you can't play against your ghosts of the past, but it's hard to do when you're a human being and you lose a game to start things off, one that you were definitely not supposed to. But okay, next he will play the board 3. Remember how it works in order, so he'll be taking on Frederick Svane next, and we'll see what happens with Hikaru there. Of course, many other matchups that we'll continue to break down. We will be taking our first break of the day here in just a moment. And of course, before we head to round 2, I don't know. I feel a little rattled right now. I feel like the multiverse door opened and we accidentally slid through the wrong one. We're going to see where we go from here. I hope everyone is as excited as we are. We're going to continue our coverage of the Pro Chess League, our second match of the day. The Berlin Bears have a 3-1 lead over the Gotham Knights, and we will be right back. Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, there's something wrong with your title. And that's how I felt at this
There's
point.
something wrong with
But I believe when we're talking the 60s and 70s, even the 80s and 90s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment at the press conference where I was trying to tone it down, not get very excited, and also I had not had time to collect myself. In fact, I already wanted to calm down and think of the next game because I knew this is a wounded animal there. I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. I mean, you can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already, so he must have been exhausted and waiting to finish the match. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands because it's not going to come by way.
And we are back here with the Pro Chess League. Our second matchup of the day continues with one of the youngest players in the PCL. We're getting a close-up look there at Andy Woodward and the bookshelf behind him. There's a map of the United States. I think I see Lord of the Rings series and some Gary Kasparov, my great predecessor books, Robert.
Yeah, my vision not as good as yours, but I think you are correct. And as we see, he is the board 3 for the Gotham Knights. He is 12 years old already in IM. He's one of those little monsters.
Yeah, Hikaru was 22 years old when this young man was born. The average price of gas was $2.79. I'm not really sure how that's relevant, but it's a great stat. And we've got he is as we said, he is the youngest. Okay, I knew he was one of the youngest. He's the youngest player in the Pro Chess League. He earned the IM title just a few months ago, and he looks poised. He had a tough start. He just lost to Dmitry Kolars, but look for this guy to be a name you get to know. Maybe not just this season for the Gotham Knights, but probably for the rest of his career for many years to come. So Andy Woodward, there he is, making his PCL debut. Let's look at the scores for the Gotham Knights in this matchup. And it's not what they wanted to see, not what they had drawn up on the old whiteboard at home, Robert, to start the day.
No, because you see a 1 next to Josephine Heinemann's name, and she took down Hikaru Nakamura, who has a 0 next to his. That is as unexpected a result as it gets, a 450-point rating upset. And, of course, the Gotham Knights are going to be upset. We had Levy Rosman on the broadcast. I think he's as shocked as anyone.
Yeah, everyone was shocked. It was a great interview to catch up with Levy Rosman. Also, shout out to his partner Alex Ostrovsky, as Levy would want us to do, the genius, as he would say, the brains behind recruiting so many underrated players, the young stars like Andy Woodward. But okay, right now, doesn't matter how they built the team. They're hopeful their team can get it done. Layem Lay was the lone bright spot for the Gotham Knights in that first round. We'll look for Hikaru and others to try to rebound if you're a Gotham Knights fan. But shout out to the Bears, by the way, who, again, it's natural we talk a lot about the Knights. You talk a lot about Hikaru. The star power on that team is huge. But this Berlin Bears team is solid AF, as the kids say, right? This team is one of those you need to mark early on as one that might surprise you and be one of the better ones at the end of the year.
Yeah, and they're going to need to be solid AF, solid as Frederick Spane, because he takes the black pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. We saw Frederick, he had a tough first matchup against Layem Lay. So Frederick, he's going to need to right the ship with the black pieces. Way easier said than done when it's an angry Hikaru coming at you.
Yeah. No one likes Hikaru when he's angry, and Frederick Spane will hope that it's his day. Hey, that rhymed all the way. And we'll see what happens here. Shout out to about 14,000 of you on Twitch. We got 3,500 on YouTube. 10,000 of you watching Hikaru. Another 4 or 5 watching Levy. A lot of people tuning in to chess in the Pro Chess League here. So no matter where you are, thanks for making the show a part of your day. And let's see what Rasmus does here with the first move against Andy Woodward. We're off.
Oh, okay, and Andy Woodward, he lost his first game with the white pieces. Rasmus won his with the black. And we see just knight of 3, d5, a calm start. And hey, where's Rasmus's move? He is a very quick player, but maybe he's trying to feel out the position against the youngster. And I just have to say, 12 years old and 24-47 and climbing, Andy Woodward is one of those prodigies that you are going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, that is a scary, scary bright future. No kidding. And we've seen some of the youngest talents in the world play in these types of leagues, in these events. People remember Ali Reza Fallujah before the launching of his fashion career, before he won the Junior Speed Chess Championships. You remember people like Arjun Iragaisi and Nihal Sarin, and this is a name that and a face you will get to know very well in the coming years. So, all right, it's a Queen's Gambit. Declined structure, the D pawns leading the way, a semi-Slav for black with the pawn on c6. This knight b to d2, not the most common development move. It means we're probably going to see a g3, maybe transpose into some sort of weird Catalan kind of structure, maybe a b3, double fianchetto type of structure for white. Yeah.
It's what you do against the kids, right? You just try to get out of book as soon as possible. It's possible that Andy Woodward has never seen this position before, and he goes for a Grunfeld-style setup, and this bishop can at some point slide to a3 to make use of the fact the bishop is on g7, but it's just rapid play from Rasmus. He's up on time. It's a good start for him, a very natural-looking position, and there's tension, and neither side wants to release it.
Yeah, this move A5 played quickly. This is a typical kind of structural idea. You're looking for A4 at different moments. Sometimes it's designed to hold back A3 and B4. So a good move to kind of throw in. The youngster may not have played this structure very often, but so far kind of holding his own. Speaking of holding his own, as we said, Frederick Svané will need to do that against Hikaru Nakamura. That game will be starting in just moments, and we're gonna head back to our bird's eye view to make sure that we're ready the moment that game gets underway, because everyone wants to see how Hikaru rebounds, given what just happened to start things off. If you just missed it, a huge upset with Hikaru losing the first game to Josephine Heinemann. And that other board, Dimitri Kolarz versus Natalia Buxa, kind of a fun one as well. But here we go. Hikaru has liftoff, and we have a King's Indian attack with knight f3 played for Nakamura.
Yeah, maybe a slower approach to this one. It seemed like he was all in on the aggressive play in that first game against Josephine Heinemann. Now he's saying, let's slow play this. E5, rook E1, queen E2. It's the whole King's Indian attack where you reroute your pieces. But for Frederick, he is really determining right now, where does his king go? Because sometimes you play B6, bishop B7, and castle queenside. He decides, let me go kingside. This can be quite dangerous to deal with.
I was going to say, this is the sharpest way to play. When you castle kingside, you got to play B5, and you're all in on B4, C4, D4. Anything you can do to get space and counterplay for black, because white's plans, if Robert, if you want to highlight them faster than I can say it, but it's H4, knight H2, knight G4, H5. The pieces are coming in a hurry, everything but the kitchen sink, and you might even throw that in too for good measure if you're white in these positions.
Yeah, just a very simple plan. But black's plan actually is quite reasonable as well. H6 stops the pawn's progress. You actually do not want to allow white to carve out the dark squares. And if you go knight H2, knight G4, you have to be ready at any moment for a sacrifice on the square. Yep. So white often lines the pieces up against the H6 pawn, and black will have to be ready to deal with that. And you often strike in the center. While white is playing on the kingside flank, black plays towards the center. This position has been played before at the highest level. You can play B4, C4 type ideas. You can go queen C7 right after this pawn, but you know what white's plan is. It's actually just very straightforward, and that's why Hikaru is playing very quickly.
And black sometimes with queen c7 also may move the rook off of f8 so that you can use the f8 square for either the bishop or the knight, depending. A timely retreating defensive move may be needed. Either piece can be used depending on how white approaches it. But this is funny. It's like, you think of the King's Indian defense as having this attack for black on the king side. This is the King's Indian attack. But a similar game in that black is all in on the queen side here. White is all in on the king side with colors reversed the other way. And this will be a fun one. And if you're Svané, like, you called it, Robert, that you kind of would rather have a game like this against Hikaru where he's all in, not necessarily tilting, but he wants a dub after losing that first game. At least you're going to get some chances. This is going to be a spicy one, and it's going to have counterplay for both sides.
Yeah, not a single piece has been traded. All 8 pawns, all 4 minor pieces, the queens and the rooks are on the board. Yep. And for black, knight d4 is a common plan. You would like to see, I'm just going to show this very quickly, you would like to see files open up, because you get to put pressure down on c2. Now, the d4 pawn may be a target, but oftentimes black starts pushing more pawns up the queen side. So it's one of those positions where you have to be certain that knight d4 is good. We saw the eval bar react, saying white should be the side for choice. But knight d4, it's one of those things that one of those moves you play to give air to your pieces.
Yeah. 100%, and I agree with your highlighting that the transition often favors black from you get the C-file perspective, you get counterplay perspective. So here Hikaru played G4. Obviously, immediately you start thinking that G5 is coming next. It also keeps the options a little bit flexible. Knight d4 can sometimes be met by c3 from white, and the idea is that then if the knights are traded on f3, and if black ever plays c4, you meet it with d4, and you lock it up. I don't know if we can bring up the analysis board to just kind of show that what you do with those pawn levers is very instructive for white. You create a c3, d3 dynamic. Look, I'm gesticulating with my hands. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm showing where the pawns are with my hands, Robert. It's very strange. Right there. And so if black tries to advance one way, you keep it closed, and you still have g5 open. This is kind of what Hikaru is hoping for at some point.
And that's why we saw Frederick bring his queen back to d8. He is defending the g5 square and bring his queen closer towards his own king. And this opening is really one that it's deceptive, I think. It's kind of devious. Not a single piece has been traded, but the plans we see for white are clear. Let's go for an attack. And for black, is that sacrifice going to hurt me, or am I okay? Hikaru plays king h1.
Yep.
He clearly wants rook g1 next, and to slide his pieces over to the g file. I think for Frederick, it's time to bring his knight as a viable defender over to h7, cover the g5 push.
I love how poised he is. Frederick is focused. This is an opportunity you rarely get to kind of pile on a Hikaru Nakamura who's not coming off of a good game. It doesn't happen to him that often. And I like his focus. I also like his time management, Robert. I know Hikaru is up 1 minute and 15 seconds, but Svané is not overthinking this, right? He's playing quickly. He's playing confident, sort of deliberate chess in his time management. And that's going to be critical to not get too far down on the clock.
And he's not scared. Right? Frederick Svané is a grandmaster. He has played against many of the world's best. He's often playing on Chess.com. So he is not just afraid of the reputation of Hikaru Nakamura. He is look at that. He says, go ahead, sacrifice your bishop on h6. It is not going to work out. If we can bring up an analysis board, it's a critical line to show, and Hikaru doesn't go for it.
Yeah, let's do it.
But if you had sacrificed this bishop on h6, it does not pan out. Your queen takes a second pawn for the piece. And here, look at this. The position, it's one where it looks threatening for the black king, but this queen is actually trapped. So after knight takes e5, distracting this knight away.
I love this.
Whoop, bishop g5 gets this queen off the board. That's a big problem, a losing position for white.
Did you just go full Danya? For a moment, you went full Danya. I
found
love
tactics.
that. You
So
found tactics. Whoop! Bishop
Exactly.
g5. Queen runs out of squares. That's actually a common theme to be aware of there in these lines. So again, more great stuff to take note if you happen to play these positions for either side. And Svané is focused. He is confident. Hikaru is shaking his head a little bit, not quite sure where to convert from here. And that might be our cue to back up from here because, well, we do want to catch this game as it gets spicy. Let's go back to our bird's eye view and pay off some of the other games here. There are several other boards to look at. We see Liam Lei in a deadlocked, roughly equal position against Josephine Heinemann, the woman who just took down Hikaru Nakamura. We also haven't really looked at Dmitry Kolar's position versus Natalia Buksa, another interesting one. So, Robert, you're in charge for a reason. Take us to where you want to go from here.
I spy tactic, I show tactic. So let's go to the game between Liam Lei and Josephine Heinemann. And the reason why is because Josephine first took down Hikaru, and now with the black pieces has a really nice position against her super grandmaster opponent. And the reason why is that it would appear that this knight should move out the way. And the queen on e4 is in trouble. But if you make a move, let's say like knight d2, something like that, the queen could actually sacrifice itself on g2 because when the king takes, look at this, bishop and king in a row, the knight steps out the way with check to the king and check to the queen at the same time. You win back your material with interest. You see that black has a much better position.
I love it. You almost went move, knight, get out the way. You said knight, get out the way. You didn't say get out of the way. You said get out the way. I caught that. Now you can move knight, get out the way if you put the knight on h4. That would guard the g2 bishop. Not saying you would, but I'm pointing out that one crazy reason I'm saying that, Robert, is because if the black queen can't go back to g6, there's funny ideas where you can play bishop h6 in some positions and actually flex the fact that your queen is also on an attacking square. Of course, black has bishop f6 on that in that case. Okay, and now Liam Lei says, I need to get my queen out the way. Maybe free up discoveries another way. Right now, the bishop is defended, so you can move the knight to more aggressive squares.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it threatens, but we can see that he's just trying to pose problems. I think it's time for the queen to move out the way and go somewhere on the queen side, because if you go here, you're not only threatening the pawns, you're saving this discovery attack, and there's no checkmating attack. The bishop on e7 covers g5. You can always push a pawn if you're threatened. So I like the way Josephine is playing this game. She did not get off to a good start in game one. She won the game, but she was in big trouble. This is a great game, though, in the early going against Liam Lei.
And I even though, the quick amateur eye says, oh, queen on h3, threats of knight g5, and you just assume there's an attack. But the truth is, the queen on h3 is super committed and very out the way. Again, I don't know what Ludacris did to take over this show, but we're going to get out the way and let Ludacris take over. Here comes queen a4. And that queen actually can spy pawn weak. Okay, It's funny. She goes for the queen trade. I know she won against Hikaru, but I'm gonna give the same criticism you gave last game, Robert. I think it's a little bit of a timid move, right? Queen A4 flexes Black's advantage, and I'm surprised by that move from Josephine.
Yeah, it was completely unnecessary. I mean,
Yeah.
she now has ruined her own pawn structure, double isolate pawns. White is first to the activity, taking advantage of a pin. If you take this knight, I'm not taking back, I'm taking your bishop. And if White doesn't win material, which looks likely, at the very least, you have the bishop pair and a better pawn structure. So Josephine, she may be respecting her opponent's ratings a little bit too much. She did win game one. The game wasn't a clean one. I mean, it was shaky ground for her, but she was able to stand strong and win. Here, she will need to do more of the same because she's much worse now.
Yep. Okay, well, the knight does get out the way. The bishop puts pressure on the diagonal. We're going to leave Josephine to figure this one out, back to our bird's eye view, and make sure we pay off. The other games we haven't checked in with yet is Dmitry Kolarz and Natalia Buksa. I'm looking at a pretty awesome outpost square there on d5 for Dmitry Kolarz. A roughly equal position, but I kind of like White, so let's head over there.
Okay.
Kolarz is giving us the good old-fashioned forehead cam.
That looks like a 5-head to me, Danny. Come on.
Yeah.
He just won his first game.
Five-head cam. Oh, his eyes popped up. He knows we're talking about it. Natalia is... This is a Sveshnikov-style structure. I don't know the opening exactly, but just to highlight what I mean by that, White has the d5 square here, everybody, and it is a good square. It's an outpost square. But Black has d6, e5, and if you get f5, you have a structure that faces the king side, and so what you're getting kind of in compensation for that sacrifice of the outpost square is maybe the potential for some space. But I really like White in this position. I know the eval bar says equal, Robert. I'm just biased to the fact that I have such a positional advantage exactly on d5. That bishop on g7 is bad. Tell me I'm wrong, Grandmaster. What is going on here?
No, you're talking and highlighting the important positional nuances, and I think that it's time for Black to go after this knight. And king h8, all right, that's a fine move. White doesn't really want to take on e6 because when the pawn captures back, your knight doesn't hop forward. Does this remind you of a certain game? It should. Arjun Erigaisi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It was a bad bishop staring into pawns, but when this pawn came to e6, it dominated the knight on e3. So I feel like Kolarz, he's just going to build up pressure on the c file, maybe hint at a d4 push at some moment. But I like his position. It just feels easier to play. He controls the pawn break.
Yeah. I agree. So you wanted bishop h6 instead of king h8 maybe for Black? Okay, we don't have to analyze it. I'm going in full instructive mode, and I shouldn't. Keep it entertaining. Queen c2 threatening the battery that everyone fears. 3 major pieces there on the c file. And it is looking hard for Buksa.
Yeah, I really don't like that bishop. I would play bishop h6 at some moment, maybe next. Because especially if the rook goes to c1, that pins the knight. But you just see maximum pressure in the position. d4 would be available if the bishop goes to h6, and the king is feeling a bit unsafe there. So yeah, I'm liking it for Kolarz.
Okay. Well, time is close to equal in this one, so a small advantage for Kolarz, but not anything to write home about just yet. Let's back up to the bird's eye view and maybe choose our next adventure based on that dynamic of what the clocks are giving us. So we look at Andy Woodward. He is the lowest on the timer of any of the 4 boards. But the game is very dynamic, and he's held his own here against Rasmus Svane. You want to check out that one?
Okay, so Rasmus Svane taking on Andy Woodward. I see an outside pass pawn was on the top left of our screen. And, well, I love the pawn on a5. I love the knight on c4, protecting that pawn. This bishop on f6, not exactly able to fend off these knights on light squares. I think strategically, White is just dominating, but somehow Black has activity, maybe using the open b file, and the queen is causing the knights to stay put.
Yeah, exactly. It's weird because all the concrete factors are like, how is White not more better here, right? The pawn on a5 is really strong, but then you start looking for a move that improves White's position. What is it? You can't play rook b1. Black trades rooks and wins the knight on c4. You can't move the knight on c4 without the d3 knight being tender. Okay, you move the knight on f4 to d5. There we go. That answers the question. That's an improvement. And how does Andy deal with that? That's a tough one. And you see everyone. The point is that those knights on the light squares. Okay, knight e5 might be the way out, but White has options to immediately trade and win the c5 pawn, possibly.
No, it's true. It's true. I was just trying to get the b2 square for my rook. So I'm trying to remove this knight. It's such a great piece.
Yeah.
Knights are the best blockaders because they stop the pawn in its tracks and see over the pawn, and they even protect its own passed pawn on a5. So this knight is a great piece. I want to trade it off, but you are right. The c5 pawn is loose. We can show that quickly. After knight e5, swap, rook takes c5. It looks like white is a pawn ahead, but I was thinking that this rook could slam down on b2, and this queen is a bit awkward to deal with this rook, and there's back rank checks available if the queen leaves.
Well, I was going to say, there's even fun lines like queen a3, you get rook b1 check, and queen f1, and, whoop, Bob's your uncle, to steal a line out of Danya's book. Whoop. So anyway, that's actually not completely out of the question. Not going to happen, but blunders do happen in time pressure, and it's a good idea to see tactics that Svané needs to be worried about.
And Andy Woodward brings the knight to e5. That's a good choice for him. The Gotham Knights need this point. Maybe a half point will be sufficient, but they need to start scoring because they're down 3-1, and all four boards are in full swing here. But it seems like the Berlin Bears are giving them all they can handle. Yep.
The one bright spot, we said it last round, it's maybe happening again. Let's go back to Lim Lei's game, because with white against Josephine Heinemann, he's proving that the rook ending can be won. We see that he's got the extra b pawn, and unfortunately for Josephine, I think heading to that endgame that we were critical of ultimately was the wrong decision. So let's quickly bring up Lim Lei's game versus Josephine Heinemann, because I think it's going to be the first one to end, and we can just show that this is a kind of a straightforward rook ending to win, because the rook's doubled on the 7th rank, keeps the king and rook stuck on the f file. You can slowly work the b pawn, and looks pretty good for white.
Yeah, now here you can play rook c6 and then move this rook, so you can free the b pawn. That's at some point white can even throw in the f5.
I was just going to say,
yeah, you shatter the pawn structure to give yourself another target. It's maybe takes a little bit more time than it would initially appear, but Lim Lei, a former World Blitz champion, 2,700 plus player, I think he has this one. I believe he feels very confident in his chances. Rook c6, I think, just keeps black kind of frozen. And speaking of frozen, H pawn to go nowhere.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, speaking of frozen, we need to let it go and move on from this game. Head back over to the bird's eye view. Thanks, Elsa. Don't sue me, Disney. All right, we checked in. We paid off the debt here. I'm not sure we'll see that one finish, because there are some more exciting positions to choose from. And I kind of want to head back to Hikaru Nakamura's game. It's not one that has a strong hold for anyone. Oh, but good timing. Hikaru plays f4. We're getting spicy, and we've got time pressure for Frederick Svané. Let's head over to Hikaru's battle as he's trying. Wait a second. Wait.
What?
He went from that last move, turned it around.
Yeah,
I thought he was.
He was going for this, and I guess the bishop could have slid to f4 to shut down the file. Instead of queen trade is offered, Danny.
But wait.
But I think this is just good, right? Take and bring your rook in, and then bring your rook around, and even get this pawn. What do you say, Rekharovka?
Yeah, Rekharovka. That's castles. That's a Delinai or Korotke. Rekharovka. But no, that rook is Ladya, but Rekharovka is actually castles. Anyway. I think the idea is you check on f8, you take e6, you get a tempo with bishop h3, and then bishop f5 check follows.
Oh,
right?
Let's show that. We'll bring up an analysis board. Rook f8. That's actually maybe analysis board not needed.
Oh, it's happening. Hikaru's going for it. So there you go.
Yeah, there's only one check. The king slides away, and it can just run away, and there's not going to be enough for black there. 2 seconds. He might even get a move off. He does.
He
check
barely does. He'll be going down the exchange and maybe more, because after g6, the rook comes to f7 with check, and Hikaru Nakamura looks to be on his way to rebounding. His fans are happy about that, but the Gotham Knights still have a lot of work to do, given how they started.
And rook f7 check.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Is it just winning? Because rook check here.
Spicy.
The king goes that way, and then g7. You go up a bishop.
It's a spicy, no? Hikaru doesn't need to be told any more than that. He's going to win the bishop. Should be going to win, but especially because the d5 pawn falls, and then the light squared bishop just owns the board. And so Svané doesn't even want any more of it. He resigns.
But he's mad because he knows he had a good chance. And it was this moment, bishop f4, shutting down the rook and opening the h6 square for his own rook. That would have been what he needed. So the game is over. Hikaru Nakamura won, but there was a missed chance for Frederick. He was in time trouble. So let's get on out of here. Hikaru gets it. The Gotham Knights needed it, and other games are still in session.
Bird's eye view. We've got a rook ending for the other Swane. Andy Woodward holding his own, the youngster, the young fella. Look at that. He plays c3. He's pushing this rook ending to a drawn position. Let's head over there. Andy Woodward is holding on.
Wow. And Andy didn't hold on to his toys in Toy Story. No spoilers. Sorry. If you didn't see Toy Story, that's your fault. But he is trying to hold on to what?
Wait, what happens?
Hey, this is a you problem. This is on you. Look at this. Boom. New queen. And now we have an even queen and pawn endgame. But Danny, the one thing I'm noting is this pawn on h4. It's good if your queen can get the checks in, but maybe it sticks out a little bit. So if white can weasel his way out of perpetual checks, he may have a chance.
Yeah. So wait, though, what happens? So does Andy give away his toys in the end? I never saw the 4th or 5th or 6th one. I think there's 7 of them now.
Well, we're not going to see a 7-time repetition. Only 3 in this one. It looks like the draw is about to be agreed. What do you mean? We can't get 7 times. 3 times and the game is done. That's how this works. This is
fine.
chess.
You know the rules of chess. Moving on. Okay. All right. A draw, but seriously, huge shout out to Andy Woodward. He gets his first point, even if it is half of one on the day. So he's feeling good. Hikaru Nakamura already won, as we saw. Lim Lei is getting the job done. Right as I say that, we see a result in the lower right corner. So only game for us to look at is Kolarz versus Buxa, and here we go.
But that means that the Gotham Knights, they have 2.5 out of 3 in this round. If they draw this game, that means the match will be tied. But in comes the white queen. A6 is loose. D6 is loose, but the knight on D5 needs defenders, and that's why the queen couldn't snag that pawn.
Yeah, Buxa holding on here, but she only has 7 seconds. You got to move. It's going to come down to whose nerves are better with limited time on the clock. I love it.
She wants this draw
Queen
right
G5.
Here.
Yeah.
Or maybe a win. I mean, if you're not careful.
I was going to say, this is one of those ones that can backfire, especially with no time. You see Kolarz lean up. This is super nerve-wracking.
Bring your queen to G4. That's what I would have done. Instead, he allows the immediate draw. Wait,
Rookie
it's
one.
a mate. Rookie 2.
Wait.
It's
What?
mate.
Rookie 2. It's mate.
Oh.
Black wins.
Oh, my gosh. I also
he sees it. Buxa. Oh, my gosh. What a turnaround.
She steals one here.
Wow. And the Gotham Knights have rebounded with a 3-1 victory in round 2, everybody. Buckle up. We have liftoff.
Oh my goodness, the night is darkest just before the dawn, and it just dawned on him that he had queen D7 check, and when the king runs away, the queen can come back to G4 to stop that check on G3. He thought that he had at minimum a draw with the rook sliding back, but this would have secured at minimum that half point, and white cannot lose this position.
We could feel the tension when she played Queen G5. It was like, wait a second, this is how games backfire, even though it was still equal, of course, this idea Queen D7, Queen G4, but wow, sometimes, and by the way, King H1 was still okay because Rook E2, Rook G1. So King H1 was the draw. King G1 was actually the final blunder.
Wow, that is a sad turn of events for the Berlin Bears because now they go from a 3-1 advantage and they are trailing because of 3.5 obliteration in the second round of games.
We see it right there, 3.5. That's every single Gotham Knight got on the board. The young Andy Woodward with the draw, victories for all of the other Knights, and just like that, things have turned around. Time for the Berlin Bears to huddle up and figure out what they got to do. Where does that leave us in the overall match scores? Let's check that out right now. It means that the Gotham Knights go from trailing by a couple of games to leading by 1 as we head to round 3, Robert.
Yes, and Lim Lei is the hero right now for the Gotham Knights. But Natalia Buxa, a huge win there.
Yep.
She was in trouble in that game. But Frederick Swane, he's the only player not on the scoreboard. He struggled against the top 2 heavy hitters for the Gotham Knights. He needs to get back at it, and he will have easier opponents in the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, it was hard to say anyone is easy, but I agree. At this point, you're looking forward to the next couple rounds. I'm super impressed right now by the Knights' ability to rebound, Robert, just because that's a hard way to start. When your guy, Hikaru Nakamura, he's the guy you brought in to lead you, right? When he loses, it rattles everybody. So shout out to them for rebounding. We'll see if the Berlin Bears can do the same in round 3. But all right, We'll see a lot of college chess this season. If you didn't know, the Collegiate Chess League spring season has begun. It is back, and it's shaping up to be incredibly exciting with the best players in college chess and future global stars competing. I like to call it kind of the baby league to the Pro Chess League. I don't know. Maybe they'd say no. But it's $30,000 in prizes. Round 4 matches take place this Saturday, February 18th. You can check out the action at twitch.tv/Collegiate Chess League. It has all the coverage. Use the command CCL in chat for more, Robert. I'm excited. The baby team league, the Pro Chess League, baby shark, do, college chess, do. We should go to a break, do, because I'm not going to stop. Baby.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack. How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons. Can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dark, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the dark chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No! Mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
The Muslim wins it! We win! Oh my god!
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
We got him! Let's go, Sam!
And that's it. He does the job,
Let's
James.
go, Sam!
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Oh my god.
It's
And this
me
is
on the
over.
other side.
What did we just see?
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone. The Gotham Knights getting a comeback done given how they started. Helped and led right now by that man. Look at that trophy case. Look at that Fair Play camera, by the way. Shout out to the Fair Play team working super hard behind the scenes. 2 cameras on everyone, along with all kinds of other things. Hey, Fair Play team. Hey, Limley, Robert, your thoughts?
Limley is a monster. He's doing great work for the Gotham Knights. They have a talented roster from top to bottom. Limley, the head coach of Webster University, and you look at this lineup. First of all, it is extremely international. Look at all those different flags there, Danny.
Yeah. I love it. No, I mean, Hikaru Nakamura, Limley, Vladimir Fedoseev, the big fish, as we like to call him. Andy Woodward, as we've talked about today, along with Natalia Buksa, they're filling out boards 3 and 4 if we're focused on the people throwing down right now. But yeah, this is an exciting lineup. It's, as you said, a very diverse team from all over the world. And you got to be excited if you're a Gotham Knights fan. Levy's super team, as well as Alex Ostrowski, working hard to get this done. They worked hard, Robert, in that last game, and it helped them turn things around, that last set of games, to ultimately take the lead 4.5, 3.5. Now we're getting closer to the top boards playing each other. Hikaru Nakamura will take on Dmitry Kolarz next. That obviously is a big one. Limley will take on Rasmus Svane. But any other thoughts you have about which games have your attention as we head into round 3?
Well, just like earlier today, I mean, of course, all eyes on Hikaru Nakamura and Limley, the top boards for the Gotham Knights. But I like to look at the bottom 2 boards, and Frederick Svane, he's off to a tough start, lost his first 2 games against Limley and Hikaru Nakamura, but he has the white pieces against Buksa. Now, Buksa did just beat Dmitry Kolarz there. That was a tough one for the Bears, but Frederick needs to get on the scoreboard. He has the white pieces. He's the higher-rated player. Now's his opportunity to make his presence felt.
And I'm excited for the Josephine Heinemann versus Andy Woodward matchup, right? I mean, Heinemann took down Hikaru Nakamura. She's got to be feeling confident. And remember, she had a great position just now against Limley until she chose to make that queen trade. So if anyone, her teammates giving her confidence and coaching, maybe look to be more aggressive, maybe she'll be feeling more confident as she now plays someone closer to her rating here against Andy Woodward. So, all right. So much to talk about here as round 3 and 4 will get underway. 12,000 of you on Twitch with us, almost 4,000 of you on YouTube. Keep the chat going. We'll be featuring your comments. Don't be afraid to make fun of Robert, chat. It's okay. I'm here. If he yells, it's okay. If you want to get some featured chat going that makes fun of Robert, permission granted.
You can make fun of me, Danny, as long as I get a Berlin's Bear hoodie. I mean, look at those things.
That's up for the Berlin Bears. Shout out to the manager. I think it's Bo Wimmer, working hard for the Berlin Bears. Maybe send us some hoodies, man. All right, we have a Catalan, Limley versus Rasmus Svane. We gonna be here all day. It's rhyme time. Hess all the way.
Okay, well, we have a Catalan. Oh, you're out. Gives us the piece, the fingers, and now it's bishop on c6, staring down this bishop on g2. The e4 square is under black's control, but white will try to bring a rook to e1, develop this knight to c3, and get e4 in. So that's what the battle revolves around, this e4 square. And if bishop takes, knight takes here, will black at some point be able to get this move c5 in? It's about e4 and c5, like any good Sicilian.
I love it. I love it. Well highlighted. The bishop on c6 is always funny in these Catalans because it's awkward that it's in front of the c-pawn. But as you said, serving its purpose to kind of neutralize the g2 Catalan bishop so that if knight e5 comes, you can make a trade, kind of a key piece. But if white can somehow get e4 in before making trades, then the bishop on c6 feels awkward because e4 followed by d5, and you're starting to get pushed around a little bit. So we'll see what the prep is for these two guys. They've both played very fast to this point.
Right. And so while this one is kind of deeper, farther along, we have Hikaru Nakamura. He's playing against Dmitry Kolarz. Kolarz lost that game against Buxa, but Danny, we see another King's Indian attack from Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah. He's liking it, though a totally different approach there from Dmitry Kolarz. For those who just saw the game before this round, Hikaru Nakamura beat Frederick Svané in a traditional kind of King's Indian attack all-out affair. This is a different one. Kolarz fianchettos his bishop as well. That's going to change the dynamic of the game. White will not be in an all-out kingside attack here anymore, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be more positional. You're going to see white strike for e4 or c4, depending. A different type of game this one will be. Thanks, Yoda.
Okay, well, we see that Dmitry Kolarz is taking the Magnus Carlsen approach in the finale of the Air Things Masters, that last game. This is what Magnus played. And they ended up swapping queens, and Magnus brought his bishop to g4, and it was a great position for Magnus. He ended up winning the tournament. So e4. Dan, do you think we're going to see a queen trade, or is Dmitry going to keep the queens on the board with a move like knight e7?
I would advise him to keep the queens on the board. I think that it's a slippery slope to think that you're neutralizing Hikaru from getting the queens off the board. I think that Engham's a little bit easier for white to play. But, okay, knight e7 will be met by knight c3 maybe for Hikaru. Maybe he doesn't want that transition. Knight e7, knight c3, d4, knight e2. I would be, I would encourage Dmitry Kolarz to follow his heart.
Wow. I mean, do you want him to listen to his heart?
I'll try to touch your heart. I can't do it. I can't do it because of movie magic. I'm prevented. All right. Well, Kolarz is okay. He goes for the end game. So indeed, his heart leads him down the road. But the reason I like this, so white will play c3, I think, to guard the d4 square, and then you have the d file early. And it's a teeny advantage, but usually white just has one of those one-step kind of tempy games, which I think Hikaru enjoys this kind of chess.
Right. I mean, c3 just to take away the d4 square for the knight. A pawn 3 squares away from a knight dominates it. We've seen this so many times in other games. But look at black. Just the complete development here. This bishop can slide back even to the d7 square, and that would allow black to castle queenside next. Or you play bishop e6, just say, what are you going to do? Bring your knight to g5? That's not scary. Then my bishop continue moving around. I think that black can't complain about this opening.
Okay. Well, good stuff then. All right. There you go. He plays bishop e6. Hikaru needs to develop the queen side. I love that comment from chat. Dmitry Kolarz looks like he's facing a test he hasn't prepared for. I don't know. I think he looks pretty confident and focused. Not happy with how that last one ended against Buxa, but as we said, he's one of the better players, I think, in the Pro Chess League consistently over the last several years. A name that you maybe don't know about, but watch out.
For sure. And we see that knight d2. This is a very calm start to the game. All four are underway. This in the Pro Chess League, the thing I love the most about it, and I think many other fans do as well, is every single board is equally as important as the other. So Hikaru Nakamura will get a ton of attention throughout the season, but for his team, Andy Woodward's game, Natalia Buxa's game, they are just as important as his.
And which one do we want to go to, right? They're both just getting started. Both have the potential for some real fireworks. We might as well head over to Frederick Svané's game versus Natalia Buxa. It's a little bit further along. an awkward kind of position with the pawn on c4, holding back Black's queenside B and A pawn. So a Sicilian structure where White has this pawn on c4 potentially could lead to a very big advantage. If that pawn gets to c5 in some positions and it fully cramps down Black's style, the risk is you give up the d5 square if you do that to the Black knight on f6. But anyway, I like this space advantage for White if it's played accurately.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there because in this position, we look at the amount of material, which is even, but the pawns are not on the same file. So White has a 3-on-2 on the queen side here, 3 against these two, and Black has a 4-on-3 over on the king side in the center. So in the end games, if we can see a future where pieces get traded, then the end games often favor White because your pawns are more on the side of the board. They're distracting Black's pieces. But look at this healthy pawn structure. E6, F7. You mentioned if White ever plays C5, the knight comes into D5. You couldn't really ask for more in terms of the compact nature of Buxa's pieces.
Yep, I agree. And adding to that, no, the pieces are compact, and so is the structure. There's no weaknesses for Black, right? So one of the advantages of that, the disadvantage, if your opponent's advantage is based on activity and space, if they use it well, there is pressure. But a single slip up, you're right back in it, and maybe even better because you have no doubled pawns, you have no real weak squares. This position is very solid. Like you said, you use the word compact, and Buxa having a small time advantage to go with it shows that she's confident with her position. So good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, well, this is a good start for the Gotham Knights, though for Frederick Svane, the game will heat up later. So he can try to maneuver his pieces to his advantage as it continues. For example, I was just talking about how an endgame would be nice for White because you have an extra pawn towards the flank. Queen b6 comes to mind as White's next turn. Let's trade off those queens, get that b6 square for the knight, and then push the pawns forward.
I love that, and I love the majority that could come from that. But still, he can't do it right away, right? I mean, and maybe Books is just trying to think of how you kind of pass in a high-class way, right? You don't really want to do anything that makes your position worse. So you make Yermo used to call it a high-class waiting move. Something like, I'm just throwing it out there crazy, like bishop e8. Just, have fun with me for a minute. I open the D file. I keep the bishop on that diagonal. Maybe you're going to play queen b6 anyway because I can't take your knight and the queen at the same time. Maybe that's the idea. But what else does Black do, I guess? How would you pass the turn or make a move that helps improve Buxa's position?
I'm sort of wondering if I can bring my knight into the center, but I see your point that you want the knight to be able to go to D5 in the event of C5. So I'm not sure if knight e4 actually accomplishes anything because where's the knight really going? To trade? Oh, that knight's on the rim. It's not the best piece in the world, and I'm already staring down at queen b6. So rook c8 does come to mind, though I know it walks into a fork, so I have to eliminate that, even though I want to play it. I'm kind of out of ideas, Danny. I'm going to be honest with you. I just prefer White's position.
Well, and that's maybe why bishop e8 might be a move. But when we're out of ideas, usually it's good to look for someone else to help us. So as soon as he's ready, we'll be calling up another guest to join us. It's going to be a lot of fun once again. Okay, bishop c6 was played. There you go. Willing to part ways with the bishop pair, opening the D file, bringing a little bit of freedom and kind of luff to your pieces there. But you're giving White the bishop pair, which is a long-term dynamic advantage, and that bishop on f1 at some point is going to find an active diagonal. So I don't know. I'm with you. I'm liking Frederick's position more and more as this game goes on. That's the truth.
I'm playing queen b6, trying to go to the end game, maybe taking on c6 next. And just to point out that at queen b6, you do not hang a knight on a4 because the queen is undefended on c7. And if we get a swap, then the pawns start going up the board. This would be clearly a good end game for White. So I'm just looking at this. I think Frederick is happy, and now he's also up on the clock.
Yep. All right. Well, even if Frederick is happy here, the Gotham Knights are much happier than they were the last time this man was with us. And Levy Rosman rejoins the show here, the captain and commentator live on Gotham Chess. Shout out to the Gotham Chess fans if you can hear me. Hi, big fan of the channel. Hey, Levy.
Hey guys, I hope that this time when I join, nothing goes horribly wrong.
Wow. Well, How excited were you to see your team's rebound there in the second round, right? You're down 2 games, and kind of the impossible happened with Hikaru Nakamura losing to board 4, but you're right back in it. You've got a lead, and how you feeling right now, Captain?
Yeah, I had to step out. It was funny. My co-commentator was manning the ship, and we were messaging, and he was like, "Oh, Hikaru won. Liam won. Like Liam has been playing. He's been smooth like butter today. Hikaru with the nice bounce back win. Hard fought, man. Like I feel like everybody who sees an opportunity to play against Hikaru just plays up a level. Like they're like, I don't want to get blown off the board. I got to do my best. We saw it in the Magnus 4th round game. Like that game has a couple of other moves played by a Wonder. It's a totally different storyline, right? But Magnus doing Magnus things. So, but then our board 4 taking down their board 2. I don't know, because they're a very balanced team. I don't know who's who, but amazing. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't be happier.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, go ahead,
Robert. I was going to say, do you want to give an opinion on this one before we head? There's another game we haven't looked at in a little bit. I want to bounce to, and maybe we can go look at Hikaru's game while you're here. Have you reverse the fortunes? But your thoughts on how Books has played, right? She just got the dub against Kolars. That was huge, and even though she might be in a tough one here.
Yeah, well, all her games today are kind of like a consistent diet of like 2600s. Of course, it's all women's matchup on board 4. I mean, like my friend and I we were talking about this earlier. Like when you play a team like ours, you just get done playing a Hikaru, although she won. But again, normal circumstance, you play a 2700, and now you have to play another 2700. Like win lose. Normally in open tournaments, you lose, you get like a more friendly pairing, but. She's been great. Her prep has been really good. Her time management has been good. And to win a time scramble against the guy who's like 3,000 bullet last round, what more can you ask for from the board 4? Like her job is done. You know what I mean? But obviously there's 2 more games.
Yep.
Yeah, and I was going to ask because, this position looking good for Frederick Swanee, but if we zoom out to all 4 boards here, we see Hikaru once again kind of in a shaky position. And Levy, Hikaru does his thing. We all know that he is among the best, along with Magnus Carlsen, in all quick time controls and online chess. But as a captain, as a manager, do you ever speak to the team about what you need from them, or do you just completely let them do as they must and let them be individuals?
Well, it's the first week, and I mean, obviously in the second week, we might play with a few different like conceptual lineups. Right now, we have a very balanced board 3-4. We might in the future go to like a monster board 3, 25-80, like right under the rating cap, and then our board 4 will just kind of like make the average work. So it's only week 1 or 2, but yeah, I mean, conversations need to occur and pep talks need to occur. I don't think Hikaru needs to hear anything from me. I think he can look within himself when he needs to turn it on. Let's not forget that there was a playoff that New York played against France, and Hikaru beat 4 Frenchmen in a row. Like that was the last stand. You know what I mean? So it's weird because chess is a very individualistic activity, and like aside from Olympiad, there's no real place really where a captain gives a pep talk or you kind of like you have like a team thing. So I think it's kind of like let Hikaru do his thing. Like when you have a star player on the team, like let him do his thing and build around him. If you have Liam going 3 out of 4, you have like boards 3 and 4 shining. We just need 8.5. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not like Hikaru's playing on blindfold mode or something like that. But it's weird because chess, like I said, it's a very individual thing. You live and die by your own decisions and results. But in this case, everything you do like affects the team. So listen.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this position a little bit, Levy. We've got pawns on e4 and a4 that are targets, and that's probably the biggest problem with Hikaru's position. But like you said, letting Hikaru do Hikaru things. He's gotten the knight to d5. He's holding on. Robert, your thoughts on how realistic Black's winning chances would be? Because other than that knight on b8, the pieces are kind of ideally placed. If you could pick up that knight on b8 and put it on d4, you'd be happy. Otherwise, what else is Black playing for here?
Well, I think what Levy said, that Kolars is like a 3,000 level bullet player and blitz player, and he has an advantage. He also has a slight lead on the clock. It's easier for Black to play. This is rook on a3. It's a bystander, simply defending this pawn on a4. This is the best piece. The knight on c5 is great. And that's sort of why I was asking, because Hikaru is playing these openings where he's asking for trouble. Like, it's the type of opening where you're like, I'm playing for a win, but I might also get a bad position. And he does have a bad position. He just is kind of hoping that Black can't crash through.
But it's weird because I think, anytime Hikaru streams and I stream, like, we have to deal with chat relaying back and forth everything that's said. He played the move E game. He was inviting a queen trade, and I think he out loud said, because it was relayed to my chat, because everything Hikaru does, like breathe, eat, sleep, whatever is relayed, they were saying, like, he said, team's doing well, like, we're in a good position, so I'm not going to take any unnecessary risk. But now Kalaris has a very nice position, right? So Alex and I were talking about Hikaru just played this against Magnus. Hikaru just played this line against Magnus, and Magnus equalized. But we're like, okay, Kalaris is not Magnus, but he's actually doing maybe even better than Magnus did. Like, he has an even bigger advantage. So, yeah.
Well, and now we're headed toward an endgame where the knights are looking more dominant against the bishop. The bishop is closed in by the light squares. The light square pawns, pawn on e4, pawn on a4. So you're right. And we've been kind of singing Kalaris praises too, by the way, just educating, chat and viewers who may not be aware of just how good this guy is in this time control. And he was one of the stars that helped lead the Baden-Baden German team in previous Pro Chess League years all the way to the finals in San Francisco. And so he's not to be trifled with. Now, all of that being said, here comes Hikaru, slowly kind of wiggling his way out. The c4 square has opened up for the knight. So, Levy... Hikaru taking it a little safe. Maybe now he's going to turn it on here in the final moments because doesn't want to let Kalaris grind him out.
Yeah, turn it on, but defensively, right? White is not the one calling the shots in this position. I mean, this is a position where, okay, and there you go. That was a massive decision from Kalaris to trade the bishops, and the bar, the evaluation went down 1/3. The problem when you play Hikaru, you get a better position, and I'm not going to speak for how Kalaris thinks, but it's like, oh my God, I'm doing really well. I can always make a draw. Like, at least I'm not going to lose. I was talking about this. When you play Magnus and you play Hikaru, your mindset is like, at least I don't lose. It's not like I'm going to win. And unless presents fall into your hand, like in that first game. I mean, she just had no choice but to win. She just got a winning position completely out of nowhere. She converted it perfectly. So he might be still, like, his advantage is not super easy to convert here. But yeah, I mean, how are the other games going? That's my question. It's a very important round. There's a lot of even matchups now.
Go ahead. Yeah, this game might be about to end in a repetition, by the way, with the rook going back and forth. So let's go to the bird's eye view. Levy, we'll let you choose while you're here. You're the guest. What game would you like to check on from your team?
We could go to the GOAT, Andy Woodward.
Okay.
World #1, under 12-year-old.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And, yeah, dude, we got a stacked team. We got World Blitz champion, Liam. We got Fisher Random World champion. We're a good team. We're a good team. Hopefully
World #1 playing the black pieces here. Go ahead, Robert.
No, it's not a good team, a great team. But in this end game, I think it's looking pretty good for Josephine. She's ahead in the clock. She has the outermost pawns, right? Black's extra pawn is in the center. White has this 3 pawns here. And they tell you to take kids down to the end game, right? That's the usual advice. And Andy is such a great player, right? He is fantastic in all facets of the game. But I do think that White has an easier endgame to play just because the better knight placement, the rook on the open file, and the king is a little bit more advanced than the enemy.
But I like how quickly he just played rook c6, knight d7. I feel like he saw the defensive setup and committed to it. Let me ask you, Levy, you trying to keep the rook and knight here, or are you trying to go to the rook ending if you're Andy?
No. I'm always a proponent. Like, I feel like every piece that I trade, I'm getting closer to defeat. I like the concept of if I have more pieces on the board, I have more chances for counterplay. I played him in a game when he was only 2,200 FIDE. Only 2,200 FIDE, I say. As if he's not
was he like 7 years old?
Chat ever will be. Yeah, he was. No, it was Spice Cup, I think 2021. So he was like 10. I think he was 10. Maybe he was 11.
Okay.
And yeah, he was already very good. And I was winning for like 3 hours, and he just defended so well. So when you're a good endgame defender as a child, yeah, good things are coming in your chess career.
Robert, talk about how well Andy's playing this with this move a5. Okay, the king's centralized, but it looks like he's got himself a decent blockade, whether Magnus believes in blockades or not.
Well, he has a blockade on one side and it was f5 on the other. The king comes back, and look at this. Suddenly, it's black with the activity and the great place pieces. The pawn on b3 is sort of stuck in place. If you ever played b4, you may even just drop a pawn on the rim. Now, he's actually outplaying Josephine. She needs to be very careful at this point.
You see him play knight c5, kind of lean back. What?
Yeah, no, sorry. There's like a 2 or 3 second like delay between us. I was just gonna say, Liam just has an amazing position. If we want to pop over there, he has a position that looks perfect for speed format.
Yeah, that guy's a monster, and we called it at the beginning. Obviously, Hikaru Nakamura, in many ways, kind of the face of your team as far as the players go. But Lim Lei, World Blitz champion, dude's a monster. Let's go to that game. He's in a great position against Rasmus Svane, and also way up on the clock. Look at this move, D5. Robert, keep doing that instant replay thing. Whoop, 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 D5. Look at that move. Awesome.
Yeah, wow.
Those are the best moves in chess, right? Like the square is controlled by all the pieces for black, and you play it anyway because the knight is loose in F5.
Yep. Wow. Queen E4. Oh, Queen E4 is such a good move. You know what I mean? Like G4 coming.
Yep.
Knight E3, Queen H7 mate. Oh my God.
I think you can even you can play G4 now, but there's knight H4 check, so maybe he'll go for your move knight E3, Levy. You're right. But either way, this is fantastic chess, and Lim Lei might be 3-0 on the day when this game's done.
Am I seeing that right? Hikaru has an advantage?
What?
Oh my goodness. I know the audience doesn't see that. We have the big screen here behind the scenes. Hikaru's got an How does he do this?
It's
sick. Like, he's better.
It's insane. It's insane. And honestly, not only is he better, he's up a minute and a half on the clock. It's head shakeable. I see Robert shaking his head. It's head shakeable. It doesn't make any sense. And now apparently he's just winning. The knight has to move. The G6 pawn is falling. OMGs or snaps.
How in the world?
I always like to say,
right?
What I always like to say in these situations is Kalars would have destroyed me in that position if I was his opponent.
Yeah.
Not even because I would defend worse. I would. It's just psychological. Like, I'm going to squish this bug. I'm 200 points higher rated. When you play Hikaru, when you play Magnus, it's like never over. Ever.
Yep.
Wow, Bishop D5, unreal. And he's just 1-0.
By the way, speaking of 1-0, Lim Lei has already gotten the job done. It was an Anastasia's mate at the end, for those who know their famous checkmates, a rook on H7. That's fun for the kids. We'll look at it when we go to the bird's eye view. But all right, Levy, this has been crazy. Your team is coming back. I'm as blown away by Hikaru. And I think we'll let you go and enjoy the last round with your co-commentator. Robin and I will bring this one home here for round 3.
Sounds good, guys. Awesome job. Thanks for having me.
Man.
That was a good luck charm this time.
You were. we had to bring you back. Let you end on a high note. See you, Levy. And Robert, seriously, though, Hikaru turning this one around is about as insane as we've seen all day.
I just don't know how it's possible, right? That position had a dominant black knight on c5. White's pieces were frozen, and suddenly all his pieces are out in the open. He's up a pawn, and he's going to win this game. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
I want rook takes b6 to work here with the idea of the rook a6, rook a8 mating net. I know it doesn't because of king c8. I've already made one of those blunders today, but I wanted to point out that the black king is close to being mated over there with the rook and bishop dance. That's all.
Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't work. I'll just show what Danny is hoping for, that he wants something like this, where the king goes the wrong direction, and the bishop and the rook deliver checkmate, connect well, and the king can't get out. But unfortunately, the king would run the other way, and we see that the rook check on c3, it's a single check. You can just bring your king around to h3, and look at Hikaru. He is not trading rooks until the right moment. He wants to be captured here, because I think he wants to just trade everything off, and then go win on the king side.
Yep. The outside pass pawn, you see Kolar's running out of time, living off the increment, literally made that move with 2 seconds. Here comes g4. I think you just play it right away, followed by king g3, winning the pawn and pushing the h pawn to victory. And wow. That's mind-blowing. Go ahead.
No, I just think that Hikaru is a magician. I mean, I don't understand how it happened. You look at the position, Kolar's knew he was better, and then suddenly he just lost.
Look at this final touch, bishop d5, taking away the f7 square for the knight. Kolar's is like, I'm going to go shake this one off. Time for some fresh air. Not interested in sitting here. What in the world just happened there? And back to our bird's eye view, as we said, look at the upper left. Lim Lei does finish the job in style. That's checkmate on h7. The bishop on d5, as we saw, strangling the knight on d6. So Hikaru gets the dub. let's head to Frederick Svané versus Natalia Bukska.
Yes, because Andy Woodward and Josephine Heinemann drew their game. This is the only game remaining of the round. And, well, isn't Frederick, he's up a piece for now, though his bishop is hanging, but he's also up 3 pawns.
Yeah, that's a lot of pawns. His king is open, so Buksa still has drawing chances due to perpetual whenever your king is that wide open. But this is a huge win right now for Berlin, because if Svané can get this done, they are, for the record, going to have the same score that the Blitz did heading into the last round, where they completed a comeback. So huge dub right there. The Berlin Bears stay within striking distance, and it's not over yet. You thought we were lying when we said it wasn't over with the Blitz and MGD1, and we were right. So don't go anywhere despite the 2-game lead for the Gotham Knights. I don't think this match is over yet.
No, it's not over just yet, but it's a dominant performance in the last couple rounds for the Gotham Knights. They are currently leading 7-5, only 1.5 points until they get match victory. And with Hikaru Nakamura and Lim Lei, look at that. 3 out of 3 for Lim Lei. How are you not going to score 1.5 if you're on the Gotham Knights?
Translating the hesitation in Robert's voice when he agreed that it wasn't over, it was obligatory. But part of the reason, I think, if I was to kind of dive into that, is because the difference is the momentum, right? In this case, it's like the Gotham Knights have the lead, and they already have completed a bit of a comeback to get there. And now it only feels like the momentum is getting worse currently for the Berlin Bears. Whereas in the other matchup, it didn't feel so clear that the momentum was shifted either way. And in fact, on paper, we kind of knew heading into the last round that the Blitz still had one more punch left. And so, man, we've got 21,000 of you just on our chess channels here. We know that a lot of you are watching Hikaru's channel, Levy's channel. Thanks so much for being here. This day has been wild and fun. We got one more round to go, Robert. I mean, anything you want to say as we head to the break?
I'll say that Hikaru Nakamura comes roaring back for the Gotham Knights, but Lim Lei, he's been the superstar. 3 out of 3. He is leading the way. And for the Gotham Knights, it doesn't have to be Hikaru every single week, as long as they get the job done. And for the Berlin Bears, with their balanced roster, it's going to be tough. They are trying to take down some of the best players in the world, but we know Kolars, we know the Svané brothers, they're capable of it. Let's not count out on board 4 Josephine Heinemann. She beat Hikaru, so why can't she beat Buksa here?
That's a good phrase for the rest of life. I beat Hikaru. Why can't I beat this person, right? We'll see if Josephine can bottle that up, and everyone else on the Berlin Bears, because they're going to need it. Don't go anywhere. It's round 4 in our last Pro Chess League matchup of the day when we return.
My name is Elwood Dawson. I'm from Chicago.
I'm Secret Blackman.
My name is Roberto Beza, Jr.
And what I want to share is I love tacos. Tacos and chess. So, yeah.
With the chess program, really, even chess in general, like on the deck, you kind of lose yourself. You don't really think about your case. You learn to think differently. You strategize more. I sometimes come out 7:30 in the morning. I'll probably play until lockup, so it makes my day go by faster.
It's competitive. It's a lot of trash talk. It's crazy, like the chess players, we got our own little circle, and all of us play each other. We talk trash about who be who garbage. Yeah, I never play that dude again. He garbage. I never play him. But yeah, it's real competitive.
We are back as round 4 between the Berlin Bears and the Gotham Knights gets set to start. International Master Danny Ranch, Grandmaster Robert Hess here. Robert, the Gotham Knights, we're talking about it. It's an internationally diverse team. It's a stacked team, both in terms of star power and the actual chess on the board. They're looking to make moves this year. Maybe get their name in the trophy case. Maybe we need a Pro Chess League Cup. I wanted to say a Stanley Cup, but I never really liked the name Stanley. I don't know why I just said that.
What do you got against comics? Stan Lee was a legend.
Okay, there you go. Stan Lee is a little different. Anyway, we're good. The St. Louis Archbishops are also pretty good. We see they've won 3 out of the 4 years. Pretty dominant teams, mostly led by Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So. We know that they are going to be very good this year again. But what do you think about the chances for the Gotham Knights to be one of the teams we're talking about when all is said and done?
When you have Hikaru Nakamura and Lim Lei, of course you have a great chance. But it's about all 4 boards. You just don't look at the top boards and pay no attention to the bottom. You need a strong junior, and they've got Andy Woodward. He's a beast. Yep. He's 12 years old, and they have strong female players as well.
It's true. You know, what isn't reflected on that previous PCL champion slide for the fans who followed those years, no, it was very much, again, stories like an Andy Woodward. I remember Nicholas Theodoro. I remember some of those names that you don't think about. They're not Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, but they were just as impactful in helping the St. Louis Archbishops and others. You see Raunak Sadwani when he was a young gun playing for Armenia. So it's not just the big names. It's finding those underrated hidden gems, the ability to work the rating caps, and we know that that's what every manager is hoping to do, to be there when it's all said and done. Let's take a look at the overall standings to see where we're at. It's not all said and done yet. The Berlin Bears still have a chance, Robert. I'm going to ask you to do the same thing we did with the Blitz. Paint the storyboard comeback. We know it's uphill. What has to happen in this round 4 for them to have a chance?
Well, Hikaru Nakamura is playing provocative chess. Yes, he has won his last 2 games, but he's giving his opponent chances. Rasmus Svane, he's very experienced. He and Kollars get the white pieces. But what you need to do is make at least 1 point, because you can't give up any more than that on the top 2, and hope your bottom 2 boards can swing and hit. Yep. They need to win on those bottom 2 boards, get 1 out of 2 on the top.
And I know they have black, but they have a chance. Frederick Swanee is the favorite, you would say, against the young Andy Woodward, right? Nothing against Andy, but he's young, right? Josephine Heinemann, you called it before the break. She's beaten Hikaru, so why can't I beat anybody else, right? So if you're in the mindset of both Frederick Swanee and Josephine Heinemann, this is your opportunity, right? You got to own those bottom 2 boards and just hope that one of your top 2 guys can scathe the 3-0 Lim Lei and the Hikaru Nakamura, who's rebounded from his first loss. So, okay, that's the storyboard. Rasmus, hey, look at that. He's like, I'm gonna play like Hikaru. Here goes 1 knight f3.
And just by the way, if you are the Berlin Bears and you were told that Josephine Heinemann on board 4 would have 1.5 out of 3, you would take that in a heartbeat and expect to be leading this match. But somehow, for the Gotham Knights, I mean, they are just dominating on board 2 in particular, Lim Lei. So here we see Hikaru. He's been playing this with white. Now he gets it with black. And I like this from Rasmus. He should not take big risks. Hikaru wants to win. I think that he is a player who wants to win every single game he plays. He'll make a draw if he has no other option, but he is looking for a decisive result.
Yeah. And so you're going to mix it up here. And Hikaru playing quickly now with the c5. Symmetry of a couple of c-pawns. Both of them will probably be lost here for both sides in the next couple moves. Now, if you're Hikaru, are you trading queens, trying to head to an endgame? Probably not, because it makes recollecting the c-pawn harder, or are you? What is your thoughts on that?
My thought is that Hikaru and Magnus played in this position, and this is actually just that. So Hikaru, he has studied his openings very deeply, played them against the best players on the planet. But here he goes, knight a6, trying to grab this pawn here on c5. So if I'm white, I'm playing c6. I'm giving up the pawn on my own terms, just to show you what happens. And if we get into a position like this, well, white is clearly better because there's structural damage, isolated pawns on the queen side, whereas white's pawn structure is next to one another.
Yeah, that's a key little shot to remember in these positions, that white sort of renegade desperado sacks the c-pawn to destroy black structure, especially when you have that bishop on g2 in the long diagonal targets for the rest of the game. So, all right, Svane thinking about it. Is he going to go for c6? He's got to know the Magnus Hikaru game.
He's got to go for c6 here. And I mean, Hikaru's defended this position against, not this exact position, but this type of position against Gatakomsky enough times, to last a lifetime. So I feel like he doesn't feel too out of shape if the move, and here it is, c6 has been played. Great move for Rasmus Fane.
Yeah. White's going to have a little bit of an edge, and we'll see how Hikaru works that one. He had more than a worse position against Kolar's last game, but we'll keep our eye on that. As we keep our eye now on the bird's eye view, we see that board 2, the second game that got underway was Lim Lei versus Dmitry Kolar's. E5 on the board there. That's an interesting shot. And then already, playing very quickly, Frederick Svané and Andy Woodward are off to the races there in that sort of Queen's Indian Catalan type position.
Right, but let's as 3 out of the 4 boards are underway, we have board 2 here, E5. You pointed out, Danny, that's such an odd move to. Whoa. Okay, so Lim Lei had pre-moved D takes E6, and White has established this pawn structure, E4 and F5, and more space for White. But that E4 pawn, Danny, I feel like that often becomes a target in a position like this.
Lim Lei, I feel like coaching looks good on the guy. And what I mean by that is he's always been a super talent. You don't win World Blitz championships unless you're a talented guy. Intuitively, you see things quickly and fast time controls. Now that he's a coach, Robert, he's staying on the cutting edge of theory. He knows knows what's going on in all these openings, because you, as a coach, you have to work with multiple different people with different opening repertoires, right? You got to stay on top of everything. And I'm just looking at a confident Lim Lei and feeling like this looks good on him. I mean, I feel like he's playing some of the best chess we've seen in a while.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he just understands ideas, and that's what happens when you work with the lineup, the roster that Webster University has. Those lineups are as good as most Olympiad teams, grandmaster after grandmaster. So if you're going to coach a grandmaster, you need to prepare at the highest level, and we see that with B5. He's not really preparing anything. He's just going to throw the pawn up to B4 and try to get to this E4 pawn. And that's going to be the vulnerable spot in White's position. Now, you can't prepare it. Maybe you can play C5, Bishop B7, go after the pawn this way. I just don't like the look of this pawn structure. If you don't get an attack, and there are no queens on the board, so what attack? Then this is misplaced pawns.
I agree. He ends up not preparing A5 and B4, but back to the preparation topic, we were talking about the fact that, again, it's that he's got his hands and eyes and coaching on a lot of different positions these days. I think it's reflected on his time. Now he's under 10 minutes, but he wasn't a moment ago. He had more time than he started with. It just shows you how confident he is and that he must be prepared in this position, or you're not able to speed through it like that. So let Lim cook, as they say, with the brilliant symbol. Agreed. Let him cook. He might go 4-0 on the day, and if he does, that spells bad news for the Berlin Bears. They might be changing their name to the Billy Bob Thornton sequel, Bad Berlin Bears. I'll be here all week.
Well, that's a shame for everybody who has to watch you talk then. But here we see H3 played. I think the intentions are relatively clear. You can also castle, and there's no knight G4, so taking that out of the equation. But we could see a pawn march for Dmitry at some moment. I just don't like the flimsy nature of his pawns. You want to push this pawn back to F3.
It's funny, C5 is not liked by the computer. I think it's Bishop G5. Instinctively, the moment I see C5, it's play Bishop G5 and Knight D5. Oh, he plays Knight D5 first.
No, but this is really, really smart, because if you take, pawn takes, now the bishop goes to E4. You have a protected passed pawn in the center. And so that is what Dmitry is aiming for. Black was in no rush to play the move C5.
Yeah, it's surprising.
Right? Yeah, you could have delayed that by at least a turn with Bishop B7 first and then C5, and then you cover the D5 square with your bishop as well. But he rushes it. And now that we're here, E takes D5. Danny, advantage White. This is a pass pawn. It will be defended. The king slides up. The rooks get behind it. And now you can't attack it enough times.
Lim Lei hasn't been worse probably in any of his positions today, besides against Josephine Heinemann, the board 4, although he did get to an endgame and ultimately secure the victory. All right, we'll come back to check on this one. Let's head to the bird's eye view, because we do have the other games started. We see Andy Woodward and Frederick Svané underway. A dynamic game there where Andy Woodward is doing just fine. I also look at this back at that Hikaru Nakamura game with Rasmus Svané, because C6 was met by C3, which leads to this really kind of just funny optical position where you've got a couple of pawns hanging on C6 and C3 for both sides. Robert, your flavor, Flav, where you want to go?
Wow, I was not expecting a Flavor Flav reference on this show, but let's go back to Hikaru versus Rasmus. That is the board 1 matchup. They started first, which means they have the lowest time. And we see what's going on in this game, it's crazy. It's mayhem.
Yeah.
Both sides have pawns in enemy territory, and they're not being captured.
Yeah, so what happened a few moves ago, if we want to bring up the analysis board, we left it right as Rasmus had played the move c6, going down the line, as you said, with Magnus and Hikaru. But Hikaru quickly responded c3, just throws the pawn right back at him. I like it.
It's like, okay, take mine, I'll take yours. That's just a trade. And then knight d4 happens, defending this pawn, opening up the bishop, creating a threat. And the knight comes to d5. It's copycat chess. It's the exact same position for both sides, but knight c4. That seems to have been a step in the wrong direction. You see the eval bar go in black's favor after that move. I'm going to cheat because I don't know what it is. And wow, the move was knight A to b5 here, just putting pressure on c3. And if pawn takes, of course, the bishop takes back. And there's pressure left, right, and center.
It's funny because the engine giving a little bit of an advantage to knight b5, but I agree totally. And the tactics could really get dangerous for black there because the knight on d5 is flimsy. And if you take b2 and help white develop in that position, the point is knight b5 really could have black on notice there. It's hard to find a move there for black. The tactics are very dangerous.
Yeah, you can never take on c6. The knight captures back. The knight on d5 will be loose after a series of trades. So we saw knight c4 and then knight b4 for Hikaru, which means c2 at some point can be considered. Don't count out. Bishop takes knight on d4 followed by knight c2 with a pin if the queen has to jump up to the d4 square.
It was a fork, but yes, I do love forks and pins. You called a fork and a pin. You called both. Is that a fin?
Is it a fapoon?
A fapoon. I loved it. All right. Well, no, you're right. You got pins. You've got forks. You got all kinds of forking problems. I like to say, if you're Rasmus Fane, and let's get the fork out of here, shall we? Head back to bird's eye view.
Let's do it because the c3, c6 pawns will remain at least for a bit. And what else is happening, Danny? We liked in the top right Kolar's position. He does have a pass pawn, but it looks like Le is just trying to blockade as best he can. But how about that board 4 game? It's knight versus bishop.
Yeah, let's do it. Natalia Buxa versus Josephine Heinemann. It's a knight versus bishop battle. The bishop on a7 has purpose because that pawn on d4 is on the same color. So you have your target, but the knight is perfect where it stands. The rooks dominate the e-file. So honestly, other than that bishop attacking d4, I don't really like any of black's pieces.
I have to agree. I laughed just because I wasn't expecting you to be that harsh, but it's true.
I'm just saying it.
You're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance that black's pieces could get real bad real quick here. I mean, you bring the rook into the 7th rank. I don't see a follow-up immediately, but it's a tough position for Josephine here. And also almost a 2-minute time advantage for Buxa.
It's also hard to know what pieces to trade because even if you get one pair of rooks off the board, or even both pairs of rooks, maybe the bishop gets outclassed by the knight. The d5 pawn is threatened, so you can't even move this rook from d8 anytime soon. And rook e7, like just go for it. Throw that rook up if you want to. Black just doesn't have an active plan. It's just a passive position.
Agreed. You could even do the old shift to the other side of the board. Okay, like, I don't want to play for cheapos, but I'm pointing out that the f7 pawn is tender. If we get the rook to the 7th rank, there's queen e3, queen f4. And in some cases, if black's queen is on the wrong square, you suddenly are in a position where you have no way to defend obvious threats, and black's position falls apart on the king side.
No, this is a really bad position for black. You just have no plan whatsoever. The only thing that potentially black can do is reroute this bishop to b8, but you still don't have an attack because the knight covers the h2 square. Never going to threaten checkmate. But at least you'll flush this rook at e5 where it keeps the rook on d8 tied down to this pawn. I really don't envy this defensive task. I think that Natalia Buxa, she's trying to be precise here. She doesn't want to throw away her advantage, but it's bad news for the Bears, even if Buxa draws, right? They're 1.5 points away from winning this match, and the Bears need to sort of get victory somewhere and just draw 2 games and win 2 others.
Well, in a twist of events, though, if we go back to the bird's eye view, Lim Lei is not in a great spot. He's been dominant all day. So, Dmitry Kolarz is doing okay. I'm not saying Kolarz wins, but he's pressing. And Fredericks Fane is doing okay as black. Let's check in on his battle with Andy Woodward because we haven't really seen the board 3 matchup yet in this final round. How did that pony get on d6? we leave it to the imagination until we bring up the board and find out.
I'll show you. The knight was on b5. The pawn pushed up to c5, and then the knight came into d6. I was trying to do a material count, by the way, because the pawn structure is weird. These double pawns for black, double isolate pawns, but c5 can be grabbed. But is there some kind of like knight coming in with the queen joining the party?
Yeah.
I see. Is it a forced draw? I think he's allowed to draw. Check. Check.
Check and check.
Look at Frederick.
He realizes it. Oh my gosh. He realizes that Andy Woodward peeks down at the clock, peeks down maybe at the Zoom. They can see each other, just so those of you who don't know what happens, the behind-the-scenes version and putting these shows together. Again, shout out to the team who works super hard. They're all in a Zoom call for fair play reasons. They can see each other. They can see their fair play view of their opponent. So sometimes that peek is them just kind of looking at their opponent's reaction. And, yeah.
It's just a draw. I'm going to show everybody what's likely to happen. Okay, the king will go back and forth, but that is allowing the draw. The king cannot step to the side. Queen h6 would deliver mate. That is a 3-time repetition when the king goes back to g8. But Danny, is he really thinking about king h8, allowing the queen in, sliding the rook over? It doesn't work, though. It doesn't work. I'll show why. I mean, I'm doing an analysis board so I can show why this does not work. Is that you're
Take me to there.
You're defending g7. That's the mate. And after knight f6, you're threatening checkmate.
I see it. Can I say it? Can I say it?
Go for it.
Queen takes g7 and fork on e8.
Yeah.
I mean, was I supposed to play knight e8 first? Okay.
No, this looks good. Just winning all the material.
No, but I think knight e8 first was even better.
Yeah, we don't care that it's better, Danny. Knight e8, yes, that wins the queen because checkmate is there, but a rook's enough. Don't be greedy.
Even when I take the mic, I mess it up. By the way, I've been told by production team in this format, players are everything I said, double Zoom, fair play cam, team working hard, but they actually are not in the same room. We put them in separate breakout rooms so they actually cannot see their opponents in this format. So there you go. Fun fact.
Okay, good to know, but not good for Frederick Svane to know that the game is about to be a draw. He's really, really upset with himself because he recognized that he had a chance to win this game. He allows an immediate draw, and finally, knight f6 forced the draw. Just to show everybody that capturing the knight at any point would have allowed this draw here. King has to go to h8. That's check. King can only go to g8. This is a known mechanism. You should put that in the memory bank, and that allows Andy Woodward to secure a very important half point for his team.
Yeah, that's huge. We storyboarded heading into this round what had to happen, and it started with Frederick Svane getting a victory because he is the favorite on paper. But that's why you bring in the young guns, Andy Woodward. You expect them to overperform their rating and to defy those statements like, hey, this other guy was the favorite on paper. So that draw is huge for the Gotham Knights. All they need now is 1 point out of 3 remaining games. You can get that with 2 draws or a single victory.
And, I mean, board 4, Natalia Buxa with the white pieces. She is in the driver's seat. Black's pawns on the king set are shattered. The rook is active for white. That's bad news. But also in the top right, look at Dmitry Collar's go. We talk about how strong he is. He's been around the Pro Chess League for many seasons now. He is much better and pressing forward against Lim Lei.
I like it. Lim Lei doesn't want his perfect day to get away. Hey, we're rhyme timing.
Hey, what a wonderful kind of day, says Arthur.
You want to go eat some hay? Maybe hang out by the bay? What do you say? All right. The position is tough for Black, rhyme time aside. The G file is opening up, and that it's not even just that you might, be worried about a passed H pawn here. You might get mated if you're not careful.
Danny's got mate on the brain. Surprise, surprise. But he brings the rook back, and that was a mistake. That was a huge error. And what is the reason? I guess you could take this pawn on h6 as your bishop defends, but there might even be better.
Take h6, you're winning the exchange. I don't see anything better than that. The fact that you relieve the pressure on the on the b2 pawn from the a2 square means that now both rooks are sort of free to wander. You're no longer tying anything down if you're Black. This is trouble for Lim Lei.
Yeah, it is. And actually, I think part of the reason why is that this pawn on g5 is super strong. It keeps the pawn on f7 stuck in place. So even if we were to see some trades, White would shift gears to the f file. Well, he goes first to the g file, and then he might take on e3. It just doesn't help matters at all. I think Black's going to lose at least a pawn and maybe more as White rooks swing on the G, F, and H files.
I love that tension move, that rook g1 move. Just build the tension, baby. Build on the tension.
Did you see how quickly colors did that, by the way? He took on c5 instantly. King e3 to follow. Here comes rook f2. Here comes rook f1. Bring this rook. Nope, not there. Up to f6. And then your d pawn. Don't forget about that. That's a passer.
Yeah, and if black just tries to buckle down and play, stubborn defense, the h5 pawn is hanging in a lot of cases. So whether it's bishop f3 retreat or a rook swinging to h6 eventually. So this is problematic. And this isn't the story we were expecting. Limley's been dominant, but if Kolarz gets this dub, I want to go back to the bird's eye view because I want to know, what are the chances the comeback is in store? It's hard when you're Frederick Svane dropping the draw against Andy Woodward. But what else do we have here?
It looks like Hikaru Nakamura slightly better against Rasmus Fane, who does not have much time. So Hikaru may even win the match for the Gotham Knights if he could take that game. And look at the bottom right, by the way. The evaluation says no longer huge advantage for white. The black rook gets active. The d4 pawn is targeted. This is an endgame and maybe chances for Josephine Heinemann.
Yeah, and after that move, rook e6, we could be petering out to a draw, which is also favorable for the Knights because at this point, they just need to inchworm their way to that 8.5-point score, everybody. 8.5 points wins. You can see it in the upper left corner of your screen. All right, let's go check back in with Hikaru. You mentioned that Rasmus Svane is under time pressure. I agree with you. That's got my drama meter up. I've got a drama meter inside of me, and sometimes it depends on what's going on.
There is drama here. There's a checkmate being threatened. If white can pass the move somehow, I don't even know how to do that. But let's say h3, knight e2, and rook c1 check. I'm threatening mate on h1. If your king goes, and after this, I take it.
Take it.
Bam! Checkmate on h1. That would end the game. So look, the last move played, f3 by Rasmus Fane. That is a brave move to play because your king feels a bit vulnerable, but you have shut down the diagonal.
It's a good move. Maybe king f2 next, right? You're preparing for the queens to come off the board, already activating that king. I still like Hikaru's chances, and you already pointed out the time advantage is a big one for Nakamura, but I like f3 a lot. Keeps this game going.
Yeah, I think that white needs to centralize because queen d2 was a big threat. That's why the king goes up to f2 to protect both at once. But, that's a pin. That's nasty.
That's a pin. Hey, that's a pin.
What move do you have?
Queen g5, apparently. But now b4, I was just going to say b4 is hanging, I think.
Mm-hmm. And you protect your pawn e7, and then you have a passed a pawn. That's hard to stop.
You could also play a move like e6 if you just want to be patient. It also reinforces, or e5. I was going to say the same idea as you have knight d5 coming. Okay, now Rasmus is trying to desperately get the queens off. Which Hikaru just might oblige him.
Well, I think Hikaru needs to know what's going on in the other games because you don't
Yeah.
really want to play for a win if a draw secures the match. Hikaru is an experienced player in Olympiads and World Team Championships. He goes f5. He is not even playing for a win at this point. He's just making the best moves. And now black is very active. The rook slams in first. White's just hopping. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's painful to see. Here comes rook c4. The knight on a1 is not having any fun, huh?
No.
How's that?
No. He wants knight c2 though. He wants to get the knight
that's
out.
a good move.
Knight
That's a
d1.
good
Watch out.
move. Oh, 4-10. Oh, he didn't miss it. Woo! I got nervous.
As did I. But
E1.
wait a second, Danny. If Hikaru doesn't just secure a draw in the near future, he might be worse. He is an isolated pawn on d4, and the white king is very active.
Yeah, that d pawn quickly becomes a target. King d2, king d3. The white knight comes back to c2. If that d4 pawn falls, and also don't underestimate white's long-term winning chances there because a knight endgame 4 versus 3 on the king side is winnable for Svane. Like that's not an endgame that is a guaranteed draw at all.
And I see a blunder potential. So if he can bring analysis board up very quickly, I just want to show a tactic that might happen if you're not careful. Let's say h6, king up, and knight b5. e4 check is nasty. If you take with the pawn, I take back. Your king has to go. You lose your rook. If you take en passant, the knight joins, and that is a fork.
One of those rare moments where en passant brings you pain. It's almost always fun. There's a moment where you don't want to en passant. Okay, Hikaru gets the king over. I think we are still likely to be equal because the B pawn falls. And Hikaru has held on.
Does he want some kind of trade of pieces?
By the way, Lim Lei is going down against Kolars. So shout out to the guy who is keeping his team in it, Dmitry Kolars, taking down the 3-0 Lim Lei. The other game, though, likely also a draw, maybe?
But Danny, look, Rookie 2. Oh, okay, this probably wins too. But Rookie 2 would have traded rooks on the spot.
Yeah. That would have been a little more forcing, but now Hikaru back to driving this one home. If you told Hikaru he was going to finish the day 3-1 and his team would win, he'd probably take it. If you told him he was going to lose his first game to board 4, he'd be like, say what?
Yeah, I think it's a shocker for Hikaru, but I mean, he's just the king of the comeback.
Here he goes. He's advancing, and now after rook a2, he brings the king in first, but the mating net along with the passed d-pawn is enough for Nakamura to get it done. And with the resignation, it's officially in the books. The Gotham Knights get the victory here today over the Berlin Bears.
They do, but it was super close here because now they have 8.5 points. Natalia Buxa, she's in a rook endgame up a pawn in the bottom right. That should be a draw, is theoretically drawn endgame, but we have one game left in the top right. Dmitry Kolars, you've been shouting him out all day. He's just trying to convert this endgame against Super Grandmaster Lim Lei.
I was going to say, but shout out to Lim Lei because I was kind of calling it. I thought Kolars had it. Let's take that game. Let's bring that game up because Dmitry Kolars has kind of let this one slip a little bit. It's not so... Okay, Eval Bar still loves white, but... Okay. Maybe it's easier than I thought.
I think he should just go for the queenside pawns, but he goes rook f2. The evaluation bar is doing some pull-ups, going up and down with every single move. He wants to get his rook around.
Yeah. Okay.
But not done just yet, Danny. I mean, you see that it's winning for white, but Kolars has not found the knockout just yet.
I'm looking for rook c1, rook c2. Sorry, I'm just, I'm a squirrel looking for a nut here. All right, looking for some tricks. Some way for black. Okay, there you go. You get it this way. Again, still winning for Kolars, but time pressure will make people do crazy things. And I'm just there's a stalemate. Not yet, but potential now.
Yeah, if he played rook g7, well, first of all, this pawn just goes. But I think you can just take, and then you win with this pawn because the king is so far away.
There you go. All right. Okay. All right. Now we got it. And again, despite this game and the game between Natalia Buxa and Josephine Heinemann still going, the match is over. Dmitry Kolars will win this one in style with the bridge, by the way. And there you go. 8.5, 5.5. Currently the score. The Gotham Knights have secured the match victory, and shout out to them for doing so after starting off on the wrong foot. And as we say that, Dmitry Kolars did take down Lim Lei. So, all right, we should probably check out and let the last game finish. Bird's eye view means that we should take a look at Natalia Buxa's game versus Josephine Heinemann, just to at least wrap up what's happening there and make sure that we don't miss anything crazy. Should be a draw theoretically, but these positions are harder to hold sometimes than people realize, even though it doesn't matter for the overall score. These two ladies still trying to get it done.
Yeah, because this pin along the 7th rank could encourage a g-pawn push, but that's why the rook is staying in contact with the f5 pawn. If the king goes back, let's check you away, and it's hard to make progress right now. But I just want to point out, Danny, that Lim Lei, he tried to get sneaky and cheeky against Kolars. He actually he gave up his rook. He tried to catch him in a pre-move. Didn't work out, so a win for Kolars there.
I love it. I love the final pre-move tricks, It's what the people show up for. All right. This one, as you said, should be an easy draw. There's always an outside chance that you can mess it up if the G-pawn can somehow trick the F-pawn if it's pinned on the 7th rank. But really nothing to this position.
Nope. They're going back and forth. The rook pins the pawn on F5. Still no G5 because your pawn is hanging on F5. The only way to get this done is to bring your rook back around, but then you're super passive, which is not what you want. So rook F4 might be next. We could see this move. And Josephine, by the way, great clock management.
Yeah. Staying up on the clock ensures you won't beat yourself in these games, right? Usually the only way these things fall apart is when you get under time pressure while trying to defend, and then you blunder a drawn endgame. So a little bit of time means you should be able to figure it out when your opponent does something like that, g5. Now the rook should slide to a1 and open the floodgate of checks.
That's right. But, I mean, white is a couple moves away from just winning this game. So you have to be really, really careful here if you're black. The last thing you want to do is see this pawn get to f6 and the rook patrol the last rank going to the f8 square. So
that's why she's leaning forward. This is what we talk about, right? Now here comes time pressure. Now she's leaning in, and rook a1 is definitely the okay. She does find it, and that's usually what you're waiting for here, chat. Is the g pawn to push, because now that king doesn't have any squares to hide on like it did before on g5.
So that's why you play rook g1, because what white wants is to play f6 and get the king out with check if the king goes h7. So rook g1 just keeps that king stuck on the h5 square.
Okay, she finds it. So this is an instructive thing to show if you want to improve your rook endings. The rook waited laterally on the A file, keeping advancement difficult for the pawns. But the moment that pawn advances and it opens up the king to the checks, you switch the rook behind the pawns and you let the floodgates loose. So assuming she holds this, you will have seen an instructive endgame here for Josephine Heinemann, and good stuff. Anyway, I like to learn on these shows.
You're doing the learning, you're doing the teaching, and I think Josephine Heinemann is going to earn this draw. King goes to h7, the pawn on g5 in contact with the rook. The king can't escape anywhere. It would love to get around to a square like f5, but it's not crossing the g file with the rook in its place.
Yeah, agreed. And again, instructive to see how you hold these endgames, and good stuff there. Natalia Buksa gave it everything she had, and it's good. You know, you're playing a season here, right? You want to get better with every game, so it's not just the fact that your team has won. You're trying to improve and see if you can swindle your opponents in these big moments.
For sure.
And apparently we've been swindled because now we're on camera and we're not looking at the chess. There we go. Hey, everybody.
Just holding here, right?
Okay, and if you don't play the king back to h5, then black plays king g6. So just, adding flavor to what's going on here. Okay, now she allows king g6, and okay, Buksa could have played it, but didn't.
Yeah, all of a sudden, if king g6 happens, black could try to win. It's like not impossible.
I was going to say, if king h4 now, I'd play king g6 if I'm Josephine. All right, they finally repeated the game enough that the server says, we're tired of this. Server says, draw. The position was repeated 3 times, and just like that, the final score is 9-7 in favor of the Gotham Knights. Overall, Lim Lei led the way. Ultimately, him and Hikaru were even in their dominant performances to help lead the Gotham Knights to victory. Robert, your thoughts?
Well, Josephine Heinemann scores 2 out of 4. That's board 4 for the Berlin Bears. If you go into a match and you say your board 4 will score, you think, I'm going to win, definitely. But unfortunately, the brothers Svane had a tough day. They scored 1.5 out of 4, each of them. It wasn't meant to be for the Berlin Bears. And you see at the top, the Gotham Knights led by Hikaru Nakamura, Lem Lei, and then Andy Woodward and Natalia Buksa chipping in with 1.5 points each. That was a team effort.
I love what you point out there, because it's true. I mean, if you're the Berlin Bears, the one bright spot to build upon is, hey, Josephine Heinemann, she crushed board 4. You're right. If you told anybody your board 4 will get a victory and 2 draws, we're going to win, right? And unfortunately, though, for the Bears, Hikaru and Lim Lei were ultimately pretty dominant. And also Andy Woodward, to the other side, did his job as well from a board 3 perspective, and so did Natalia Buksa. So, okay. Shout out to the Gotham Knights who get that victory, and I would give a shout out to the fact that we're going to be joined one more time by the manager and captain of the Gotham Knights. The aptly named Gotham Chess will be with us soon. So get your questions ready, chat. Start bringing them, because we're going to ask them to Levy Rosman. Don't go anywhere. It's the final moments for today's Pro Chess League coverage when we return.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Yep. I'm here. There's some echo because I think I hear you guys twice on Discord.
Welcome back, everybody, on what has been an epic day of Pro Chess League matchups. We're joined by the captain of the team that won our last matchup of the day, the Gotham Knights. Here is Gotham Chess. Levy, just high-level questions. The nerves, are they gone now? As a captain, you've seen your team get the job done here in their first matchup, and how you feeling?
Yeah. I have to say I was never super nervous. I would have probably been more nervous if it was still like a 1.5 or 2 point lead after 2 rounds. But our team just struck back in the most emphatic of fashions. So, and then we never trailed after that. So it was great. Yeah, I never really had a chance to get nervous, so I appreciated that.
What kind of score do you feel like would make you nervous? Like, how close do you have to be to feel like your team has a chance?
I mean, okay, when you're trailing by like 2 points, but listen, I gotta tell you, like, in the matchup specifically today, I think 2 points would be a maximum. I think in most other matchups, if we play another team like the Blitz, which we might play them next week, like they also have 2 Titans on board 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I don't want to trail by that much. That would not be nice.
It did feel that despite the early upset and that crazy moment of Hikaru losing to the board 4, as it got closer to the board 1 versus board 1, board 2 versus board 2, the strength of Hikaru and Limley really showed. But let's bring up actually scores, and we'll let you break it down for us, Levy. Let's start with we'll go reverse order, starting with Natalia Book's board 4. Your thoughts on how she fared today, and is 1.5 points something you were hoping for coming in?
It's more than what we're hoping for. Yeah, to win a clutch scramble against a guy who's probably the best player on the other team. I mean, he might be their board 2, but I don't know. It's very close, right? It's very, very close. They have a very young team. For her to win that is ridiculous. I mean, it's literally 1 square. This whole match was almost decided by 1 square. He moves his king to G1. Like, she doesn't win that game. It's a draw, right? Like, just half points here and there, 1 point here and there. So amazing job. This is exactly what you want when you have a 2 Titan matchup. Very balanced on the top boards in different fashions. You know, you hope for 2 wins, 2 draws. And if your 2 IMs can get you 3 points, like that's a match sealer right there.
Well, speaking of the other IM, your thoughts on Andy Woodward, the youngster. Sorry, Robert, stole your thunder there, but I'm just going to ask, like, Andy Woodward, right? This guy, this kid.
Oh, awesome. Like, you can't ask for more. I mean, for him to go -1 against their lineup, okay, he had black, right, against their board 4. It's not easy. You can't just beat 2400s on demand unless you're like Hikaru or Magnus, right? It was a good fight, and he drew 2 of their best players, and you saw his game against Kalars. Like, Kalars just steamrolled him out the gate. Like, Kalars is really, really good. He's great. He has a great playing style. So I don't think Andy Woodward should feel bad at all. I mean, I think he performed exactly what we needed him to do. And you know what's crazy, guys? In about 3 hours, he is starting a 9-round tournament here in the US. So this dude played this match, and now he has a classical chess tournament to play.
Wow. I mean, that's unbelievable. So I guess I have to ask, was it hard to get him to agree to play today, knowing that he has to go and play an over-the-board tournament?
No, he was like, I'll play. We were like, do you want to not play? Because we have a very strong IM. We have Mikola Bortnik. Like, Bortnik is a very good, he's 2,900, 3,000 online. Like, but Andy was like, no, I want to play, and you can't ask for much more. I mean, 3 draws. Okay, he lost the game, but we won the match. So he stole points from the 2,600s. That's exactly what you want.
12-year-olds are a lot like computers. They don't get tired. They don't have that yet, right? So he's like, no, I mean, I'll play. What are you kidding me? I got a norm tournament coming up, NBD, bro. Well, speaking of no big deal, the last 2 guys to give your thoughts on your top 2 double guns, as you said, got it done. You mentioned 1-2 punches like Alexander Grishik and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So I'm going to ask you to do 2 things with this question. Evaluate how they finished today. Is 3-1 acceptable? Also, how do you think your 1-2 punch stacks up against the other best 1-2 punches in the league?
That's a great question. I mean, the only one that's on my mind right now is Grishuk and VL. Who I don't remember who else is in our little area. Like, who else won? Do you guys have that on hand?
Magnus and Anish.
No, but they're not. They don't play with us. They're in the other. They play Tuesday, Wednesday. So on Thursday, Friday, I just don't remember. I mean, MVL and Grishuk is like terrifying, right? Like that's a really big one. They have a very scary team because they have a young, talented player on board 3, just like we do. And they have the third ranked woman in the world, like Katerina Lagno. She's like 2560 GM as their board 4, like as their female player. Yeah, they're like an insane team. I mean, when you play them, it's the same thing. It's just like stealing half points. I don't know. I mean, every team is so good, and these matches come down to these little scrambles, and I have no clue what to expect. But listen, I'll take 6 out of 8 from our top 2 because you need 8.5, right? Like, and then it's up to the 3 and 4 to figure it out. But every player is important on these teams. Like every player, even if it's 4 versus 4 in the last round, if your board 4 has to win, like every point matters. So, but I would put Hikaru and Liam up there, especially if the Liam that played like he did today shows up. We can give Magnus and Giri a good fight. I mean, that's obviously you want to see Hikaru Magnus in the end of the day, but I think we're right up there. I think we have one of the most balanced and best teams in the league, but time will tell.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, no, sorry, Danny, you want to go? Just go, Danny. Just do it.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I feel like I already know the answer to this one, but we had a featured chat question come in from the, if you had to pick fight of the night, BJH13 wants to know which one would you pick. I know which one I would pick, but if you had to give a fight of the night, game of the day to one of your players, like you're coming in, you're Levy Rosman, you're the coach, you've got the ball, who does the game ball go to today?
Oh, that's a good question. It's probably it's a shame he ended with a loss, but I feel like if Liam had drawn or even won the last game, I feel like Liam is who you look to after the first round and maybe the second round. Like, all right, let's see how he's doing. And I mean, my man in the first 2 games was just vaporizing the opposition, and that kind of allowed Hikaru to. That's the thing about these team events. Like, okay, Hikaru might have that hiccup in the first game, and the second game, it's like a massive fight. Meanwhile, you just look at Liam, and he's just like, it's just one after the like, bring him up, like, let's go. So maybe Liam, but everyone shined today. And I mean, okay, Hikaru comes back and just wins 3 games like it's nothing. In this last round game, he was sitting there going, "Oh my god, I'm losing," and within 5 moves, he was winning. It's just magic. I mean, they all win games in different ways. You know what I mean? And Liam was incredible today, but they're a really good 1-2 punch. Let me tell you. And we'll see what the season holds, because there's like that big 3, the lineup of death. You can have a GM on board 4 too. You can have a GM on board 5, just 4 GM lineup if you play the numbers right. So I'm hyped for the PCL this season.
Yeah. Go ahead, Hess. We got a couple more featured chat questions to run through here while we've got Levy.
Well, I actually just wanted to ask a quick question for myself about how did you get Lem Le? Because he is the coach at Webster. I mean, he has ties elsewhere. What was that negotiation process like? Because we heard about Hikaru. I'm curious about Lem Le.
Yeah, it was tough because we wanted to pair Hikaru. Like, okay, I mean, if you can't get Magnus, you're going to get Hikaru, right? I mean, that's okay. Like, clearly number 1, number 2 punch in the world in the speed format. And then we just kind of went down the list of 2700s, and we did it really strategically. We wanted someone who is on our time, like isn't in Russia, has to play at 3 a.m. And that's not easy. Like, a lot of guys don't live in the States. A lot of guys are in Europe. A lot of guys might have to play super late. And we just went down the list, and I actually spoke to Anish, and he told me, well, I'm going to play for the Bras. And I thought, okay, Anish probably wants to be a board 1. They signed Magnus. So like nobody really could have seen that coming. Mm-hmm. So now Anish might even have to be a board 2. And I just kind of went like, Liam, like, you interested in playing? He's like, yeah, absolutely. Like, who's on the team? I said, Hikaru. He's like, I'm in. Mm-hmm. And the rest of it was sort of like, okay, who can we fit on board 3 without sacrificing a board 4? And we did the more balanced approach, which is what we did today. Like, I am on board 3. A lot of teams have a GM on board 3. But then we saw some teams can field like 2580 GM on board 3 and like 2300 women. And we're like, oh my God. I mean, it's just can get this death lineup out here. So we started playing. We looked at all the people in the world at like 2560, 2570, and we found the Uzbek superstar Shamsidin Vokhidov. He was like a world under 20 gold medalist, and 3 months ago he was 40 points lower rated, and we used the November 2022 rating. So we have flexibility in our lineup, and I'm just curious to see how it goes. But I'm worried. Last thing I was just gonna say is like, I'm worried because haven't you guys seen like some of these matchups come down to like 10 seconds, literally, like a mouse slip, and the whole match is over. I mean, it's so close.
Gawain Jones knows something about that. And Hammer.
know.
No, I was going to say I love hearing you talk about it because obviously people know you as Gotham Chess. I don't know if you knew that you have a YouTube channel. People know you about that. They know you as a content creator. But hearing the level of thought and detail, obviously you and your man Alex Ostrovsky have put into this is interesting. You're looking for those guys like who was 40 points lower rated for the official supplement, and there's just a lot of fun strategy that goes into that. And I think as the season goes on and you see some of those stories come to life, some of those underrated, less known players ultimately play hero, right? I was going to say, I think the game ball today goes to Natalia Buxa for that game, but I missed that. I'll give you another question. PP and Pampers, I don't know what that username's referring to. That seems like an odd name to bring up. Whatever. PP and Pampers wants to know, all this talk about how your team played, are you not tempted to play yourself after watching?
No, absolutely
no? Okay,
not.
good.
No chance. What you want us to lose every match? Like, come on.
Okay.
No. No.
Well, we can invent a new format where if only there was a tournament where like people who weren't GMs played every once in a while. Like you say I'm not a GM or something and you play.
Yeah, I'm not a GM. Yeah. What is this like an official sneak peek preview? When is that happening?
Maybe a PCL, I'm not a GM. Who knows?
Oh God, watching 4IMs play 4IMs. Well, unless they're Woodward and Buxa, then yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I don't want to play the kids anymore. There's a reason I didn't let Min Lei play in the first I'm not a GM. I was like, that guy should be a GM. He's not allowed to play. He's going to kill all of us. Now. That's not fun. And he is one now. So go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, he got to escape that. But there's another question from Chesswind and asking, is there some kind of team prep for each matchup, or do they just play it on the go? And I just want to follow that up with, you mentioned Alex Ostrovsky being a prominent coach. Does he offer his help for the players as they prepare for their opponents?
They have it. They definitely they have his help if they need it. But listen, Hikaru is more than a professional. Liam is more than a professional, and I mean, like even Andy Woodward, I mean, works with a lot of grandmasters. So everyone is well prepared. I think everybody's taking it quite seriously. I mean, Natalia showed up today with super good prep. So the thing is, like, most players do not have the luxury to show up and do whatever they want and still get 3 points. And guys like Hikaru and Magnus can like literally just roll out of bed and score, 3 out of 4, 3.5, 4 out of 4 in Magnus's case, with some bumps and bruises here and there. But yeah, I mean, maybe once the season gets like on and now suddenly we're playing for like number 1 or championship, that'll happen. But for now, I think this was kind of a feeler first round, and luckily it went our way.
Yep. I think that question was from Chesswin, not BJH, by the way. So anyway, shout out to Chesswin. We just want all of our users to get the love that they deserve. Levy, I hope you're feeling the love. Your team got it done. You deserve it. Enjoy the victory. Have a fun Thursday evening. Go make some videos or something. About your team's victory. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. I'm pretty sure that's the game plan. Yeah, Hikaru's been beating me to these recaps sometimes, putting them out first. And that's all I got in this world. I just got the first guy. I can't play the games. I just got to post the recap. So.
All right, man. But seriously, though, congratulations. This is a lot of fun. I agree with you. The PCL is going to be a blast this year. Congrats to the team. And I can't wait to see how the Gotham Knights shake out.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Congrats, Levy.
Peace.
Yep.
Levy Rosman, the captain/manager of the Gotham Knights, and off to make recap videos, Robert. Yeah, the recap is interesting of this one. It is a final score that we could have predicted. It was dramatic, though, along the way. And congratulations to Gotham Knights, and we'll see how the Bears rebound next week.
Yeah, big win for Gotham Knights. He said Lemley at the top. That would be his fighter tonight. You mentioned Natalia Buxa. She beat Dimitri Kolars, and that's the game that separated this, right? Like, it looked like Kolars was going to win. Had he won that game, it would have been 8-8. So it all comes down to those waning seconds when the clock is ticking, the time is dwindling. Whichever player can keep composure, maintain their nerves, and go on to win. That's what separates teams in this league. It's that close.
You might think this has been the most amazing week ever. I'll take a break over the weekend for the Pro Chess League to come back next week. Nay, there is Pro Chess League tomorrow, and you want to tune in for that. Tomorrow's matchup, the St. Louis Archbishops. Their reputation precedes them. They have won 3 of the 4 Pro Chess League championships, and they make their 2023 debut against the Shanghai Tigers. And then you got the Croatia Bulldogs versus the California Unicorns. Also going to be a fun one. Robert, which matchup do you most look forward to tomorrow?
Well, I gotta say, I mean, we're probably gonna have Godmator join us on the broadcast with the Croatia Bulldogs. I hope so. So the Bulldogs versus the Unicorns, that one will be very exciting. The Unicorns led by Sam Shankland. The Bulldogs, they don't have the biggest names, but they do have that kind of like street chess style. Some fighters there. They are not gonna go down without swinging. But of course, Fabiano Caruana, Wesley. So everybody that you can name that's 2,700 plus is on St. Louis. They're super strong. But Shanghai, you don't want to look past them. Ju and June's on their team, and they have so many grandmasters that can fill up their lineup. This is just a tough matchup. There's nowhere to turn without seeing a very, very strong team.
Yeah, the Shanghai team representing a lot of players from China, as those who follow the league know, it was the Chengdu Pandas and the China Pandas, and I feel like they were this close to winning a championship compared to any other team, Robert, who hasn't quite done it yet. So they are not fun to play. And even though it's Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, I'm expecting an absolute barn burner in that one. So, all right. Well, I'm sad to say it's over, Robert. I've enjoyed the day with you despite the rumors.
Sorry, what rumors are you talking about?
If you didn't hear about those, then let's just leave that. Anyway, I've really had a great time, and this has been awesome. The Pro Chess League is back. I'm as excited as anybody. It's like a kid in the candy store with this one, and hope that everyone enjoyed it. Thank you for tuning in. Shout out to the team, crushing it behind the scenes, everybody working hard. The production team, the Fair Play crew, all the mods who make sure that this gets done. Peace out. Enjoy the 2 matchups tomorrow. I will be back next week with some Pro Chess League coverage. Robert, you got the call tomorrow.
I do. Yeah, it's me and Danya, I believe.
Danya, the A-team. And enjoy the show tomorrow with Robert and Danya. Until then, everybody, we will see you next time.